All right, are you ready? Whoa, thank you for the 69 bits, Vexus. What is happening, everybody? It is I, SSJ Code.
Roses
Rose red, violence against me won't prosper. With this sacred treasure, I'm in Great Braca, the Opstapa, free government. It's I, Special J Cody, the special great source of the anime manga sphere. Welcome to another read through. I think this is gonna be our last one to catch up of Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm joined today with my brother in arms, one of my best friends on the internet, Vex is the lurking legend. Vex, how are you doing today?
Hey, what's good? It's your boy Vex, is the lurking legend. Y'all can just call me Vex. I am hype. I am sad. I am hype, but I'm ready to get sadder because that's what it's like being a fan now, I guess. But no, I'm so pumped right now. It's been a long time coming. I really appreciate like these read throughs and you helping me understand what the actual hell is going on. And yeah, like this should be the last catch up one, but don't stress, because I mean, if Cody's willing to have me on, we were talking about maybe me being a part of his Sunday read through streams when he goes through the officials every week. So I'm actually gonna be current. I'm hype. And if you wanted to join my server, Vex's Lurking Legends, you can see all of my extended thoughts and catch the other VODs from our previous read throughs on Cody's YouTube channel. I also cook over at the Last Arc a lot and have my own One Piece D&D stuff that I put on every Tuesday. It's always a blast, but yeah, I'm mostly a One Piece guy. I'm getting all the way in on JJK, and this is huge. This is crazy. Shit's about to go down.
I have literally been telling all of my IRL friends and family that I'm like, yo guys, I get to read this live. This is so crazy. I thought week to week was going to be crazy, but I think I'm more excited for this time than I was actually reading it as it was happening. But it's been a joy, like hearing you craft theories and listening to you like actually get invested in like the characters, the story, and then seeing your heartbreak happen in real time. It's been a joy. And it's like that one Homer Simpson meme from the Simpsons movie where Bart's like, this is the worst day of my life, and then Gege Akutami puts a hand on your shoulder. He's like, the worst day so far. So it's like they always say, it can only get worse, but we're in it. So I guess we're just gonna jump in, huh?
Hell yeah. No time like the present, brother. But we're starting at, just like it says on the Twitch description, starting at chapter 223. It's December 24th. Gojo's back, baby, and they're squaring up right now, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but yeah, they are squared up. It seems to be like today is the day. I think everyone had given him the pat on the back, if you remember.
Yeah. Like there were the principals and all the alumni and like shit like that and the current students, and yeah, that's crazy. Like it feels so weird to be here right now, but let's go.
All right. It feels like ages since I've been in Shibuya. But what did time feel like in the prison realm? Well, it's like when work is insanely busy. A work week would pass in a flash, but it's so draining that you'd never want to do it again. Like that. Oh, okay. I understand. What happened to the people on floor B5, which Gojo is referring to the people in Shibuya who were affected by his 0.2 second opening of his domain expansion? And Ichiji states that was ground zero for cursed spirits in the Shibuya incident. The closer to Shibuya they were, the more likely sorcerers in Tokyo survived. So because Gojo had been sealed there and had used his energy, the cursed spirits literally like couldn't do anything. On the next page, we see at the top of the page, but the cursed spirits avoided B5 due to your residuals. So Gojo just being there scared cursed spirits away, almost in the same way that people would use Sukuna's fingers to ward off stronger spirits, which is crazy to me.
That's wild.
And it looks like everyone who was affected by Unlimited Void had returned back to normal as well, which Gojo states is really amazing. And then we see Utahime and the old man dancing and playing the biwa up top on the rooftop. We go to the next page and we see that Lord Sukuna, it's the 24th. The duel is today, but at what time and place? We didn't specify, but I'll know. Oh, is that so? Speak of the devil. As Sukuna can see the gathering of cursed energy from across the fucking way, all the way over. Sukuna is in Shinjuku, and right now, Gojo is in Shibuya. And
That looks so sick. Like what a crazy panel.
it's gonna get crazier, man. Because when we go to the next page, we see Gakuganji actually state to Gojo, "I'm the one who killed the Yaga." Gojo says, "Oh? Tell me why. Why wasn't there a curse placed on me?" "No reason, other than I know you through the principal. You're a by-the-book kind of guy, so you can be trusted somewhat. The reasons the higher-ups ordered you to kill the principal was that I got him sealed. So who am I to criticize?" And so Gojo's blaming himself for Yaga's death, even though he... Did he say anything at the end about Panda? "He said that Gerp's corpses aren't spontaneous mutations. There's a way to create them." And Gojo, hearing that, laughs and says, "Even old farts change, huh? What do you mean? You haven't told anyone about that, right? Panda's secret is a special great case. Before, you would have definitely told your superiors." What's up, Tori Mori in chat? You get to, we're literally just starting. You're not even late. It's all good, brother. So Gojo tells the old man that he's changed, and on the next page we see all of the higher-ups have been murdered. And Gojo's saying, "Things would be better with you running HQ."
God damn.
Stash looking
Look at
strong
this.
today. Oh, yeah, the higher-ups are
shit.
gone. On the next page we
It's
see...
probably for the better. Yeah, like you
Oh,
were
yeah.
saying.
Ichiji asks, "Why have me do it? There's gotta be someone who's better with barriers." And Gojo says, "You seriously don't get it? I trust you more than anyone. And that's why." And on the next page, we see our goat Ichiji laying down the fucking barrier and reminiscing to himself, "I'm someone who's fled, someone who didn't even have the courage to flee, someone who was given the chance to flee. And despite that, the strongest sorcerer says I'm trustworthy, so I must live up to his words. Either that or die trying." And we get an explanation as Utahime's dancing of her curse technique, Solo Forbidden Area. It temporarily amplifies the total cursed energy amount and output of one willing sorcerer within its range, including Utahime herself. To excel at Jujutsu, on the next page, is to excel at subtraction. The degree to which a sorcerer can omit the annotation, movements, and other elements that comprise or activate a curse technique determines that sorcerer's skill. But Utahime leaves nothing out. Words, gestures, dance, music, elevating the curse technique to a level of ritual that boosts its potency to 120%. And we see Gojo's revving his engines up. And on the next page, the strongest sorcerer in history faces the strongest sorcerer of today. The first blow will determine which of the two is the challenger. 9 ropes, polarized light, crow in declaration, between front and back. Much like Utahime, Gojo leaves nothing out to hit 200% hollow purple.
Look at this. Holy
And on the next
shit.
page, as he launches the hollow purple, Sukuna realizes it too fucking late, and the attack's already reached its target all the way from Shibuya to Shinjuku. And he puts his arms up to defend. And on the next page, we see that it fucking tears this building apart down to the fucking base of it. And we get an explanation on the next page that it says, due to Ichiji's barrier, Sukuna misreads Gojo's first move. Even though he sensed Gojo, he didn't notice his opponent's immense cursed energy output until the last moment. And as we look on the next page, with Sukuna missing one arm already, the strongest sorcerer in history versus the strongest sorcerer of today. I also love this panel right here because Frog Gojo, That's kind of big in the community that he looks like a frog right here. But that's my boy. And on the next page,
That was sick. This is happening so quickly. Holy shit.
good smell, flavor. And thank you, Typhoon. What's up? On the next page, Gojo states, just so there's no misunderstanding, let me set you straight. You're the challenger here. And Sukuna remarks with, damn punk. And we're on to the next chapter already. I'm the challenger? Yeah, it's going down. You've let catching me off guard go to your head. Satoru Gojo, you're just a fish on the cutting board. You may flop around a lot, but you're still a nameless fish. And we see Sukuna take his stance with cursed energy flaring up in his fist. First, I'll strip away your scales. Why are you wearing that face? You wanted me to hold back, right? Too bad. For you, I've undergone special training. I can totally wail on Megumi. Gojo assuming the same stance, cursed energy welling up in his fist. And we see that he can wail on Megumi because he looks like Toji. He says, dying to Yuji once was a mistake. I'll worry about Megumi after I kill you. Which is, if you remember Itadori dying back in chapter 4 when he ripped his own heart out and then he got brought back. They're literally going out to kill Megumi right now. Like, oh. On the next page, we see Sukuna advance towards Gojo with a kick, and they start trading a multitude of flurry of blows with cursed energy. But Gojo, on the next page, immediately goes down to the ground, back to it, and he takes his hand from his forehead and flips it outward, using the cursed technique blue to pull Sukuna through a multitude of different fucking buildings. Huh? And we see Sukuna get blasted through all the way. But Gojo's not about to let up. He's already on Sukuna's tail, trying to stomp him out. But Sukuna jumps to a bridge nearby, and that bridge collapses as soon as Gojo lands onto it. We see that as the bridge is falling, Gojo uses his curse technique again to lift that piece of debris bridge up where it's into the sky, thus throwing Sukuna off of his game, and he throws that bridge into another building with Sukuna still waiting to get hit by it. Hold on. Pat's clawing at my door because he's a bitch. Come on.
Patrick. Patty boy. Down pat.
Down pat. Down bad. So as Gojo throws that bridge into the building, we see Sukuna got out at the last minute and is running across rooftops trying to find a new counterattack. He goes and looks at Gojo and launches a dismantle at him, and Gojo looks surprised, but the slash just goes right through him, through his infinity, and it doesn't even affect him. But looking behind him at the slash that had happened, Sukuna is already welling up with cursed energy, it seems, in his fists. But we actually see the slash went further than we expected, and it actually cut the whole building behind them, and it's coming to land on top of them. Gojo realizes that if you look at Sukuna's fist here, that he's using the same technique that Jogo and Hanami used in Shibuya, which is known as domain amplification, which allows him to neutralize the effects of Limitless. But Gojo, realizing this, just turns off Limitless and grabs Sukuna's fist and takes him through the fucking building that's already falling on top of them. Ugh. And we see that a multitude of doors are coming down on top of the both of them as they both can't see each other's next move. They're preparing each other's next fucking punch towards each other. As the building crashes down to the ground, we see two silhouettes in the rubble. It's Gojo saying, I'm blaming you for all the damage. And Sukuna says, like anyone will believe that. And then Gojo remembers that May's broadcasting off of her crows. That is the end of that chapter. Huge fucking action, huge reveals showing that Sukuna can use domain amplification. You can't go on the desk. Ugh. And then, next chapter. Gojo has the Limitless curse technique, which makes him invulnerable. Sukuna has neutralized it with domain amplification. Choso pauses for a minute after remembering domain amplification, and the two cursed spirits he helped in Shibuya were using it. Yuta states that it was Mekamaru's footage. A special grade curse spirit used it against Gojo Sensei Limitless curse technique in Shibuya. Hikari states that it neutralizes Gojo's domain, but how? Kusakabe is quick to remark and give a thorough explanation on this, which is amazing, and he says it's like my simple domain, but only more developed. It neutralizes it by using a domain that doesn't grant curse technique in order to pour an opponent's curse technique into the empty space. They ask if Kusakabe can do that, and he replies, of course not!
Hell no.
But Higuruma on the next page says, but I do have a sense of how it works. Angel states...
Of course he does.
The drawback to amplification is you can't use it together with an innate domain. It appears Sukuna is no exception.
Does that mean he's practically without a curse technique while still holding his own against Satoru?
Well, supposing there's a way for Sukuna to defeat the Limitless curse technique aside from domain amplification, Gojo will lose. Useless Miwa on the next page states, well, if that's the case, why isn't Sukuna expanding a domain? Using a curse technique is difficult immediately after domain expansion, then Sukuna should get into a clash of domains with Gojo? You make it sound simple, but depending on the result, the fight would be over. Wouldn't that be a good thing? You're right! So, then why? Can a domain's guaranteed hit even pierce Satoru's curse technique? Itadori remembers back when him and Gojo had went to Jogo's domain. He hinted at that time a cursed spirit's domain swallowed it. Wee Wee on the next page, and we're getting a whole freaking like slew of characters that are showing us like who is all on the team right now.
Yeah.
So Wee Wee is here saying, could it be that Sukuna suspects that he can't beat Gojo in a domain clash? Alright, you're done. Get out. Have a good day. No. Have a good one. You just try jumping in the window and he's gonna ruin my shit. Incredible voice art. Please, Torimori. Could it be that Sukuna suspects he can't beat Gojo in a domain clash? Shoko, Ieri, which if we remember from Hidden Inventory was Nobara 1.0.
Oh, why are you gonna hurt me like that?
Hey man, it's the last time I can. Given Gojo's personality and Six Eyes, I doubt he'd fail to notice that. If he suspected it, he'd have deployed his domain first. Then perhaps there won't be a domain battle. And everyone questions Choso's like weird remark, and he states, based on what Inumaki and Yuji said, I don't think Sukuna closes barriers when opening domains. And everyone's freaking out, and Kusakabe's like, isn't that impossible? And Kashimo says, it is impossible. And Hikari's like, it's impossible. And Yuta's like, at least I think it is. And Miwa's like, so God. It's like totally impossible? Miwa, toss me some water. Okay, here you go. Why'd you do that? Huh? You told me to. I asked for the water. I don't need the bottle. So Miwa, being upset, takes the water bottle and splashes Kusakabe all over the face. And Kusakabe, getting pissed off, Mei quickly interjects herself and says, that's what it's like to open a domain without closing a barrier. Is it possible to hold water without a vessel? Can you paint a picture in the air without a canvas? Do flowers bloom from a seed without root, leaf, or stem? It's like running software without hardware. Anyway, it's impossible. And Maki's quick to state, Megumi's unfinished domain didn't shut the barrier. With Kusakabe interjects saying, I heard something like that before promotion assessment, but that involved using buildings and existing barriers as external shells. This is on a higher level. But Noritashi Kamo, Kenjaku did it. Tsukumo resisted with a simple domain. Meanwhile, Tengen dispelled the domain with a barrier technique from the outside. The simple domain got stripped away, but as Tsukumo had been holding an open domain, I doubt a clash of domains would result, because it'd amount to a clash of the barrier shells. But it probably resulted in a struggle involving the curse technique's guaranteed hit inside Yuki's domain. A struggle between what? I don't know. Maybe guaranteed hits? Guaranteed hits come with the barrier, so it'd have to be with the barriers. We're talking about domains like they're no big deal, but they eat up tons of cursed energy, so you can't do them lightly. Fish flakes. Inumaki's right. Gojo Sensei would never run out of cursed energy.
Shut the fuck up. They're like, yeah, what he said.
I fucking love Inumaki. That's because his cursed energy efficiency is extraordinary, isn't it? He controls consumption through a constant self-preservation, but that assumes regular functioning, right? I bet it'd be different if you were to consecutively open domains. But what about Sukuna? He's like a god. He activates cursed techniques and switching between amplification and innate technique quickly. If Gojo didn't have the 6 eyes, Sukuna would even best him in cursed energy efficiency. Yuta states, he also has overall more cursed energy than I do. My hunch is twice or more. So it's not like they wouldn't open their domains due to a lack of cursed energy. Maybe nobody, including those two, knows what'll happen if their domains clash. Yeah, and here it comes, says Higuruma, and on the next page with a double page spread, both of them assume the hand seals. Domain expansion. And we see Unlimited Void forming against Malevolent Shrine on another double page spread. The clash was even inside Gojo's barrier. The two can't miss commands overlapped and canceled each other's out. They fought with both their domains open. If one takes heavy damage or one of their domains collapses, the other's guaranteed hit will immediately strike. That's an even match. For real? It can't be inside a barrier. And we see that there's constant grinding and slashing happening outside of the black ball that is Unlimited Void. But the effective range of Sukuna's domain reaches outside the exterior of Gojo's domain. Thus, the domain's barrier, and Itadori remembers that barriers are weak from the attacks from the outside. We see Unlimited Void shatter and Malevolent Shrine is brought to the surface. And on the next page, we see Sukuna grinning with an evil smile as he slashes open Gojo's neck. To be continued. On to the next chapter. Oh, are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Last thing I heard was Sukuna grinning. I don't know what happened.
I guess my internet dipped for a second. That's cool. Sukuna grinned as he slashes Gojo's neck open, and it's to be continued on to the next chapter.
Wild.
We see that Gojo senses his neck bleeding and he immediately puts a hand up to it. And Itadori says, Sensei! But we already know that Gojo has reverse curse technique. So he's using reverse curse technique, but Sukuna's slashes won't stop inside his domain. And since Sukuna doesn't close the barrier, wouldn't running away be easy? If Malevolent Shrine's maximum effective area is about the size of Shibuya, then Gojo should be fast enough to get away. No. Kusakabe remembers that his instantaneous movement uses the Limitless technique to compress space and coordinates. Gojo's domain was just destroyed, so he can't use curse technique for a while. And Miwa says, but that means Gojo's in trouble. As we see the next double page spread. This is one of my favorite fucking pages in the world. Gojo is slashed with overwhelming strength around him, and he thinks to himself, I'm glad. With regard to curse technique, I'm overwhelmingly stronger.
Losing. That's how we gonna do this.
Big Raga, the red, fights against me won't prosper. With this sacred treasure I summon, Big Raga, the Stampa, free government. And if you look on the left, it's hard to make out with Gojo covered in slashes and blood, but he's actually smiling. It's right below the eye, you can see Gojo's fucking mouth pouring out blood in a giant ass grin, which is crazy. The other translations state that it's with regard to curse technique, meaning he's comparing Sukuna just has slashes. But when it comes to the Limitless, it's literally the Limitless. His curse technique is so much stronger than just slashing, he thinks. And on the next page, Gojo makes a mad dash for it while healing himself. Is he hashtag certifiably him? You fucking know it, Morimori. Gojo runs away, but Sukuna immediately says, "You think I'd let you go?" Immediately connecting a kick to Gojo while he's trying to heal himself. He pushes Gojo up into the air with his feet and locks his legs around his legs so he can't run away. Gojo welling up cursed energy in his fist to slam down into him, misses Sukuna's face by an inch. And we see Sukuna thinking to himself, "He moves well for someone using reverse curse technique at full throttle to keep my slashes at bay." And we see Gojo thinking to himself, apparently Malevolent Shrine Center isn't Sukuna, it's the shrine itself. And somebody's saying, what if the shrine was trashed? And Itadori states it. Kusakabe coming back saying, ordinarily, concrete manifestations of innate domains don't have special meaning or function. Pat, come on, quit clawing my door. In other words,
Just trying to enjoy peak.
he's not. He's trying to jump into my window and tear my curtain down from my window. It's upsetting. In other words, it might not well exist. If the shrine is merely a symbol of the domain, then it can't be broken. There's no point in trying. If Gojo with his 6 eyes hasn't attempted to do so, then that must be the case. And Kiara with the biggest freaking... like, you know that one meme where it's the guy... Oh no! Is there nothing he can do? But someone says, new shadow style. Simple domain! And Gojo opens a simple domain against Sukuna. And Kusakabe's like, simple domain? And Itadori states, well, didn't Gojo sensei say he can't do that? And he says, no, he said he can't teach it. Natural geniuses can't teach for squat. Well, then don't make a guy like that a teacher for first years.
Yo, this guy is spitting. Holy shit.
Simple domain will negate the guaranteed hit. While he heals himself with reverse curse technique. How can he reverse curse technique and normal cursed energy control at the same time? But compared to a real domain, the cursed energy output for simple domain will merely buy time. Sukuna takes a step into Gojo's simple domain, and as we see Gojo's healing up more, he tries to hit Sukuna with a flurry of blows, but Sukuna's already slashed Gojo and cut him up severely. And Choso says, see? And everyone's wondering what the hell is going on in this simple domain, while Sukuna states, how tedious. On the next page, we see that Gojo has stopped healing with reverse curse technique. And Yuta states, does that mean? No, he wouldn't run out of cursed energy. Ino, meanwhile, is quick to correct him and saying, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't. But he continued running reverse curse technique at full blast immediately after opening his domain. He's expended twice the usual amount of cursed energy. All the while, the powerful Sukuna has been attacking non-stop. But that doesn't matter, because Gojo, as he makes his way to Sukuna, everyone has the same thought poured through their mind. Is Gojo going to lose? He takes Sukuna, locks his legs and arms around him, and Sukuna states his speed right now. Curse technique reversal, and Gojo pulls his arms back, locking his legs around Sukuna's waist in the most boy love pose we could ever have. Point blank at Sukuna's face with the freaking fingers, and Yuta states, is that possible? Maybe he couldn't heal his body because he was using reverse curse technique to heal his burnt out curse technique. And he fires off a red, point blank into Sukuna's face and also destroying Malevolent Shrine. Sukuna waking up from it in a grin, Gojo healing his body, saying, phew, this wasn't easy. And we're on the next chapter with this double page spread of Sukuna and Gojo in front of Malevolent Shrine. I love it. And then we see everyone else. Yeah, I told you. I was like, you thought you knew about Jujutsu Sorcery. These two are going to rewrite the whole game. So, Gojo did run out of being able to use any techniques, but instead of healing his body after the domain expansion, he used his reverse curse technique to bring back his curse technique. And I know this is gonna get really complicated, so just let me know if that made sense to you.
I mean, I get it as much as I think I ever will, which is enough.
Gotcha. Did he use reverse curse technique to heal his burnt out technique? Okutsu! He's like, I can't say it's impossible. After all, he just did it. Burning out a curse technique with a domain is completely different from taking physical damage. If a machine isn't broken but overheats, it won't function properly, so you have to wait for it to cool down. So reverse curse technique can fix something, but it can't cool it down? Well, that's what I thought, but maybe I was wrong. Or could it be Gojo may be pushing way beyond his limits? Gojo, making his way towards Sukuna, says, "You can go bigger than this, right?" And he sees that Sukuna's effective range had only been in a small little circle. The moment that Sukuna tried to expand Malevolent Shrine's effective range to the maximum, Kusakabe states, "No! What's he thinking? Unlimited void." Gojo opened his domain again. He's doing the same thing? No, he's smarter than that. Ah, I see. Did he reverse the barrier's internal and external coordinates? It's not breaking away right this time. In other words, this barrier, it's strong against external attacks. But how can he change the conditions so easily? Meanwhile, Yuji's fucking, yeah! We see unlimited void swirling around the shrine, and Gojo asks, how about a do-over? And they both start fighting within their domains, and Gojo realizes that the slashes can't penetrate his limitless, but Gojo actually realizes that they did touch him, and he says, seriously, Sukuna? Can amplify with a domain open? Is he used to this? His output's ramping up. During amplification, you can't use innate techniques which are engraved to the flesh, but curse techniques that have already been applied to the domain are a different story. Sukuna seemed to have a worried look on his face as Gojo was trying to hit him with a flurry of blows, both of them meeting each other's martial prowess perfectly, and Gojo thinks, so what? But Sukuna is smarter than that, and Gojo is surprised by this, and he says, huh? Sukuna's can't miss attack is turned off inside my domain. As they're back to back, Sukuna states that he remembers having a very, very, very interesting conversation with Kenjaku, and he says, unlimited void affects everything but Gojo himself, and anything touching him. I have already experienced it. In order to destroy Gojo's domain from the outside, Sukuna focused his effective range compared to Shibuya, thereby boosting power. The binding valve for negating Malevolent Shrine's can't miss command inside Gojo's domain further increased the power outside the domain, and Sukuna survived Unlimited Void by touching Gojo, and once again, we see Unlimited Void shatter before Malevolent Shrine. Satoru Gojo's domain crumbled. As Sukuna looks at him with a shit-eating grin, asking, need another do-over? As he blows Gojo away with a flurry of slashes, Itadori says, what? Kusakabe states that Sukuna must have changed domain conditions too, and Hikari hears, hey, if he dies, I'm up next. Don't interfere. But Sukuna realizes that for some reason the cuts aren't as deep on Gojo as they should be. And we see that he says, I learned this as a kid, but stopped using it after mastering the domain. It's not bad, huh? And Kusakabe is again shocked out of his fucking mind at the madman that is Gojo. He states that is Falling Blossom Emotion. Which, if you remember, that is the technique that was given to the Zenin clan family, and that's the technique now Bito used inside of Dagon's domain expansion, way back during Shibuya.
I remember all of that fairly well, but I don't remember the technique for some reason.
It was when Dagon was trying to launch the piranhas at them. The piranhas were hitting Nanami and Maki, but if you remember, that was the Zenian's clan's special form of simple domain, which is Falling Blossom Emotion. Nabito is the only other person I think we've seen in the series use it. I just thought you would like to know that because that's your guy.
I mean, I thought that was a cool. He's not my guy, okay? I thought he was. He's other than Maki and Megumi. He's like the coolest, the only redeemable Zenin, I think. Even though he was still kind of a shitbag.
I can respect that. Oh fuck, that felt good. Again? Wow. That's water, man. We see Panda explain that, or no, it's Kusakabe talking about it, and everyone's asking, how come Atsuya only knows this stuff? It's an anti-domain technique, known only to the big three families. Well, then why do you know it? It's cursed energy control program for automatically repelling anyone who touches it. You just a little bam, little flex on them. There isn't much point to a complicated curse technique effect like Unlimited Void, but it's quite useful against a simple curse technique like Sukuna Slashes. And unlike Simple Domain, it doesn't get stripped away. But it can't withstand domain output without some injury. Next page, we see a double-page spread of Shoko explaining, we should be enough. Gojo can heal while burning out. He just needs time. Yuta, with the biggest freaking sweat drop I've ever seen in Jujutsu Kaisen, says, really? And Gojo says, domain expansion. And everyone says, again? No, this time, it's gonna be huge. Is he trying to use a barrier to swallow Sukuna's effective range? Again? How is he changing the conditions? But isn't this a bad move? Broadening the barrier's range will reduce its quality. What's the point of being invincible from the outside if he loses from the inside? As we see Unlimited Void expand larger and larger, it actually starts to crack, and we see the rest of the students reveal, didn't it work? Wait, the barrier, Momo states, is super tiny! And we see that Unlimited Void is the smallest we've ever seen, almost the size of a basketball. Which, if you can imagine two people inside a basketball, and the shrine. We gotta remember the shrine's in there too. That's kind of crazy.
It's adorable.
Mm-hmm. A tiny barrier, theoretically, that should make it stronger, but that thing's smaller than a basketball. Wait, that's impossible. Yes, you keep saying that, Mei states to Kusakabe. Why? A barrier's external appearance and size never match what's inside. When you're enclosed in a domain, escape is rarely an option because you can't determine the boundary. Even if you could, barriers are strong against pressure from the inside. But there are limits, meathead. Well, since my teacher's an idiot, I can't help it, Maki states, because talking about Gojo again, like, a concrete image is crucial to barrier techniques. Normally, it would be impossible to imagine shutting yourself and your opponent in a barrier where the exterior volume looks too small for one person. And Choso states, but the prison realm. And everyone remembers, yeah, that might explain it. Gojo is making use of his experience sealed in the prison realm. What an awful learning experience.
That's actually so big brain. That's crazy. Holy shit.
But why change the domain's conditions every time? You keep asking that. Why? It takes time for every sorcerer to eventually hit on the precise blend of external and internal conditions, volume, and construction speed for barriers, especially domain barriers. Higuruma and Akari, the two easiest freaking barrier users of domain expansion we've seen, both go, really? Higuruma,
they're like, y'all
Akari?
struggle with that?
Yeah,
it took y'all
like,
time? Like, what?
And Kusakabe states that they are different because their domains come with default with their curse techniques. And anyway, the conditions aren't just something you ordinarily adjust every time. And Kiara says, you're special, Keen. Did he adjust from a large to small because of the high difficulty? He may have also wanted to use large barrier to enclose Malevolent Shrine's effective range. In any case, it appears to be holding. As we see, so what Gojo did was he expanded the thing all the way as far as it could go to take in all of Sukuna's effective range of slashes, and then brought that inside so that Sukuna can't freaking slash you from the outside anymore. And on the next page, we see that he's trying to slash, but he can't do it, and we hear Ino state, "What is that? Sukuna's decreased domain range to raise curse technique output. If the barrier breaks, they're in a deadlock. But Gojo's position will gradually weaken until he loses." And on the next page, we see again, Unlimited Void has shattered. But Gojo looks over at Sukuna, and if you look at Sukuna's chest, on the next page it's explained, "Sensei, huh? Malevolent Shrine." And on the next page we see Sukuna standing there, menacingly, with a huge fucking hole in his chest. Oh.
Damn.
With a shit-eating grin on his face. Sakari's like, whoa, Gojo! Two things happened simultaneously! Sukuna destroyed Gojo's domain from the outside, and Gojo damaged Sukuna enough that he couldn't maintain his domain. Kusakabe immediately scrambling. Huh? How long did Gojo's barrier last? No one timed it? Well, you didn't either. Student should be the one on top of that stuff.
I just love every little chibi Miwa we get. I don't know why. It's just hilarious. It reminds me of like Mob Psycho art. Like,
oh yeah, I get that. Miwa's little pog faces. Melee, though, has already said 3 minutes, 9 seconds, exactly 3 minutes after the barrier shrunk. Way to go, sis! Since their domains are down, neither can use a curse technique for a time. Maki states, though, but Gojo can heal a burnt-out curse technique with reverse curse technique, so he'll act first. Sukuna can use reverse curse technique, too. Well, so can I. But like I said, though, I can't recover a burnt-out curse technique. Yes, but Gojo already showed it to Sukuna. Ino says, what does that mean? Sukuna used Kenjaku to turn his soul into a cursed object and divide it among 20 fingers. And that single occasion was enough for him to learn how to become a cursed object. Which means Sukuna can also probably repair a burnt-out curse technique with reverse curse technique. As we see Sukuna making a mad fucking dash away from Gojo. Gojo is hot on his heels, running through the fucking town of Shinjuku, trying to get a hold of Sukuna to put more damage into him. Using Unlimited Void already in front of Sukuna, Sukuna realizes that the rubble coming at him is already infused with cursed energy, and he's brought towards Gojo using fucking blue, and Gojo lays into him with a strong ass kick right to his forearms. And then we see, as they're exchanging blows, Gojo is thinking to himself, why? Sukuna is only activating curse techniques granted by the domain, and when the domain's internal and external conditions were reversed, thereby decreasing resistance to the pressure from the inside, he took a risky move, rather than trying to break the barrier from the inside. While our can't-miss commands offset each other inside the domain, Sukuna has no means to attack other than amplification. For defeating my limitless curse technique, that gives me a big advantage. Inside the domain, he also can't use an architectural structure to attack like before. I proceeded as if I had the advantage during the 3 minutes until the domain got destroyed from the outside. So why isn't Sukuna trying to use Ten Shadows technique, specifically Mahoraga, inside the domain? Could it be Sukuna remembers my conversation with Megumi and knows I know about Mahoraga? Is he afraid I'll waste it with one single move? And on the next page we see the wheel clink and Gojo start to have a nosebleed.
Oh my god.
This is
I feel
crazy.
like after this there's like a break week. Like I don't know, this would be like a ridiculous cliffhanger. Holy shit.
Where are we at? 229? The break, I remember there, I think you're right, there was a break week here, and then the next break week was 235. Gojo has a bloody nose, and Yuta sees it, and he has more sweat marks. He's like, a bloody nose? But that doesn't matter, as both of them say, domain expansion. Wait, this is the third one. This is crazy. And they state, the same time again, which means Sukuna can also repair a burnt out curse. Oh, which means Sukuna can also repair a burnt out curse technique with reverse curse technique. Could he do that from the start, or did he learn it? How many times have we said curse technique today? That's fucking real. That's the realest shit I think I've ever read in my life. During the 3 minutes until Sukuna destroys the outer shell of Gojo's domain from the outside, Gojo has to hurt Sukuna enough that Sukuna can't maintain his domain. Don't sound so pessimistic. Gojo can immobilize Sukuna by bathing him in unlimited void just for a few seconds. If he can destroy Malevolent Shrine in 3 minutes or less, Gojo wins. As we see Gojo welling up his cursed energy in his fists again with a demonic smile on his face, pummeling into Sukuna in the domain, immediately making his way behind him. We see that Gojo doesn't care and he uses fucking blue again to launch Sukuna into the shrine and pulling him back from the shrine to Gojo again to fucking get laid out into the ground. Punched downward, Sukuna is just able to block it, both of them enjoying the fight to the maximum. As we see, Malevolent Shrine has collapsed again, and we see Sukuna's face is fucking half burnt off. And everyone says, the same time again, what a nail biter. Yeah, but that means Gojo's the stronger fighter inside a domain, right? Yuji thinking to himself, he can win this. Gojo immediately pummels fucking Sukuna through another pillar through Shinjuku, and we get on the next page, domain expansion. But if you look, the words aren't overlapped like they have been for the several other times they have both cast their domain expansion, and everyone else noticed it. And Yuta states, hey, just now. Yeah, what happened? Maybe, only maybe, I think Gojo Sensei's domain was slightly faster. Curse technique repair lags depending on the degree of physical healing. The difference was less than 1/100th of a second.
Okay.
But unlimited void hit. And we see Sukuna take freaking Gojo's hand into his chest and has another hole fucking driven through him. And on the next page we have a cool ass panel inside Satoru Gojo's domain. The 2 minutes and 40 seconds since the last domain expansion. Malevolent Shrine collapses. And we get a beautiful double page spread of Gojo v Sukuna as Sukuna is overtaken by unlimited void. But Gojo states, we ain't done yet. I still want to crush his heart, lungs, and liver, so he's closer to death than Yuji was at the juvenile detention center. Like, he means it. He's going out for blood against this man. But on the next page, we hear those words. With this sacred treasure, I summon 8-handled sword, Divergent Sela Divine General, Maharaga. This how we gonna do it. Gojo, surprised to see Maharaga, he says, Maharaga, at this time, I'll have to destroy with one attack before it can adapt to unlimited void. Curse technique reversal, but Maharaga raises his fist and slams it against the domain, shattering unlimited void. Gojo, surprised, he says, what? He's already adapted to unlimited void? On to the next chapter.
Ridiculous.
So that's Maharaga, the Zenin secret weapon. It's a Shikigami that can adapt to various techniques. Has it adapted to unlimited void? We see the crows that Mei is broadcasting this battle on flying above overhead as Sukuna heals the wound in his chest with his big daddy Maharaga behind him. Just dripping my vape real quick. I gotta take a hit. This is crazy. Ugh.
Bruh.
It's crazy.
Yeah. This is wild. I just also imagine this is all happening over the course of like 5 minutes tops, like or like I don't know, like they've said like Like there's 3 minutes roughly in between like their domain expansions. So like this has been like 10 minutes.
Oh yeah,
This whole series of events has been like 10 minutes.
it's breakneck. It's almost as breakneck fast as this manga is going, it feels like. Satoru Gojo knows Maharaga's moves. In the fight against Yorozu, Sukuna himself bore Maharaga's adaptations, thereby saw through construction. The can't miss commands that negated each other across 5 domain expansions covered everything inside the domain for Gojo and everything except himself inside the domain for Sukuna, but didn't cover a can't miss attack with regard to him. He took the hit from Unlimited Void 5 times and bore the burden of adaptation, and what he adapted to was Unlimited Void in 100th of a second a moment ago. Impossible! Regardless of the wheels turning, Maharaga manifested after that. Did Sukuna bear the burden of adaptation? No. What did was, and we see on the next page what bore it. Megumi's soul. As we see the wheel above Megumi, all of the damage.
Bruh, we hate this.
I hate Sukuna. I hate him. I hate him. Look at my boy. He's drowning. Also, if you want to stay on this page for a little bit longer, there's a really cool thing here. If you look at Megumi's hands, he's actually doing the hand signs for Mahoraga. Like, that's his natural state when he's scared. And he's just stuck like that, unable to do anything. Just a small little detail, but...
It's really cool, but this is the worst, so I'm gonna click off of it now, because it's my boy, and I hate this.
You look like you have something to say. Not really. I'm just glad you're fighting so hard. Not as hard as you. To be honest, I thought a curse technique like Unlimited Void, which only activates in a domain, would be difficult to handle. So I wanted to rid you of that move first. While not using amplification inside a domain, I used 10 Shadows technique to have Fushiguro shoulder the adaptation. As a result, I couldn't use curse techniques aside from what was given to the domain, but it was worth it. But I bet you only had him shoulder the process of adaptation, and not the results. Sukuna, neither you or Megumi's soul have adapted to Unlimited Void. If I open my domain again, you will have to bring Maharaga out. My next attack will end this! You can't open your domain again. As we see a giant freaking pang of pain appear before Gojo. The next page, we see the nosebleed has intensified, and Kusakabe screaming, "What the hell?" And Yuta with even more sweat. Looks like I had right to be worried. By using reverse curse technique to repair a burnt out innate domain, you pushed yourself too far. Curse techniques are ingrained somewhere right around the prefrontal cortex. Or the right prefrontal cortex. You are destroying your brain with cursed energy and healing it with reverse curse technique to reset a burnt out curse technique. Yuta, immediately understanding how it works now, says, "No! Doing that even once would be too risky." The brain is like a black box system, especially when it comes to curse technique. It isn't that easy to heal. So, he almost died 4 times. And if he did it again, that makes 5. Well, I thought Gojo was used to healing his brain. But, if after effects are manifesting, then Sukuna is better off for having done it less. There are limits compared to flesh and bone. Even if you open a domain, you'll either die, or you won't have the precision to combat me. Gojo, sweating and bleeding, just ellipses and lets this motherfucker a monologue. Next, I'll close the domain with a barrier. You'll have nowhere to run, and then I'll dice you up and adapt to infinity as well. Goodbye, strongest sorcerer. Turns out you were lucky to be born in an era when I wasn't around. It's why you're so mediocre. And Gojo, looking down to the ground, upset that he's let everyone down, hears the words, "Domain expansion." But on the next page, we see as Sukuna goes to open it. For some reason, Malevolent Shrine has crumbled. Everyone else is stunned to see it. And on the next page, we see that Sukuna is bleeding out of his eyes and nose.
Oh.
The amount of time that Unlimited Void struck Sukuna totaled less than 10 seconds. Nonetheless, just like Gojo, he took enough damage to his brain that opening a domain was impossible. And Gojo starts laughing maniacally. Seems like it did have some effect! My students are watching, so let me look cooler, okay? As a callback to I think the first or second chapters of Jujutsu Kaisen when they first had their interaction. My students watching, so I'm gonna show off, alright? That Gojo laugh where he's like, I love that. On the next page, we get a beautiful double-page spread of Gojo fucking wailing into Sukuna across the face. And he states, unlimited strength and the solitude it brings. I'm the one who will teach you about love. And, yeah, both of them are smiling as they can't open domain expansions against each other. And on the next page, we hear Kusakabe ask an important question. Who here's taken a serious punch from Gojo? All of the first and second year state, no, but I did try to punch him, and it didn't land a hit. Yuta states, I'm not sure if this counts as serious, but he once applied limitless curse technique to striking me. Hikari states that the same happened to him. Kusakabe reinforces the idea that he says at the moment of contact, he uses blue to boost his fist with cursed energy technique. In addition to boosting its power, it feels like receiving a counterpunch even though he's punching normal. It's the worst. So what he does, even if you try to block the punch, he uses blue to upset your blocking away from it. So it feels like you're taking a left when you're expecting a right. If that's the easiest way I can explain it in like layman terms, you know? And Kiara asks, does it hurt? And Hikari and Yuta both look dejected at the floor, saying, hey, vomited. I barfed. And then Yuji states, Nanami said it too. And we hear Nanami talking to Yuji inside a car. If you continue to be a sorcerer, don't compare yourself to Gojo. Powerful strikes that would be difficult for me to pull off are like simple jabs to him. To be honest, it's like, what the hell? Also, the reflection of Nanami's eyes in the window. Gege knew how to hurt us.
I hate it. Next, he's gonna bring up Nobara.
You look as Yuji brings up Nanami, Ino pulls his face mask down as to not let anyone see his emotion come over him, and Kusakabe states, in other words, I have no idea what Gojo is going to do next, so don't ask. I love this. I love this. This is one of my favorite pages in all of it. Gojo grabs Sukuna by the fucking collar of his fucking scruff and drags his ass through several buildings the same way Broly did to Goku in this Dragon Ball Super Broly movie. And he has this drunken, crazed expression. He's high off battle, and he throws Sukuna through a multitude of buildings. Sukuna, just barely getting back onto his feet, realizes Gojo coming at him, forming a multitude of rubble using blue, and he crashes that into Sukuna, but he doesn't care. He gets behind Gojo and realizes something. That there's already another amount of rubble coming down on top of him. Or no, it's not the rubble, it's Gojo's foot. So he dodges out of the way with a flip as Gojo brings his foot down to the ground, and Sukuna readies an axe kick. That's what they're called, axe kicks. But behind Sukuna as he lands his kick, Gojo uses Kageboshi no Jutsu.
Oh my god. Domain expansion.
But Sukuna doesn't fall for such petty party tricks, and he immediately calls out Gojo and hits the real one. Go! They both state as he knocks Gojo away several freaking kilometers away. Gojo barely catches himself off of a freaking traffic light signal and says, "Whoa!" They both meet each other on the street as they look at each other. And we get another cut back to the students inside the building, and we see Furu's incantation of the 10 sacred treasures manifests Mahoraga in a perfectly harmonious cycle. After an attack hits Mahoraga, the wheel turns, and he adapts. And we see the wheel turn. Kusakabe and Higuruma both state that the wheel is turning, asking if he adapt. When he touches me with amplification, Mahoraga's wheel blackens. That means interrupted adaptation. Maybe he can't use a domain, but he can amplify because his damage brain was focused on the part pertaining to barrier techniques. He doesn't want me to adapt, so he isn't using curse technique other than lapse. I guess that makes sense. Which lapse is, if you remember the technique that Gojo taught to Itadori before Itadori had learned anything, or I don't think Itadori still has a curse technique, but
He does not.
we remember. Yeah, we remember that Itadori does have divergent fists, which is when his physical strength is faster than his cursed energy. So that's what Gojo's doing, just off instinct, is he's literally using his physical strength and is slamming into him again, using the freaking it's cool. It's a cool callback. And Sukuna says, I guess that makes sense. As they both charge towards each other, they clash in the middle of the street, and we see Gojo ready his fist up, but Sukuna grabs the streetlight and throws it at Gojo's head. And right before it makes contact, we're cut back to the freaking students. He isn't bringing out Mahoraga. That means he's adapted to Unlimited Void on the 5th time. So, does Gojo's Limitless give rise to a technique that requires the wheel to turn multiple times? It's possible. At this point, doing the impossible is normal for those two. Truer words have never been more spoken.
Oh, for real.
Have you noticed? It's only 4 times total left. 4 times total, right? Only 3 left. The number of times the wheel turns until Mahoraga adapts to my invulnerability. Everyone is shocked to hear that, and Yuji states 3 times left? A countdown till you lose that smirk. Well, we both tend to smirk as Gojo fucking cheeses on him.
What is this?
I love him.
Oh my god.
And then he states, and I don't need that much time to kill you. Sukuna meets his gaze back with a weird locked-in smile. Angel states, has he forgotten that's Megumi's body? No, I think. And Kashimo goes, that's okay. Go on and forget. Everyone else is going, no, it's not!
Bro.
Chapter 232.
I think that wasn't Angel's old person mouth though, because she's the one who's obsessed with Megumi, remember?
That would make sense. Yeah, I probably got it messed up, but yeah. She is
No, you're good.
She's hella into him. Both of them are flying through Shinjuku again as we see whirring happening past them with air. That's the second spin. 2 more and Sukuna will adapt to Gojo's invulnerability. Act more concerned, Gojo! As he's smiling, drunken off battle. Gojo, that's blue. He takes the curse technique blue in his fist and starts trying to pummel Sukuna through different pillars. And as we see, after punching Sukuna through the pillars, Sukuna lands on his feet, crouched down, but Gojo, raising his hands up, summons even more blues around Sukuna and driving them all into the pillar, following him through this giant freaking corridor. Sukuna's trying to dodge them all, and he gets a weird freaking look on his face, and on the next page we see Gojo has Sukuna's leg locked into him, and Gojo kicks the fuck out of him, right into his ribcage, causing blood to spurt out of his body. But that makes the wheel turn again, and we see the third spin, only one to go. Is time what's necessary for adapting? Or experience? Oh, I see. Does he adapt by taking time to analyze an attack after getting hit once? Or does he adapt after getting hit by the same attack multiple times? That means the reason Gojo isn't using curse technique besides lapse is, yeah, which is it? All we can say is both are possible. We see that, I love that the crows, are almost always seen throughout their battle too, because that's how that's how the students and everyone are able to watch, is with Mei's curse technique.
Yeah.
And so Sukuna getting
They also just look really cool.
Oh yeah. Driven through this building, Gojo states, now I've got to pile it on. Then he'll think I'm only gonna use blue. The timing will stop him from adapting to this. And we see Gojo as he meets Sukuna's face from outside the pillar. Curse technique reversal! Red! But what took the attack of Red wasn't Sukuna, and Gojo realizes this all too soon as Red explodes in front. It was Sukuna that took the attack, but he used amplification to minimize the damage. Even if he amplifies to negate a low output and neutral limitless curse technique, he can't fully negate blue and reverse red. Did Sukuna outmaneuver him? Sukuna's gonna adapt! You're sloppy. Are you panicking because I saw through you? Actually, red hasn't exploded yet. As we see on the next page, Sukuna takes a fucking back shots from behind of Red exploding, and we see that the structure of the building, Gojo actually used Red to go around and curve around, and Gojo goes in to meet Sukuna with a fucking fist filled with everything he's got, and we see on the next page, Black Flash! Black Flash! That's Gojo using Black Flash! That's huge.
This is ridiculous. And you just said, my boy just said back shots. Like, I'm sorry.
Sorry, because Sukuna just got fucked.
Oh my god.
And everyone else realizing what has just happened, Yuji, the Black Flash Master, calls it out. And we see Sukuna has gone unconscious from that hit. The white in his eyes prominent. The wheel falling to the ground. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. The wheel falls to the ground. And we see Gojo actually falls into some shadows. And Maharaga is brought out. No way! Sensei! Yuta and Yuji call out. And Maharaga slashes at Gojo. To be continued on to 233. Gojo recovering from the slash across his chest. Everyone else is looking worried, and he says it's not over yet. Sukuna's adapting to Sensei's invulnerability just made them even. But when it comes to wounds, Sensei is fast at. No, his healing is slowing down. Being able to fire red doesn't mean he can use reverse curse technique, but his output is plummeting. This whole stretch was such a page turner, dude. Torimori, I remember, the week to week was crazy for this. Sorry.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah. As we look at Shoko's feet, she's smoking almost as much as I am, with as many cigarette butts. Then you find at your own grave in Fallout New Vegas. Sorry, that's also true for Sukuna, who suffered brain damage. Even though the opponent was the King of Curse, I'm sad I missed the weekly. It's okay, Tori, we're glad to have you here now. Even though the opponent was King of Curses, said to be the strongest in history, a thought nobody considered possible began to spread. Satoru Gojo could lose. Gojo himself was aware of that prospect. When was the last time?
Oh fuck.
Oh no! Torimori's got an ad. On the next page, though, we see the man, the myth, the legend, Toji Fushiguro, and Gojo smiles to himself and says, obvious answer. I think I think around this time this chapter came out was the time that, Season 2 had come back. And I think that Gege wanted to draw that because he missed drawing Toji after watching him on the anime. Ah! Thank you for the sub! Holy Oh! Oh!
No more ads.
God! Oh! Give me I need to get some water. That's scary. Why are you bow barking? I'm getting water. Because I'm thirsty.
He said me at Vex. That's crazy. Yeah, no more ads for you, brother. There you go. Hydrate, guys. Holy shit.
Also, I don't know.
Oh my god, this is peak. This is where I remind chat though that I have in fact been slightly spoiled on some shit, so I know like this is like I don't know, this is crazy. Like I have no idea how it's gonna go down though. Oh fuck. What a wild fight. And like legitimately I think that if I were to just be reading this right now by myself, I would have almost no clue what's going on if not for like the students expositions and stuff like that. But in the bits in between and stuff like that, I'll be like, I've literally like I'm just like, that looks cool. You know what I mean? Because I remember when I was watching like the first Maharaga fight in Shibuya, or when I was reading the first Maharaga like a fight in Shibuya, I was literally just like, I have no idea who's winning, like, but this all looks really, really cool.
Oh yeah. Oh no, my ice cube landed on a book.
Dude, my dog is obsessed with ice cubes. I don't know why. She just loves eating ice cubes now.
Pat likes ice cubes, but he likes them when it's on the hard floor because he paws it and then he like skitters it across the floor to chase it.
My dog just chomps that shit.
Oh. All right. Yet, along with the signs of defeat came an undeniable feeling of satisfaction. Being the strongest sorcerer came with a sense of isolation. So the source of his present sense of fulfillment was, and we see Maharaga advancing on Gojo, trying to, whoa, no, it's not Maharaga advancing. Gojo advances on Maharaga, slamming him with a giant fucking left hook to the face. And we see he pushes him out using using the curse technique, blue, pulling Maharaga away from him. Phase, parameter, pillar of light. That curse chant. He's trying to recover lost output. Curse technique reversal. And we see from Gojo's shadow pours out rabbit escape. And we see Gojo calling out to his I don't know, adversary. I was gonna say lover, but I was like, no, that's Gato. That's
Oh my god.
Still hurting from Black Flash? It's time for you to come out of hiding. Red! As he throws the red into the shadow, he realizes he's found Sukuna running away from him. Maharaga hot on Gojo's tails as Gojo is hot on Sukuna's heels. Maharaga has adapted to my invulnerability, so it's on the offensive. Sukuna doesn't want me to destroy it, so he's on the defensive, and he's trying to make an opening so Maharaga can attack. Sukuna, being able to use the whole environment to his advantage, throws a random fucking fire extinguisher out at Gojo, but the fire extinguisher just explodes on impact against Gojo's Limitless as Maharaga is waiting far above him. This was also a really big meme in the JJK community because it was like they'd be like, where did Sukuna get that fire extinguisher? And they'd be like, my fire extinguisher technique. I haven't used this since the Heian era. Like, oh, Twitch crashes so much. The update fixed it, but no cigar. Yeah, I've been noticing my Twitch has been saying I go offline every so often while I'm live, and it's like, my Streamlabs say I don't have any dips in any of my bitrate or whatever, but then Twitch just randomly says I'm offline sometimes. I missed peak though. What'd you miss?
It's just Twitch servers, like whether you have good like bitrate and like stable connection and stuff like that. Sometimes Twitch servers just hiccup, from what I've noticed.
We see.
We've seen the fire extinguisher throw at Torimori. That's where we're at right now.
Peak meme. That's some like hidden meme cult. You had to be there because like, imagine for a week everyone making memes of Sukuna throwing fucking fire extinguishers at Firefighter Sukuna was one I really liked. That was.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Only you can prevent forest fires.
Mr. Boss Boy, we got up on the door Twitch servers.
Holy shit, no way.
Sukuna brings his hands together and Choso immediately recognizing the technique. Piercing blood? Sukuna launches a piercing blood towards Gojo. Gojo blocks it with his forearm using the Limitless technique, and Maharaga, going to bring down the blade on Gojo, misses him as Gojo dodges out of the way. And Gojo states, instead of merely providing support, Sukuna will also attack when Maharaga negates my invulnerability. That means this is 2 against 1. And what's with casually deploying a Shikigami's power without manifesting the Shikigami itself? Moves like Piercing Blood make use of Max Elephant's... Moves like Piercing Blood, making use of Max Elephant, requires skill on my level. So it's shown that, like, Megumi, through if he were to develop his technique to the fullest, could use Piercing Blood just by taking on the properties of Max Elephant, which is crazy.
That is wild.
Regardless of what comes with the domain, he can't use Malevolent Shrine and Ten Shadows at the same time. He may have been able to simultaneously draw on a Shikigami besides Maharaga, because he's adapted to my invulnerability and has enough resources left over for a curse technique. That means adapting to Reverse Red will take time compared to curse technique lapse. That's when it's time for me. That's better for me than Maharaga restricting my moves. But Gojo looks puzzled over at Sukuna as Sukuna brings his hand signs together and says, don't get the wrong idea. This isn't a 2 against 1. Nue. Totality. Merged Beast Agito. And we see 3 or more Shikigami poured into the same way Megumi could combine Shikigami together to have other properties brought to. Sukuna has brought out the rest of Megumi's arsenal in a merged beast. And on the next page is a double-page spread with Sukuna stating, it's 3 against 1. Gojo saying, you look like a lost child. We see Agito and Maharaga immediately try to assault freaking Gojo as Sukuna launches Piercing Bloods from Gojo's shadow. Gojo, realizing it behind him, he's getting assaulted from all different fronts. Hit from Agito, negated curse technique from Maharaga. Gojo lifts his fingers up before Maharaga and states, red. And Maharaga takes red immediately, and it has almost no effect. It's not having much effect, and not just because my output's low. I only had to hit it with red once, and not even directly, so maybe Maharaga's adaptation isn't all or nothing, but it happens in graduations. That leaves one way to erase Maharaga in a single blow. It takes time, and Sukuna's wary of it. That's why he keeps attacking instead of adapting to red. But there's no other choice. I'll have to finish it with unlimited hollow. Next chapter, we see Yuta state, I'm going to join the fight. Kashimo angrily says, no, come back. Do not interfere. If anyone is next, it's not you. We see Hikari be like, chill, Akotsu. Kashimo's right. Gojo said he only wants help if he gets weaker than you or me. Yuta states, that depends on the circumstances. Sukuna's domain just got wrecked. Rika and I would be effective against two Shikigami. Maki states, no, I'm the obvious choice. Kashimo saying, come on. Don't forget your role. If you die, we all lose our insurance. If we beat Sukuna now, that insurance won't be necessary. So we should take a chance. Yuji looks over to Yuta and says, Okotsu-senpai, do it. You have to. Oh my goodness. It's so intense. Kusugami puts his hands to his face, stressed out, and says, wait, you don't understand anything. Give me a break, you guys. Meimei says, listen, they each need something different for victory. Gojo just needs to beat Sukuna. Because the rest of us can probably handle Kenjaku. But even if Sukuna beats Gojo, he still has to immediately fight us. He must be holding back a killer move. And if we go out, he might unleash it. Shouldn't we ask for more trouble? That's right. That monster Arame is on standby too. Sukuna can't afford to unload everything he has, but Gojo can fight unhindered. This carries the best chance of success. Unhindered? All era sorcerers this clueless. You're missing the point, Kashimo states. This fight is for Satoru Gojo's sake. Whatever happens, it would be wrong to intervene. As we see them crashing through the building, Agito and Maharaga on Gojo's heels. Agito taking a swipe at Gojo, missing him. Maharaga taking its blade and piercing it into the ground behind him. We see a blorp and Gojo grabbing the tail of freaking the Agito and throwing it over there, ripping the snake's head off of the body of it. It immediately regenerates that snake's tail though, and we see that's Nue, with some of the great serpent, tiger, funeral, and round deer mixed into it. The key is round deer's regeneration. It hasn't adapted to Limitless Curse technique, but the condition for me to win is to destroy them with just one punch, just like for Maharaga. Maharaga lets out a giant slash towards Gojo, but he throws up his Limitless, dodging it easily, and he looks behind him as he sees that he's gone. He has left the building. Gojo, oh no, Gojo didn't leave. Gojo kicks Agito with a back kick and immediately throws his other hand over at Maharaga's face. We see Gojo meeting Agito face first with arms wide open.
Bruh.
He uses his Limitless technique to push Agito away, and he says, "You're repeating yourself. I can't let Sukuna heal. I need to prioritize destroying Agito. This is fine for now, as long as I don't let him use purple. When purple really cuts loose, its output is over 120% with some kind of binding vow. However, I got away with just losing... Pat! No! Knock it up! I'm so done with him. However, I got away with just losing 2 reinforced hands and taking a direct hit just under 4 kilometers. 4 kilometers away, that's crazy.
That is
Neither of
insane.
us is at full strength. If he lands a hit with purple at this distance, even just at 100%, it'll be fatal. Maharoga, how long are you gonna make me wait? That's not what I want to see. Forget Megumi Fushiguro. You are my shadow now. Show me what you got. As the wheel turns and Maharoga raises his fist on the next page, Gojo
Dude.
has his arm slashed off. And Maharoga has thrown a slashing technique into the building next to them. And Sukuna saying, very good. Maharoga with a slashing attack, he just threw the slash like Sukuna. Uh-oh, Gojo's healing power's low! As he's getting assaulted by Maharoga and Agito on both sides, with only one arm, Sukuna makes himself visible, appearing out of the shadows as they're all fighting against the side of this building. Sukuna kicks Gojo back into Agito, and as he meets Agito's face, he stops him with Limitless and says, this whole time, you haven't been able to keep up with the others. And he uses maximum output technique. Ooh! And he slams freaking Agito into fucking nothingness. If you remember the last time I think we saw maximum output blue was against Toji, when Toji had brought out that swarm or whatever and Gojo had destroyed the whole freaking place around. So that's not just blue, that's maximum output. And he slammed it against both Maharoga and Sukuna. And we see that he has destroyed Agito with just one blow with that. And the narrator states, 41 seconds from now, for the second time, Satoru Gojo's hollow purple will cut through Shinjuku. Oh.
Wow.
And we see, oh yeah, that was a black flash, wasn't it? Yeah. On the next opening chapter, we see a second black flash. And you see Gojo's cut off arms start to form above him. And Satoru Gojo's voltage ramps up. Meanwhile, the King of Curses, Sukuna Ryoma, is uneasy for the first time in a millennium. But oh yeah, Gojo wastes no time laying his fists into Maharoga, pushing him away from Sukuna. Sukuna realizing what's happening, he's taken Sukuna's arm, freaking grabbed him and threw him into Maharoga, into the building next to them. He lands another black flash into them, but Maharoga blocks it with the blade, and they're thrown through the building, and Gojo lifts his fingers up. Phase, parameter, pillar of light. The occurrence of cursed energy is when it wells forth from a sorcerer immediately before they activate a curse technique. It directly precedes the activation of a major technique, like domain expansion or a can't miss attack. Despite efficiency with cursed energy, Gojo is no different, especially not when using hollow purple. Sukuna determined from the cursed champ and scale of cursed energy that the following occurrence to follow would be cursed technique reversal red. Indeed, the determination wasn't wrong. I'll defend with Maharoga and adapt to make doubly sure. Curse technique reversal. But Gojo takes his fingers away from Sukuna and launches them towards the sky. Sukuna, quickly realizing what's happening, calls out for Daddy Maharoga to save him. Maharoga making its way to the outside of the building. Hollow purple causes blue and reversal to collide and thrust forward the resulting virtual mass. Maharoga making its way outside to try to destroy the blue as Sukuna had wanted. Gojo had released red, but just past it was the blue that had remained after crushing Agito. Like the red that swung around the government offices to approach Sukuna from behind, the red about to explode had no speed. Having adapted and gained the ability to eliminate it without fail, Maharoga had orders to reach blue first, before blocking a collision with red. even as Maharaga judged that its actions would be successful, Gojo used the attraction of Blue to move at high speed between Maharaga and Blue. Without a chance to choose a target for their curse technique, Maharaga had adapted to Blue, and thus Blue's attraction didn't affect the Shikigami. In other words, the adaptation had backfired. So Gojo used the pulling of Blue to make himself faster than Maharaga, and because Maharaga had already adapted, he can't do the same. And so as Gojo stopping Maharaga is getting in between them, we see Sukuna from the shadows going to launch a piercing blood. Immediately before the collision with Blue, Sukuna uses piercing blood to trigger and cause it to explode. So, he launches it and he says, "Too late. Phase, Twilight, Eyes of Wisdom." Gojo chants the words for Blue within condensed time, and it pulls the piercing blood away from Red. Having regained output due to an area following the chat, Blue swallows Sukuna's piercing blood. 9 ropes, polarized light, throw-in declaration, between front and back. Kusakabe-sensei, you were right. He couldn't have done this if I were been around to hold him back. Hollow purple. And we see on the next page, Gojo lets off what seems to be the biggest fucking hollow purple we've seen in the whole series. Oh! And the aftermath of it is almost akin to what Sukuna had done to Shibuya. As Sukuna lifts the rubble off of him, he's lost an arm. If I don't direct unrestricted purple, it hits me too. But I've suffered less damage. Maybe it's because it's my own cursed energy. I like these results. Ad-libbing purple at a distance also worked out. This is the first time for me. Gojo has regained output for reverse curse technique thanks to Black Flash. While Sukuna can't heal rapidly, lost Maharaga, and has sustained enough damage, he can't even fight empty-handed with amplification. So this means, yeah, Gojo won. And on the next chapter, we see, yo, what? No freaking way. Could things get any worse? How rude. And right after seeing me. I told one of my students, didn't I? That when it's your time to die, you die alone. Please tell me this is just my imagination. Gato responds, does it matter either way? It does. And then there's the matter of his father. Oh well, I already asked Shoko to handle that. So, how was the King of Curses? Man, he was crazy strong. Plus, Sukuna didn't even go all out. I'm not sure if I could have beaten him, even if he didn't have Megumi's 10 shadows. Whoa, he's so strong he made you admit that. I do feel a bit sorry for him though. As Gato questions it, Gojo explains, I can empathize with the magnitude of sheer solitude more than anyone else. I love everyone, and don't feel lonely now, but somewhere along the way there was a line I drew, not as a human, but as a living creature. You can make a flower bloom, you can admire it, but you can't tell that flower I want you to understand me. The skills I drilled into this tempered body of mine, my refined senses, even my haphazard tactics and explosive power, I gave it my all. I wanted to convey everything to Sukuna. I wanted him to know that the absolute strongest, the loneliness that follows, the one who will teach you about love is. As Gojo looks at his fist, he reminisces. It was fun, but Sukuna wasn't able to give it his all. And for that, I'm sorry. You're making me jealous. But if you're satisfied, then that's alright. Gojo questions Gato as he says satisfied. If you were among those patting my back, then maybe I might have been satisfied. Gato takes a moment and laughs at that. Gojo still states, anyway, I'm glad I didn't die just because of some old age or some kind of illness, but rather someone stronger. We hear a familiar voice shout, "What are you, a military general?" Nanami states, "No one thinks like that these days. It's creepy. But I guess that's the reason you were able to live longer than me." Haibara states, "It's all within a margin of error. For both of you." It's like I told Gato a long time ago. Why not just let you take care of everything by yourself from now on? You live for jujutsu. You don't wield it to protect something. You use it solely for the sake of satisfying yourself. You're a weirdo. Nanami, everyone has thought that, but no one says it out loud. Haibara, you're annoying me more than he does. Sorry. I mean, it's not like you're wrong. You clearly admitted to it earlier just now, Gato states. But Nanami smiles and says that was an end worthy of you. I won't condone it, but I can sympathize. Gojo asks him, "Well, thanks. How was yours?" "Oh, well, I butted into it." A curse can save people too, just like jujutsu. In the past, this is what Miss May had asked me when recommendations for leaving the country. If you want to start anew, head north. And if you want to return to your old self, head south. Without hesitation, I chose somewhere south. I'm such a backward-looking person, and yet, I bet on the future in my final moment. It wasn't a bad one. I've also got Haibara to thank for that. You're welcome. And Gojo looks at the ground, saying, "I see." And he shouts over to Principal Yaga, "Prez! Wasn't there supposed to be no such thing as a sorcerer dying without any regrets?" As all of them start laughing together, we see Nanami, Haibara, Riko's handler, and Toji in the background. And at the airport, Gojo says, "I pray that this isn't just my imagination." And on the next page, we see Gojo's corpse. In a double page spread, after that one, we see Sukuna start to explain Maharaga's adaptation processes slowly. Maharaga's adaptation process slowly starts analyzing once it receives an initial attack, and is complete after a certain amount of time. During that process, if it receives additional attacks, the completion time is sped up. Not only does it ensure the adaptation of the first jujutsu, but the analysis and doesn't stop, and the adaptation continues. What I desired from Maharaga was a model in order for me to breach through your invulnerability. This is the first time that Maharaga adapted to your invulnerability, and it transmuted its own cursed energy in order to neutralize and nullify your invulnerability. That was something I could not do, so I waited. And I waited until I could obtain an adaptation that would match your invulnerability. The second adaptation proceeded exactly as I hoped. That wasn't meant to be a slash like the ones I launched. That was an extension of the curse technique's target. Its target was not Satoru Gojo. It extended all the way through space, existence, and the world themselves so as to cut them. And on the next page, we see Gojo's torso and arm separated from his lower half. Without regard for invulnerability, as long as it exists within that space, the world, those existences would split apart. It was an incredibly difficult technique to obtain, but I did have quite the wonderful role model. You are magnificent, Satoru Gojo. I shall never forget you as long as I live. Gojo, before the last bit of life fades from him, smiles at Sukuna, and without wasting any time on the next page, the door to the building crashes open. Without taking any time to mourn the death of Satoru Gojo, soaring towards the battlefield was the god of lightning, Hajime Kashimo. I feel great. Don't you dare spoil it.
What the fuck, dude?
How are you? How you doing? I know Nanami was your guy.
Yeah, I know this is rough for you. It's like I knew this was coming. Like the whole internet, kind of spoiled me on this fight's outcome, but I thought that getting all the way through everything to get to this point was crazy hype. It was what a fight. How many chapters was that? Like that was like
we started from
14.
Mm-hmm. I've gone on and stated this is probably one of my favorite fights in all of manga history. I don't think I've ever experienced any I was there when Madara brought down the Biju. I was there when Ichigo fucking crashed into Ichigo crashed against the Stern Raiders, and I saw every captain's fight in Bleach. I've read all of Demon Slayer. I can't think of anything really that compares to this fight for me. It literally. Oh god, I'm trying not to cry.
It's definitely one of the most big brain, it's like there was so much analysis and depth to the fluidity of things, I guess, and this cracked the system wide open for people who were already top. We thought we knew what the top of the verse was, and then this happened, and
yeah, you're telling me, because I thought I had a good grasp when I was reading this week to week. I was like, oh yeah, I know what's gonna happen. And every fucking turning corner, Gege is like, nah, Gojo and Sukuna can rewrite this world if they want. It's, and
it was honestly insane. I definitely put it in my top 3 manga fights of all time, and I still have to kind of digest it a little bit more, but fuck, dude.
The double page spreads, the paneling of Gojo, the facial expressions, the quick wit, the humor intertwined with it, there's.
And all along it served a purpose that was grander than just Gojo trying to beat Sukuna, but specifically Gojo realizing that worst case scenario, if he isn't able to do it, at least he's able to provide through them looking through Mei's crows, in-depth analysis at what not to do for the other individuals who would precede him.
Yeah.
In fighting Sukuna, he's already really fucked up Sukuna significantly, and provided a shit ton of tactical foresight and just a very advantageous position for those who remain to continue fighting, I would say, which is huge.
So these next 2 chapters, I would go up front. I was distraught. I was like, fuck Jujutsu Kaisen, fuck Gege, I hate this bullshit. This is the shittiest.
I remember.
I was
I remember because I was definitely we were already besties at this point, and I remember hearing the whole internet react to what happened. I was on a call with with Pete and Balenci whenever the chapter scans dropped, and I got to and I didn't get spoiled right then and there, but I just I heard, I think, Balenci's reaction to reading what we just read, and he's just dude was popping. He was like, this can't be real, there's no way, this is impossible. And then the whole next week I just kept seeing the memes and stuff like that, and I remember you being just very upset for a minute.
Yeah, it was post Gojo depression. Then yeah, it's
That's
rough.
when you became the coping one.
Yeah, this was it.
I'm sorry, bro.
And this is literally the chapter. It's really hard to see. I don't expect you to see it, but if you remember, Gojo's corpse was in front of Sukuna, and if you look next to Sukuna, there's no corpse. So I was like, guys, it's not over. It's okay. He'll come back. Yeah, I think I was there too. No, I'm misremembering my beat. There's so many JJK moments like that. This really fucked with me though, but getting to reread it, experience everything that it stood for and what it set up for the rest of the series, like the culmination of Gojo's character reaching there is, yeah, I think he's meant to be a tragic character, and the only time he's ever like truly not to feel alone in this world is the time he dies, and I think that just like adds to his character for me, is just tragic.
Well, he thought back to the other like encounter he had where he was next to death when he fought Toji and learned reverse curse technique in the first place. That was another time where he felt alive. Like when he was literally just like, me being the way that I am right now, I can't even properly mourn like her at the end of Hidden Inventory and stuff. Like he was on top of the fucking world when like at that point. It's only like whenever he gets
It's
into
only through
situations
battle.
like that he, yeah. And so that's just when you write a character like that, I mean,
Yeah, that
this is to be expected, you know.
it's like I said, that one panel I was going crazy for with Gojo dragging Sukuna like Broly did Goku. That crazed look on his face, that giant smile is like that's literally like that's Gojo all encompassed for me. I love him. 10 out of 10 character. We'll never forget you, Satoru. And we're gonna oh look. Just a little bit long. I need another vape rip. This is rough. I thought I could do it. I thought I could do it. This is so fucking rough.
I definitely understand and can see why he's your boy. We don't have identical tastes when it comes to like anime, manga, like characters, but like I can respect that. I can absolutely see that he is phenomenal, and this fight was phenomenal. And just fuck Sukuna, you know.
Absolutely,
like,
fuck him.
the worst. Like I didn't think that my hatred for a character in this series could go much beyond Mahito. Like I still feel like I am more upset with Mahito than I am like Kenjaku.
Oh yeah.
But I don't know. It's close because he took Yuki from me. But like, I mean, nah, Mahito just so bad. But now, no, we got a new worst, you know. And I was already upset. This is fucked. This is insane.
As Kashimo leaps into the battle, I hate Mahito. I still hate Mahito most, TBH. He's just next level malignant. It's malignant in a way that like I think of Majin Buu in the first appearance he had, where he was so innocent that like he's just killing bystanders like it was like a child like playing with toys. Like Mahito was
like,
only like a couple of months old, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a tool that was like literally like designed and like was his sole purpose was to, and he had the wool pulled over his eye the entire time by Kenjaku. And so like, of course it's not a redeeming like thing. It's just like, I get that like, it's not necessarily like as serious as this when it comes to like Mahito's motivation was just like sure, and like, you know, like I'm serving my master and like I'm doing like and like I don't know, it's like of course they were reveling in it and having a blast while they were doing it, which, you know, we hate that, but like nah, this is worse. This is like 1,000 years worse easily, whereas Mahito was like a couple months, you know. I don't know, I definitely still hate Mahito like, but this is on another level, you know.
And to think this was Sukuna's plan ever since he saw Megumi about to summon Maharaga, like all the way back at the juvenile detention center, and he heard that chant. He had already like planned to use Maharaga to adapt to it. Hate him. I hate him so fucking much. Kashimo leaps into battle, and looking above, he says, "Here they come." Far above Kashimo, who had jumped from 203 meters above ground, appeared a giant block of ice and the frozen star known as Urame. But behind Urame are the cleanest J's I've ever seen in my life. No creases ever. Whose J's are those? Arame says someone's above me, and Hikari states, sorry, but I made a promise, so I've got to stop you. Arame states, well, that's news to me. And Hikari, without missing a beat, opens domain expansion and says, yeah, sure is. And we see that Hikari has captured Arame inside his domain, but the block of ice continued to fall. It melted before Sukuna, bringing him. The ice is merely a means of delivery, and the water splashes around Kashimo and Sukuna. And we see that in exchange for a desperate binding vow, Yorozu had constructed the item that had appeared from within the melting block of ice. Late but here, just in time for my... Your goat? I know who your goat is, but like, Dan, you better like watch that slander.
Oh my god.
We only have one goat in this series. I'm kidding. I'm emotional right now.
I know who he's talking about too. I know his goat. Oh my god.
Dan putting out the Cody rip is crazy. I can't tell if he's talking about Sukuna or Kashimo, and no, he's not talking about either. He's not.
He's talking about Hikari.
I don't think he's even talking about Hikari.
Say psych right now.
He's not. If I tell you who he's talking about, it'll spoil it for you, so I don't want to spoil for you. We're gonna get there very soon. The Arame we won is crazy. In exchange for a desperate binding vow, Yozuru had constructed the item that had appeared from the melting block of ice. Cursed Tool Supreme Martial Solution. Its effect was strangely just like old times. And we see Sukuna wield electricity from this cursed tool. But Kashimo stands strong before Sukuna, and we are told that the characteristics of Kashimo's cursed energy provide resistance to electricity. Sukuna, did you become the strongest sorcerer, or were you born that way? Beats me, but I was certainly a creepy kid. Well, if you've never known weakness, how can you interact with others, or ever show kindness? I couldn't do it. Others were brittle clods of earth before me. So tell me, must strength be lonely? Are the strong cursed to wander in search of limitless power? Sukuna takes the tool and beats it against his head. Greedy bastard. Satoru Gojo was like that too. I'll tell you, so bring it on, departed spirit. And as he says that, Kashimo, at freaking lightning pace, goes towards Sukuna and tries to kick him, but Sukuna is parrying every single blow before them. Kashimo brings out their, finally releases their technique, Mythical Beast Amber. Oh. And on the next page, Sukuna is surprised to see that, and Kashimo lands a clean freaking blow, two of them against Sukuna, a right and a left, and then Kashimo takes a giant freaking jump back, taking in a giant inhale of air.
What the fuck?
And on the next page, he turns into an Octorok and hits freaking Sukuna into the freaking point blank with energy. Sukuna immediately appears from the attack and says, well, that was loud. Mythical Beast Ambers reconstructs flesh in order to manifest phenomena that Kashimo converts from cursed energy. As Kashimo takes his newly developed claws into Sukuna's face, Sukuna dodges at the last minute, while Kashimo starts charging up another blast from their Octorok mouth and hits Sukuna with another left into the fucking... No, that's a right into his face, and throws him through the ground. Improved agility due to increased activity of electric signals in the brain, sound waves that optimize and attune the natural frequencies of substances, electromagnetic waves that vaporize irradiated objects. Kashimo's body manifests these phenomena and has now passed beyond the human realm. But after completion of this cursed technique, Kashimo's flesh collapses.
He said he can only use it once. So this is like a. Is that all? This is all in. Holy shit!
And Sukuna raises from the crater that Kashimo had punched him into, and Sukuna had found a way to repair his flesh only once. Besides reverse curse technique, he can do so by resuming transformation as a curse taking fleshly form, which he had purposefully interrupted before. And we see the four-armed demon known as Ryuman Sukuna has entered the battle. Next chapter, we see Kashimo using X-ray vision to analyze Ryuman Sukuna, and what Kashimo saw was perfection. You can tell Gege fucking loves Sukuna, and I don't fucking know why. Pisses me off. And on the next page, we get a beautiful double-page spread. That spooked me. Nice eye catcher, Dan. Even when performing curse gestures, his hands remain unfettered. And even when chanting a curse, his heart and lungs remain unburdened. Sukuna's extra arms and mouths provide an immense advantage over other sorcerers. His physical form may be greatly deformed, but that doesn't impede him in any way. And so they're saying, yeah, basically, if you look at Sukuna's tummy, he has another mouth. I hate him. Armed with both his physique and the cursed tools known as Supreme Martial Solution and Hiten, Sukuna annihilated the Sun, Moon, and Star Squad and the 5 empty generals serving the Northern Fujiwara clan, and routed the Abe clan's elite forces, which included Angels and Deshi Pacific. And routed the Abe clan's elite forces, which included Angels and Deshi Pacification Squad, composed of Sugawara clan remnants. So, way back in the day, Angel had fought alongside with the Sun, Moon, and Star Squad, which Uro was a part of in the Northern Fujiwara clan, and he beat them all. Crazy.
Yeah, that's wild.
Kashimo states, to have achieved so much, how beautiful. And we see Gege simping over Sukuna again, giving him another fucking pretty boy panel. But that doesn't matter. Kashimo leaps from his freaking position and starts laying a flurry of blows into Sukuna. But Sukuna, with 2 of his arms, punches Kashimo away. Kashimo screams out in pain, but it's not pain, and he actually wells cursed energy in a beam towards Sukuna, and we see Sukuna chant from his stomach, dragon scales, repulsion. And from his head mouth he says, evade this, pair of falling stars, dismantle. And we look over into the next panel after the dismantle. We see Kashimo state that that is what finished Satoru Gojo. A slash that can cut the world, and it slices off Kashimo's arm. Sukuna begins to explain. A fool once preached to me about love. She said I didn't know love, and that I was lonely like no other. I got the point, but it still hurt. She had the wrong guy. She'd have done better preaching to you or Gojo. Then again, with you guys, it's not so much you don't know. It's just you can't understand. What are you trying to say? You are strong, right? As Kashimo wells up all of their cursed energy before Sukuna. Sukuna gets behind them and lands a flurry of blows into them. Kashimo, welling up their cursed energy in their hand, tries to hit them with another beam. As Sukuna pushes them away, Kashimo raises their hand again to try to launch off one more attack before realizing that, something happened. Whoa, someone, Balinski's now following. Balinski, thank you for the follow. We see a cross dispatch, a pattern of dismantle coming towards Kashimo in a waffle. And on the next page, we see Sukuna explaining to the olden Kashimo. Many fierce fighters must have challenged you with all their strength and spiritual might. But they never cursed you. They wanted your recognition so they could know their worth, but you butchered them. All the while wondering how to treat others with care. If that isn't loving kindness, then what is? Others love us for our strength, and we respond to that love. Yet solitude troubles you. That's why I called you greedy. Kashimo responds, asking Sukuna, then are you satisfied? And if so, why divide your soul across the ages as cursed objects? I understand love, as you say. And I say to you, love is worthless. I've never needed anyone to satisfy me. I eat when I want to eat, play with what amuses me, and kill whoever's in my way. I live as it benefits my nature. If no one can grasp that, then that's their problem. Kashimo states to himself after pausing, and he says, doesn't that get old? No. Every human has a unique and fleeting taste, which makes devouring them the perfect way to pass time until death. And on the next page, we see Hikari's domain shatter, and Sukuna state, well, here he comes, huh? Hikari meeting Arame's annoyed expression with that giant Hikari smile. On the double page spread of Yuji and Higuruma coming down to fight the legendary cursed king, Sukuna. He states, but what can a little boy hope to accomplish here? Also, if you look at Yuji's arms, they are different than what they used to be. Oh.
This is insane, bro. Oh my god.
Hey Dan, it's time. This is what Dan's been waiting for. Late Gojo Colony, Iwate Prefecture. We see a reincarnated sorcerer running away. What the hell's going on? Is this an act of desperation because the culling games didn't go as planned? We see the reincarnated spirit running away. Each additional rule added to the culling game took it further from the bloodbath it was intended to be. That's probably because awakened sorcerers were reluctant to kill. So boredom led to soldiers invading the colonies, and even that wasn't enough for him? So now what? What does Kenjiku want? He prolonged past sorcerers' lives as cursed objects and gave them a second chance. But now he wants to take that all away? Talk about cruel. But as she makes her way through the forest, we see a cursed spirit envelop her head and start suffocating her. And the man we all know as Kenjiku starts monologuing. If something tastes bland, add seasoning. If it's too rich, dilute it. To me, you guys are like seasoning or water. No emotion necessary. As she starts to die, she takes her hair and forms it into a spear and tries to hit Kenjiku with it, but he dodges it effortlessly while she drowns in the cursed spirit. I'm usually dispositionate, but I do detest needless waste, and upon flicking that cursed spirit, immediately kills the reincarnated sorcerer.
This panel is sick.
Kenjiku is met with a question asking him, how do you know where the players are? Tracking isn't hard once you've tagged the reincarnated sorcerers with cursed objects, and the awakened sorcerers with cursed seals. Not that I've had to. They've been surprisingly reluctant to leave their colonies. Adapting to society and getting hunted down are both unattractive options. She's already dead, but you're still talking. Is that typical for people who have lived as long as you? Notification of points is no longer happening. Well, we don't have many friends left. But you can be my friend, Hazanoki. As we see the man with teeth and eyeballs that explode.
I hate this guy's power. Oh my god.
Yeah, right. Great, but there are conditions. One, You must never bore me. And 2, you must be my equal. I was joking. You took that seriously? I've had enough of friends with long hair. Oh, that's too bad. Wait a moment. As Gege cruelly draws Kenjaku looking at the phone so he can draw Gojo's dead corpse one more time. Ah, I see. Extension of a curse technique's target. Looking good. Hazanoki states, he lost. If Gojo had won, he'd have come for you next. Then I could have expected backup. I wouldn't count on any. I've used barrier techniques to conceal cursed spirits around myself and Shinjuku. They're on the lookout for certain things. One is cursed energy volume. If even one leaves, I'll know. I'll know the aggregate of cursed energy for all sorcerers in Shinjuku at all times. Okotsu, who's number 2, is especially easy to notice. Of course, I have shared vision with all the cursed spirits, so I can see what they see. In addition to Maki Zenin, a physically gifted awakened type, there's Mei's younger brother, who I suspect has a curse technique for spatial transference, which means I can't be the only one on guard against sorcerers. So, you're ready to run at any time. Lacking confidence, huh? Well, my point is that it's just the 2 of us. We can make it if we try. Just the 2 of us. And on the next page, we have this gross fucking double page spread of Kenjaku's cursed spirits coming out of the woodwork. Coming to attack Hazanoki. And Kenjaku stating, do you really think you can stand against me until help arrives? But Hazanoki throws a tooth at the spirits, causing a massive explosion in the woods. Running away and trying to make his way out of there, he takes his eyeball and shoves it down another cursed spirit's mouth, watching it explode, and we see Hazanoki's eyes start to steam. And Kenjaku states, I know you can use reverse curse technique. That's why I aimed for your head. Even if you suck, you are one of the reincarnated ones, aren't you? Too bad. This way you can't apply reverse curse technique from the neck down. Like that woman said, what do you want? Huh? Oh, didn't I tell you? I'm talkative, so I forget what I say, especially if it's someone I don't care about. I'm ending the culling game. Killing all the players is the binding vow. Then I'll activate the mass merger of the people with Japan, with the higher being that is Tengen. Nah, I don't get it. Don't you want to see what you haven't seen? And don't you want to confirm that what you think is interesting is actually interesting? And the freaking dark shadow upon Kenjaku, silhouetted, is that not what life is about? Beats me. You can eat it for all I care. And he kills Hazanoki. As Kenjaku makes his way through the streets, he says, seriously? And a familiar face says, at last, I have arrived in Hakodate!
Oh my god. Holy shit, no way. Is this actually about to happen? On the next page, we see Kenjaku respond, no, this is Iwate. He immediately readies his cursed spirits and says, has he come to fight me on his own? I don't see crows, and that means Mei isn't watching. Judging from the cursed energy levels, perhaps the younger brother's curse technique is responsible for this sudden appearance. Their choice of assassin makes no sense, which is disturbing, but as he crashes the cursed spirit into Takaba, we see Kenjaku state, awakened players bore me. They're just here to fill out the player roster. The only one I sense any potential in is Hiromi Higuruma. And on the next page, Takaba states, damn, Monk, are you trying to kill me? You've done it now. I'll toss you in the clink, so get ready. And with the best fucking panel of Kenjaku's reaction, he says, oh, it has just happened. I've never sensed this before. It feels like my attack worked, but it didn't have an effect. Real quick, hold on.
No, it can't be the next page. It has to be the next page. The world
Oh
is
my
full of
God.
thrills, but the most thrilling thing of all is when comedians who are only there to pad out the cast end up stealing the show. And Kenjaku pauses before stating, "Indeed, I don't disagree." And that's where the chapter ends.
I need this. I've literally needed this. Holy shit. Like exactly what you were saying about Gege just absolutely fucking loves like Sukuna. I feel the same way about Kenjaku. I need this fucker to die. I'm just like, I just need this guy gone, and this is the most hilarious way it could possibly happen. Holy shit.
Did you say hilarious because I'm a comedian?
Oh my god.
I want you to know Dan posted the Renchi picture, and this is what he meant by his goat. I knew he meant it.
Oh my god.
This is Dan's goat.
Oh.
Insane voice choice. What do you mean insane? Is that... I thought it was appropriate. I love it. Oh, the next page! Look at them! Look at them! Look at Yuji's arm! Look at Maki! Look at Hikari's fucking J's. I love them. Sorry. Oh. God. Oh. No! Jesus Christ. Is there ever gonna be a time when that doesn't fucking scare the shit out of me? Probably not. We see, and then opening up this chapter, we should attack Kenjaku before the fight between Gojo and Sukuna ends. Everyone looking surprised to hear that. Even Hannah, who Angel is residing in, is surprised to hear that. Beating Sukuna won't mean anything if Kenjaku achieves his goal of merging the people of Japan with Tengen. Well, judging from Kenjaku's addition to the rules, eradicating all the players may be a condition of ending the culling game. It scares me even when I'm watching JJK. You're so right, Torimori. Then why worry? Hikari-senpai and I are players, and as long as we're fighting Sukuna, Kenjaku can achieve his objective. Kusakabe thinks to himself, if we defeat Sukuna, for our players to get annihilated, interfering would be senseless. Miwa is a player, but she doesn't participate in the fighting, so there's no reason to be negative. What if Gojo loses and Kenjaku group... Oh. What if Gojo loses and Kenjaku's group launches a surprise attack? Well, that'd suck. If we had our hands full with Sukuna, even if they didn't, and we narrowly beat Sukuna while Gojo loses, we'd be in a bad way while facing Kenjaku. There's a possibility that Sukuna will do to us what we're trying to do to him. Well, if we surprise him with just one fighter, maybe Zenin would have a chance? But we shouldn't divide our forces before fighting Sukuna. Besides, our assassin would need to be up to the task, and even though we are grade 1 sorcerers, are competent, we're underqualified. Doesn't that mean you're incompetent? Oh, come on! I have a record of running away, so don't count on me. And Angel says, I nominate Fumihiko Takaba.
Bro.
Hikari
Like,
says, yeah, I know. That one goofy player, the guy with his junk cap exposed, it could have a bad effect on his curse technique, so don't tell anyone what I'm about to say. Not even Takaba himself. And everyone questions it. Angel reveals that Takaba's curse technique is, and Kenjaku states, he did it again. And on the next page we say, oh, it's a 2, so I'm totally, oh! Yes, the cursed spirits are biting him while he...
This is crazy.
In the next page, Kenjaku states, he's making a mockery of my curse techniques. Lad, that wasn't in the source material. Long-haired boy, you activated my trap card. It seems he can, and if you recognize that panel, it seems this player can manifest phenomena. And he looks like Bandit Keith from Yu-Gi-Oh! He can create and control things he imagines, so if I'm not careful... No! That will good on you! My jujutsu will have no effect, despite all the knowledge I've gained across 1,000 years. What a pesky player, but every curse technique has a weakness. Who are you? Fumiiko Takaba, with Nabe Nabe Entertainment. I ain't bragging, but last year I made the first round of P1. P1 is a competition for determining the best stand-up comedian in Japan. That was a deep Yu-Gi-Oh memory, wow. Yeah. That shit gets me. This is
In
like...
America.
On the next page, Kenjiku immediately roasts Takuba and says, "Isn't the only funny thing about P1 how poorly handled it is? Alright, you just pissed off every single comedian." I suppose you wanted me to say, but that means you didn't pass the first round, or even amateurs pass the first round. You crap monk! So you belong to Nabe Nabe. I assumed you were in Pony. Well, everyone says that, but I admired a certain comic. I grew up watching Laughing Dog, which are actually like stands of comedians throughout the years in Japan. And Kenjiku states, "Hey, I can actually have a conversation with this guy. Not the show vocabulary? Well, I guess that was obvious enough." And Takaba thinks to himself, "Wait, maybe this dude actually likes comedy."
Bro.
Thank you for the subscription, Valenci. Holy shit, I really appreciate it.
Goat. A goat, bro. Oh my god.
So why are you doing this? What do you mean by this? I'm making people kill each other and murders just to give birth to monsters and stuff. Well, because it sounds interesting. Entertaining. I've already had this conversation today. The short answer is that I'm intellectually curious. So, would you give up if you found something more interesting? Possibly. Make me laugh if you can! It's written all over your face! As he has a mirror appear before him, "Make me laugh" is written in Kenjiku's face. What? Okay, I'll do a simple gag. It's copyright free, so go ahead and use it as your own. Kenjiku trying to wipe the freaking ink off of his face. Fumihiko Takaba performs his signature joke. "Don't marry me! I don't want you as my Wi-Fi!" Kenjiku sighs. Let me guess. You thought of that up as a coffee shop. You thought of that up while at a coffee shop, or someplace when you were able to connect with crappy Wi-Fi. Whoa! Spot on! Of course! I'm a pro! What? Folks in front of a TV at home might not get that joke. The Wi-Fi joke will forever hit. That shit's so fucking funny. For example, take the Harinashi's joke about how you can't stand up if you pull out your own backbone. It's a quick joke with a setup and punchline, but your Wi-Fi joke is only a punchline, and that just won't cut it. Ugh, it really sucks when someone who gets it really rejects your joke logically. And immediately they're pulled into a judging panel, and Kenjiku states, "You're only amusing yourself. Doing comedy with you is no fun," Takaba remembers. "Consider your audience when crafting your jokes." And they're brought back to the fold, and Kenjiku elbows Takaba in the stomach, causing the first bit of damage into him and knocking him through the... I know. It's... I want you to know that this fight is what pulled me out of post-Gojo depression. Gege knew I needed this. Ah, I can tell that one actually landed. Activating his curse technique may require confidence and certainty. Sorry, I need some water for the voices.
Oh, you're good, dude. Holy
Whatever!
shit.
You're just a poser who's never even been on stage. It doesn't matter if you can't get my jokes, as long as other people do. Are you sure you should be the one saying that? As Takaba takes a giant gulp, and he looks dejected towards the ground. He says, "Alright, let's have a staring contest. He who laughs first loses. Ready, set, go." And Kenjiku takes his both of them.
What? What? What is this panel? No shot, dude.
We see Takuma literally exhales out of his nose, and Kenjiku hits him with a freaking right hook to the jaw, knocking him even further into the forehead. Look that
I'm
way.
actually crying. Oh my god. Hold on. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh. No fair! It was a staring contest! As Takuma punches the ground. On the next page, he starts thinking to himself, is an amateur funnier than me? Now that I think about it, it is humorous for a handsome guy with fair and delicate features to have long hair and wear a monk's robes. And what with those forehead stitches? All of that together? It's actually hilarious. Two types of comics will always be in demand. Comics who are funny, and comics who think they're funny. It's okay, I am funny, I'm funny, And as he looks up, he sees the dead body of Hazanoke before him, and Takaba begins to start wheezing, getting anxious for the first time in his life, as Kenjiku comes up behind him and says, "What's wrong? Go on, laugh. You're an entertainer, aren't you?" Takaba thinks to himself, "This ain't funny. Doing comedy with you is no fun. If we don't laugh, then why would the audience? Why did I ever become an entertainer?" The next page, the next chapter starts off at Tantan University. "You're late! You don't even write our jokes, so you still can't be on time? We don't have much time before our next performance." We have a flashback to before Takaba had dyed his hair black and done everything. His comedian partner walks in and says, "My bad. Well, how many times is this? Whatever. Let's get started." On the next page, we see them practicing their performance. "Rapper Rice knows his place, and it's all in your face." Huh? Oh, the rapper bit? Yes, they both stand there saying nothing. Takaba asks him, "You haven't memorized it." My bad." "You really don't mean that." "No, I do. Then apologize. Don't say my bad. Actually say you're sorry. I'm too busy covering for your loser ass." "What?" Oh, his partner states he's too busy covering for his loser ass, and Takaba replies with a "what?" And his partner starts going on. "You never go out drinking with us, and you never even laugh at the other comedians from the stage wings." "Well, I would, if they were funny. Thanks to me, the older guys don't treat us like dirt." "So what? Is that a good reason to show up to rehearsal hungover?" "Yes, it is. We perform like twice a year, but we've done the same material to death. You're always bragging on about all the women you sleep with on staff and all the connections you have with the shady industry insiders. But do you really think buttering up losers who wouldn't last a minute in Ushijima-kun would make us funny? Get a brain, man." "What's your problem? Irritated the babes don't dig you?" As he hears that, Takaba punches his partner across the face. "That's not what this is about! I want you to take this seriously!" And we see the quote come up again. "Doing comedy with you is no fun. If we don't laugh, then why would the audience? Why did I ever become an entertainer?" We see Takaba's review of his performance got a 1 on the freaking grading scale, and the comments said, "Even aside from your jokes, you make me want to puke. Die already." Don't let it get you down. You can't make 100 out of 100 people laugh. I don't dislike your jokes, Takaba. Yeah, you're right. As we see Takaba scared out of his mind, running away from the cursed spirits that are chasing him, he asks himself again, Why did I become a comedian? I can't do this anymore. Come on, let's try a little harder. How much longer? We're in our 30s. We're middle-aged. Our classmates all have proper jobs and titles. They're supporting their families. And we see their tutus with swan dongs on them. How long are we gonna do this? How long? Swan dongs. It's crazy. I know.
Wow.
How long, huh? Well, first let's see what, but I don't have a partner anymore. I want to be a regular on a sketch show, and then there's the emceeing on an idol show. Comedy fans tend to look down on that work, but it's good for testing how much you can make. Girls who are basically unknown amateurs look interesting than those girls who end up going on variety shows, and how long am I gonna do this? Until I do what I think is funny to the fullest. Why did I become a comedian? I want you to take this seriously. I was a kid who was hard on others, so everyone hated me. I was lonely. I wanted to change, so I started goofing around as much as possible. And I got laughs. The other boys realized I wasn't all bad, and it felt good. Above all, I made friends. But I couldn't make it work with a partner. I can't do Manzai with you. Were you serious about that? If I was serious, then this wouldn't be comedy. I wish I could do that. As he slurps up more noodles, on the TV we see the next duo to appear. Itakaba watches with intensity, trying to learn what he can from his comedians. I want people to know me better. If they do, they'll think I'm funny. And then I won't be lonely anymore. Itakaba starts talking to his younger self, asking him, what do you mean, doing comedy seriously? People want to see me goof around. That may not be what's important. Your backstory doesn't matter to the audience. Breaking, like, almost the third wall. But is doing it seriously fun? Like, why are you a comedian anyway? I want people to know me. That's why I started. So why did I say that? Well, it doesn't matter if you don't get my jokes, as long as other people do. Ken was right about what he said. He wasn't telling me to give up. You can't make 100 out of 100 people laugh. But in order to protect myself, I took it that way. I gave up because that was easiest. I didn't respect comedy. At some point I stopped taking it serious because I was afraid of getting hurt. And you see him start sniveling and crying. He's just sad, crying and snotty. And on the next page we see Kenjaku with a giant grin on his face, about to end Takaba's life, when before him he notices something and stops dead in his tracks. Looking at the prostrating Takaba before him, he notices, what an earnest and deepful bow. I never achieved that until my late 30s, remembering the Fibonacci sequences, the golden ratio and everything. Wait! No! What am I thinking? I'm sorry! Takaba cries out before the cursed user. Play on! I don't really think it matters if you don't think I'm funny. I'm funny! As long as other people do. I didn't want to get hurt, so I discounted you, and I discounted others to protect myself. But I'm not satisfied with even 99 out of 100 people laughing at me. I've got to make that last person laugh, so... And with a newfound resolution, Takaba meets Kenjaku's gaze, saying, I'm gonna make you laugh your guts out. That's my brand of comedy. And Kenjaku states with "hehe" written on his face, but can you make me do that? Next chapter. Oh. It opens up with special grade rebel spirit, Akuru Otake. And he launches the cursed spirit at Takaba. But Takaba summons Truck-kun from every isekai anime, saying, watch out! It's a really cool double-page spread.
This is insane. This isekai, that cursed spirit, that's crazy.
This is gonna get really, really wacky. It's gonna get breakneck. But Takaba says, oh, are you okay? You shouldn't jump out like that. The first fault is yours. It's a ratio at a 10 to 0. Kenjiku immediately takes a stance and he starts going to arrest him. You heard the man. Have you been drinking? I'm gonna need to take your breathalyzer. Breathe into this bag as Takaba steps out of the truck. It's stated that if the goldfish inside dies, you're under arrest. What's already at the store? And so Kenjiku and Takaba go through the emergency room and say, "Get it on, Granny! Can you hear me, Fishy? You're in the hospital. His consciousness level is Final Fantasy 10! And Kenjiku makes a Pikachu reference saying, "Prepare for deliberation! I choose you! Clear!" And he shocks Takaba and he says, "I don't like Kenjiku hitting the table. We were too late. Even with modern medicine has its limits. I'm so bummed. Gather the nurses to fawn over me. Kenjiku, dressed up as a nurse, says, "No way." And talk about going to swing at Kenjiku dressed as a nurse. "I told you I'm bummed, and I don't care. What's wrong with you? Is that any way to treat out someone who's bummed out?" "You seem pretty lively to me." "All right, let's settle this fair and square with rock, paper, scissors." "You're on. If I win, old-fashioned candy makes a comeback." "Ja-ja-ken, ja-ja-ken, ja-ja-ken, ja-ja-ken," as they both start dancing to each other, going to throw rock, paper, scissors. On the next page, they both say yay and ready their ja-ja-kens again. Ja-ja-ken, 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 ja-ja-ken. 1, 2, 3. Both of them throw scissors and jam in each other's fingers up their nose.
What the fuck is going on?
Kenjiku is blown away and he says, "His curse technique doesn't manifest things and compel my participation. It even integrates my thoughts and feedback. It's soul resonance." And then they're both brought to the freaking contestant stage. Question number 1. Don't expect me to play the fool and get this wrong. Well, I wouldn't want you to. I hate fools who play the fool.
Okay.
Phrase sort of like "the world isn't amusing, so be amusing" was read by Shinasaku Tasugagi.
Yes, but there's more. What? Idiot. You should have expected a fake out. In particle physics, nuclear physics, and the term for a group of subatomic particles held together by strong interaction. Beats me. A hadron. But you already hit the buzzer.
Dummy, your dad was an eye doctor.
What's that? Yoshikage Tsukage. Such unrefined resentment.
Second question. Which one is hard to say to someone? We see self-recommendation and designated school recommendation. Huh, what an easy win for me. Twitch is crashing. Are we good? Can you hear me, Vex?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I wanted to make sure it wasn't my internet. I gotta take a sip.
Takaba states, "What? Don't you know? Don't you know that not declaring an easy win, even if you know the answer, which means it is a challenging question?"
Def, not you, it's me. Oh, I've heard that one from my ex before.
Oh my god.
Someone help!
Takaba realizes as they're running towards the door, a cat in the middle of the crosswalk.
A cat crossing the street! I've got to reach it in time!
As he tries to get the cat from getting hit from a car, on the next page we realize that the cat is actually Kenjiku dressed as a cat. And Takaba gets...
Fuck.
Takaba gets hit by the car and immediately starts planking and he says, "Hey, is that...
Meow! 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 Meow!
a drowning cat?" Kenjiku tries to make its way through the crashing waves. "Bring in there! I'll rescue you!" And Takaba, meeting behind him with a speedboat, crashes into him. That's a jet ski.
This is revenge!
Kenjiku, getting splashed with the water, says, "Now you've done it." And they both start playing in the ocean together.
What the fuck is going on, dude? How do you win this fight? I'm just so confused. I love it, but at the same time, what the fuck?
Kenjiku thinks, I haven't had this much fun in centuries. My heart's leaping for joy. It makes the culling games completely worthwhile. Takaba comes to a realization while drowning and lifts himself up. Wait, taste the water. Kenjiku, after tasting it, he says, I think it's Fanta, which means they're in a fantasy.
Oh my god.
Kenjiku, laughing about it, says, at this rate, I'm going to lose. These simulations are mere simulations to him, but the damage I'm suffering is taking a toll. This won't end until he satisfies his desire for laughs. It's a fight that brute force won't settle. I want you. This is so much funnier when you think that during the fight with Yuki, he never expressed having to exert himself at all. He had always had a plan to meet everything. But for this fight, he's like, oh shit, I'm gonna fucking I'm getting beat I'm getting hurt. Like,
yeah, this dude is like literally against a actual black hole fighting a special grade sorcerer. He was just like not even sweating. Like he fought like the curse painting, Tengen, the master of barriers, and Yuki, and he was just fine. This dude was just pulling out his bag like, I got a thing for that. Like it was no fucking sweat for him. Never stressed a single fucking set. Like this is so poetic. I love it. Holy fuck.
On the next page, we see him state, and in that case, huh? Warm-up time's over. It's showtime, partner. Oh, yeah. And Kenjiku and Takaba make their way towards a singular microphone, performing as a comedy duo. The comedian putting the pause on him, literally. You're so right, Bulletsy. He's pausing him out. I want you to think, though, where we left off. We left off with Sukuna getting fucking,
This is insane.
I think Gege knew we needed this. My depression was real. This had to be week to week, back to back, and I was like, all right, I was too hard on Gege. This is in my top 3 favorite JJK fights of all time. I don't even care.
As good of a villain as he is, I hate Kenjaku and I need him to get fucked up, and he's just been so prepared for everything. So this is peak. This is absolute peak. Holy shit.
Also, if you look at the chapter title, I forgot to mention this. It's called Foolish Survivor, Laughing It Up. It's actually the real, the Japanese for it is Baka Survivor, which is the second opening to Bo 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 Bo.
I think there are a few too many bows there, but that's huge.
It's just, it's perfect. Everything about these set of chapters is perfect. Hey, what's up? Are you free on Wednesdays? Wait, why are you asking now? We've already started. Well, I'm free, unless it's to help a friend move. Oh, well, never mind then. Wait, you were gonna ask me to help you move, weren't you? No, we're Pinchan. Remember us as Pinch and Chance. Our names are Takaba and Kenjaku. Anyway, pleased to meet you. Are you familiar with Momotaro? No. Come on, work with me here. All the parents tell that folk tale to their kids. Well, I don't know it. Seriously? Oh my god, sorry, that burp was working its way out. Seriously? Dad wasn't around, and Mom was busy. Oh, I'm sorry. That must be a sore subject. I don't know what you think of about fatherless homes, but I was happy. I had a loving mother who read stories to me all the time, that's Takaba. Oh, what do you think about fatherless homes? But I was happy. I had a loving mother who read me stories all the time, like Momotaro. So, oh no, that is Kenjaku. And Takaba gets mad and he says, so you do know it. Why did you lie? Well, because I'm lonely and I crave attention because my mom was busy. Ugh. You're a bit too harsh at the start. Oh, I noticed when you clicked your tongue at me. I did not. What's your problem? Everyone in the crowd is starting to laugh at the two. I'm sensitive to moods, so I tell old tales to lighten things up. Well, I don't understand it. Maybe you prefer a dog or a monkey or a pheasant for friends. No, I was employing a little conversation. Like I said, I'm too dumb for that. Momotaro was actually born after the old man and woman ate a rejuvenating peach and bumped uglies. Too much info, man. But yeah, that's one thing.
His face.
I wouldn't know. I'm too dumb. But you never know until you try, so I'm off to fight demons, Granny. Hey, not so fast. Momotaro, please take these Eevee dumplings with you. No can do. I've got a phobia of food that make people food that people make by hand. Just shut up and take it. But they do look delicious. As an old woman taking it easy on her pension, you must have had time to spend making them. But the elderly are a burden on the younger generation, so I'll be glad when I don't have to see your mug anymore, you old butt. You're the worst! But don't die yet, okay? How sweet of you. You're already back in my good graces. Ain't that funny? And more people are starting to lose it in the stands. Look, a golden retriever. Oh, wait, make it a Japanese breed or something. That's too jarring. Maybe a mutt or a Shiba Inu. These dumplings are tasty. They even won a gold prize. Every fried chicken wins that. Not winning is what's hard. Wait. Is it okay to give dogs dumplings? Now you're being too realistic. I better not. It may have onions in it. Good point. After all, onions are toxic to dogs. There's a phone number on its collar. Enough of the details, it's too jarring. Hello? Yes? I think it's a golden... Oh, it's a Labrador? Now you're just yanking it up with the dog's odor? The owner lives in Nermina. That's 30 minutes on foot. What about fighting demons? I'll call Demon Island to cancel. I wonder if their phone number is on the website. Ooh, it has a profile on the Tablog site. Must you be so jarring? Whoa, it only has 2.1 stars. Does that matter right now? Hello, I'd like to cancel my reservation for today. Oh, there's a cancellation fee. And on the next page, a double-page spread of their comedian act. Here's what I'll do. I'll send that monkey and pheasant ahead to fight. Hold on a second. Yes? The demons are sure to kick their butts. Didn't you learn in school that piece metal attacks don't work? Idiot. Haven't you heard of air supremacy? They can't touch a pheasant in flight. It will be dropping poop bombs. And poop bombs are awesome. Are you in elementary school?
What is this fucking face? Why is he wet? Like
they're up on a stage performing comedy.
I know, but like bro.
Looks like we have to choose between easing John owner's worry. The dog doesn't have a name. Or sparing my animal sidekicks' lives. Well, obviously sparing the lives are more important. Well, anyway, I'm firing the pheasant. Wait, what? Why? So the owner doesn't quail and worry. Nice fun, and the crowd's up in their seats. What's wrong? I just realized this has to end. It's my dream performance. Your fans love how you look, but they don't know the first thing about comedy. But I like even them. They're adorable. And we see the fans have fans, is reading out, Ken Kun, leave me in stitches. So I don't want this to end.
Bro.
And Takaba starts getting all teary-eyed and snot forming out of his nose. I don't want it to end. Don't cry. It'll kill the mood. And as he pats him on the chest, he looks at Takaba resting peacefully on the floor, and he states, that's enough. Takaba looks over and says, thank you. And Kenjaku finally states, you You really cracked me up. And on the next page, Yuta Kochi has appeared, and behind it, Kenjaku goes to try to activate curse technique, reversal anti-gravity, but it's not fast enough. We hear a clap of hands, and before him, Okochu is on the other side. How did this happen? Okochu has immense cursed energy. Why didn't I notice? And as Kenjaku's head falls to the ground, he says, "Oh, I get it." And Takaba thinks to himself, "I didn't want any interruptions."
What the fuck, dude?
As Kenjaku's head falls to the ground, he says, "Was that your plan all along? We know Takaba wouldn't kill anyone." "I see. I hate to leave so much undone, but my will shall be carried on." To be continued.
What the fuck, dude? Oh. I Peak is right. Oh my god. He said you should do manga readings professionally.
I do. I try to. I did Dawn to Dawn not too long ago, but
I heard you're doing Kagurabachi next, right?
I am doing Kagurabachi next. It's gonna be Peak.
Oh my god, dude. What a wild ride that whole encounter was. Holy shit.
So that was
here we go.
That was Dan's goat. We see Higuromi Hiroma make his way down to the freaking King of Curses along with Itadori Yuji. Both of them seeing the King of Curses with a grin upon his face. We are greeted with Kusakabe in a flashback. He states, Takaba creates an opening against Kenjaku and Okotsu kills him. That only happens after we have confirmation that Gojo has lost, but Okotsu will have to hustle back. Seriously. Against Sukuna, it'll be all-out war, but we're still gonna have to decide who's gonna fight. Are they dumb? If it's all-out war, everybody fights, and I'm first. Kashimo states, rest in peace. Enough time has passed.
Sorry, I had to do it. I had to do it.
Oh my god. There's no point in sending someone out to the front who will die right away without even creating an opening, like Miwa. Not only does she lack skills, but she imposed a binding vow on herself in Shibuya to never swing a katana again. And Geto blocked my attack barehanded, like Ichigo and Aizen. A sorcerer should be able to use cursed energy to reject Tengen's merger with the people of Japan. If Sukuna and Kenjaku win, the monstrous offspring of the merger wreaks all havoc. All over the world, there's a chance that some people can survive. Though Kenjaku survives, he'll kill anyone who's a player in the culling games. Yeah, rip Kashimo. Do you like waffles? Yeah, we like waffles. Even then, survival is impossible for a few days. Longer if only Sukuna wins and survives. Noritoshi Kamo gets out of his chair and says sorry, but count me out. I doubt I'll be of any use anyway. I want to protect my family. I intend to flee with them overseas. Really, and immediately before explaining further, he says, that's fine. I don't need an explanation. This isn't an execution. It'd be strange if someone was cut out for this fight. Yuji states, thank you for teaching me so much, senpai. After all, Choso can't teach for squat. Oh, really? Combats will include anyone with reverse curse technique and anyone who wants to die, or doesn't mind dying. Everyone else will be backup or sit out. Higuruma raises his hand and says, I'll go in after Kashimo. Yuji looks scared, but Higuruma... Low-key fuck Yuji for that, yeah. My curse technique can confiscate Sukuna's curse technique. He's acting like he expects me to lose. Hey, it's just in case. We're grateful for letting Gojo go first. Well, I don't like it. If he receives the death sentence, I can fight Sukuna with Executioner's sword. Well, a sword meant to kill in one blow, huh? That'd be great. But the ruling may not be confiscation or death, right? It depends on what judgment charges against Sukuna. Even you can't choose. Right. Me and Sukuna swapped 3 times. High school, the juvenile detention center, and Shibuya. A lot of people died at the detention center and in Shibuya. You could have your way with regard to Sukuna's actions in Shibuya and the time in Fushiguro's body. Given the crimes he's committed, isn't death sentence likely? No, I don't think so. Here's what I know about Sukuna. Oh.
He's got plot armor.
For real.
Sorry.
There's this man named Gege who really likes him. First, there's
don't know if
Itadori's
Gege's a
high
man.
school. Ugh, man. You're right, but I haven't seen a woman who doesn't like Gojo. Gege hates that motherfucker. First there's Itadori's high school. Bodily injury to Itadori, possession of his flesh, and attempted murder of Satoru Gojo. Then there's the detention center. Murder of Itadori, but possibly only attempted murder since Itadori came back to life, and the attempted murder of Megumi Fushiguro. Finally, there's the Shibuya murder. 2 curse user high school girls, attempted murder of numerous civilians, murder of the sorcerer with the pigtail, arson of the inhabited buildings. If you remember the pigtail, it was that one guy, Nanami, lifted his ponytail up and said, "Where are your allies and how many?" That's what they're referring to. Oh,
The lucky one, right?
Yep. He also possessed Megumi Fushiguro, but depending on Fushiguro's condition, the possibilities are bodily injury, murder, and illegal possession of a dead body. The detention center was worse than that. It'll be hard to accuse Sukuna of crimes due to the cursed objects that are his fingers. Those crimes are indirectly Sukuna's fault, but he didn't fully, willfully, or abate in those crimes. That could also make it hard to charge him for Junpei Yoshino's mother. And Yuji, remembering Junpei, dejectedly looks at the ground. A guilty verdict for a single murder results in 10 to 15 years of imprisonment. Killing 2 people is imprisonment for life or death. 3 or more normally means death. Sukuna's actions are cruel, selfish, and deleterious to society. So, rehabilitation is unthinkable. Even applying the Nagayama criteria would easily result in a death in a normal trial. Miwa goes, "The Nagayama what?" And Kusakabe is like, "Oh, I get it." Miwa states, "What? You understood that? Nah, you're joking." Kusakabe turns into a JoJo character with the most serious shading I've ever seen. He says, "Do you think I'm stupid?" For real.
he's freaking All Might in this panel. Holy shit.
In a normal trial, the totality of his crimes would normally result in the death penalty, but Higuruma's curse technique tries each crime separately, and I'd say there's less than a 30% chance of death for just those crimes. The problem of the small offenses attendant to the big ones. For example, stabbing someone is bodily injury or attempted murder, but the stabber is also tears the victim's clothing, which is strictly speaking property damage. When it comes to the slaughter in Shibuya, judgment may focus on property damage or breaking and entering. And then the death penalty is a long shot. Well, judgment already accused me of entering a pachinko parlor, so it's possible. Judgment also focuses on minor offenses that Sukuna committed while in Itadori's body. What are you doing? Are you stupid? Another problem is Sukuna's crimes committed 1,000 years ago. Miwa again with those bulging eyes in the bottom panel. No, that's too long ago. Modern laws were passed in the Meiji era and they include a time limit. A statute of limitations, right? But the Code of Criminal Procedure was amended in 2010, removing the statute of limitations for murder. So no statute of limitations, but that doesn't affect murders committed in 1985 or before. So there are statutes of limitation, but the Yoro Code legal system from the Heian period has no statute of limitation. Or not.
So
This
which
is a wild ride.
So which is it? I don't know. The statute of limitations doesn't advance when the criminal is outside the country. Depending on the treatment of Sukuna before taking flesh, the modern statute of limitations may not apply. Like, that other world is overseas? Yes, exactly. Judgment is a shikigami that's a part of my curse technique. So if I think it's possible, then Judgment might think so too. Well, if we add crimes to a millennia ago, anything is up to Judgment's discretion. Sukuna's potential crimes are countless, so the chance of Judgment accusing him of something is worth the dental. So the chance of Judgment accusing him of something worth the death penalty is small. Even if confiscation is a guilty verdict, it'd be welcome. But I don't know if my curse technique, confiscation, will apply to the 10 Shadows technique and Malevolent Shrine, or if it only applies to one. Kusakabe pauses and says, well, even that'd help. And Yuji pipes up and says, actually, there may be a way, a sure way to get Sukuna the death penalty. As we flash back, we see a multitude of crows flying towards Sukuna at breakneck speed. Sukuna using his curse tool Kametoke to wipe those fucking crows out of the air and kill them outright. Mei watching from afar states, Gojo, Kenjaku, and Sukuna. Guys at that level always shoot down my crows. They're afraid of a direct hit landing, so a hit might be able to do some damage. I distracted him. You're up, Higuruma. And we see the giant gavel connecting with the ground. Sukuna dodging barely as Higuruma has changed its shape to be massive. Yuji, without missing a beat, sees the rubble from beside him and uses that rubble to punch freaking different kinds of rocks into him and sending out, what do you call it, the wrapping on the arm? He sends his wrapping on his arm out also with the pieces of rubble that he throws at him and uses that wrapping to grab his arm of Kametoke so that he can't use the cursed tool immediately. Itadori also runs up on him and starts punching into him. Upon the first blow, Sukuna realizes something strange and he asks himself, what just happened? And Higuruma shouts out, Itadori! It's time for a do-over! Domain expansion! Deadly sentencing! And we flash back to Yuji again, and he says, a third trial. What if we redo my trial against you, but involve Sukuna? Then you can prosecute Sukuna for the slaughter in Shibuya. Deadly sentencings. 3 tiers are random, so it won't work? Well, if I request for a retrial for a crime that's already been adjudicated, and includes Sukuna as a co-defendant, it isn't impossible to continue the trial for that same crime. That's because there's no benefit to me. The object of the cursed technique is Itadori. Even if it fails, I can restrict the crime to when Sukuna was possessing Itadori. Yuji Itadori stands accused of mass murder in Shibuya on October 31st, 2018. And we see the 3 are locked into a 3-way freaking courtroom battle. Itadori didn't kill anyone. His confession during the second trial was due to irrational feelings of guilt. The real killer is... And we see Sukuna with a giant smile. I have to piss and get more water.
Bro, this is absolutely insane. Oh my god. I'm just gonna hit this for a second while I process.
Roses are red, weapons against me won't prosper. With this sacred treasure I summon, Big Raga, the op stopper. Free go.
Wow. So what an ability. Like, and I'm wondering if anything, like, I'm wondering if like Higuruma is also going to like kind of use anything he saw potentially from, because remember he was like flexing like that he understood a lot more about barrier techniques and things like that. And then Kusakabe mentioned him as like one of the only other people who might be able to like easily be able to do some of the shit that Gojo was doing, just because he's built fucking different like that. This is wild. What? And then I don't even have that much more after this, do I? What chapter is this? This is 245. So I think we have like, what, like 20 more? Making pretty good time. Holy shit.
Less than 20, if you can believe it. Oh my gosh, Valencia! Maharaga! Save me! Save me! That's one of the funniest panels to me. On the next chapter, we're opened up with Arame versus Hikari, and we see, I've been separated from Master Sukuna. Frost calm! As they summon a giant pillar of ice again around Hikari. We get an explanation that Frost Calm strikes with cursed energy in a super cooled state to freeze its target. It is the essence of ice formation. It freezes all of Hikari's right side of his arm, and without missing a beat, Arame goes up to it and shatters it. Hikari loses his arm, and you can actually see his hand in the ice chunks that are formed from there. Arame states, "This is over." But Hikari, with his reaches his newly formed hand to Arame's face, grabs their face and throws them to the fucking ground. Arame starts wheeling up her curse technique again. His regenerative speed is incredible. In that and nothing else, he surpasses even Master Sukuna and Satoru Gojo. And as she goes to throw another ice spear at him, she rips open his intestines, but Hikari doesn't care. He keeps running forward while healing himself. She thinks, that didn't stop him, you bastard! Hikari throws his fucking foot into her side, and she freezes his leg solid, but he breaks his own leg fucking off so that he can use his newly formed foot to kick her right in the fucking jaw.
Bro.
Sending her several kilometers through different buildings. Hikari looks to the ground and says, I found my shoe. I see you differently now. JK's like, I'm not drawing him. JK's like, yeah, I'm not drawing him with one shoe. I'm gonna forget that. Oh.
Oh my god.
Sorcerers of today try hard to remain to their humanity, so they refrain from using powers that can break what they can break. But their fear of alienation is a weakness. So if you remember the talks that Gojo and Kashimo had with Sukuna, they had said that strength comes with loneliness, and to be lonely is like, that's awful. And Arame states that people could reach that height, but they don't want to be alone, and that's why. Doug, he didn't crease the J's at all during that fight either. Give it up to Hikari. We see water bursting out from below them both, and Hikari states, she froze the water pipes, so they're ruptured. But you aren't like that. You're different. I don't consider you human anymore. So I'll crush you with everything I have. Is humanity the in thing now? A guy I know just said something similar. He's the gloomy sort, but he tends to speak up when he has to, and he comes through when it counts, so it really moved me. I want you to remember this. A guy I know just said something similar, and then he thinks of Yuta when talking about humanity. And on the next page, Hikari says, which means I've been feeling hot, so let's bring the cold!
Harame, dejected, looks at him disgustingly, and we're thrown back into the three-way courtroom battle. Yuji Itadori stands accused of mass murder in Shibuya on October 31st, 2018. Itadori didn't kill anyone. His confession during the second trial was due to irrational feelings of guilt. The real killer is you, Ryuman Sukuna. Judgment knows everything and anything about anyone in this domain. Aside from this evidence, however, he does not share that information with me. The verdict depends solely upon our arguments. As in the previous trial, the evidence submitted by Judgment must be about Sukuna inside Itadori, and thus contain a detailed record of Sukuna's heinous act when in possession of Itadori's body. The mass murder in Shinjuku wouldn't have been possible without Sukuna's skill in sorcery, so as long as Sukuna's testimony doesn't cause the court to rule out criminal liability or declare himself criminally insane, then this evidence should result in a victory for us and the death penalty for Sukuna. The evidence is not necessary enough. I heard the domain's rules when I was inside the boy. I'm only interested in the sword. I do not care what I did or when. So let's get this over with. Judgment, pissed off, gets the Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson eyebrow raise I've ever seen and says, "Guilty! Confiscation!"
Ripped its stitches. That's fucking gnarly. Holy shit.
Yeah. Death penalty! And all three of them are brought back to the freaking battlefield. Higuruma's gavel glows with a light, and it brings forth Executioner's Sword. I believe Sukuna lost the 10 Shadows technique in the fight against Gojo, so there's a high possibility confiscation will fall on Malevolent Shrine. Then, Sukuna won't have any curse technique to use, but I'll be holding the sword for a sure kill. Therein lies a chance of success that Sukuna's opponents must see. So the sorcerers from Jujutsu High also take the field, and we see Ino, Choso, and Kusakabe. And then Higuruma has a thought to himself about something said to him earlier on before the battle had even started. Do you want to die, Higuruma? Higuruma, shocked, looks before him, but Sukuna and Higuruma had realizes that this chance of success was a sham. And we see a flurry of slashes being thrown towards Higuruma, but Kusakabe at the last moment saved him. And we see that the cursed tool Kamitoke was taken in confiscation instead of the cursed technique.
Whack.
Yep. And on the next, another double page spread. We can see Rika, Choso, Maki, Hikari, Yuji, Kusakabe, Mei, Wee, Higuruma. You know who we don't see? Useless Miwa. The Shiesty source. Oh my god, Valenci, I'm so glad you know the memes. There were so many edits of fucking Ino. Because he pulls down the fucking ski mask. He's the Shiesty sorcerer. Fucking love Ino. Alright, as we're thrown into the battlefield, Higuruma states, "Oh no, my lack of combat experience is obvious! Higuruma!" As we see, Kusakabe's huffing and puffing using new shadow style, simple domain. Not just the boy, but everyone's cursed energy reinforcement. Not just the boy, but everyone's cursed energy reinforcement techniques have drastically improved. And by weakening my curse technique with a simple domain, they've reduced the damage they take, although not as much as amplification would. Kusakabe thinks to himself, I almost just died, damn it! But I learned something. Not all of his slashing attacks are capable of cutting the world. Usually some kind of binding vow or charge is necessary for broadening a curse technique's target area. Sukuna has two types of slashing attacks. Dismantle cuts like normal, and the efficiency of cleave varies depending on the strength of his opponent. Dismantle lets fly a slashing attack. The slashes that cut the world and dismantle... Okay. The slashes that cut the world are dismantled, strengthened with a broader curse technique strike zone. Cleave activates when he touches an opponent, except inside a domain. Cleave, dismantle, released at 0 range, and the slashes that cut the world are impossible to defend against using curse energy reinforcement, domain amplification, or simple domain. Thus, they generally result in instant death. What's creepy is he isn't using fire like in Shibuya. But I guess I'm gonna guess that he can't use it right now. And if he does use that firepower, which was capable of exercising a certain volcano head, spirit, there's not much I can do that about it, so there's no use worrying about it. Higuruma, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry, I got death penalty, but confiscation only targeted his curse tool. That's good enough. Finishing things with that sword is the easiest way to wrap it up. I'll protect you, even if it costs me my life. Wait, does that mean I'm gonna die here? Am I declaring my own demise? Ah, you've solidified your defenses a bit, huh? Well, next, let's compete with our feet. On the next page, Choso readies piercing blood, and Sukuna asks, "Wanna race, you brat?" Before piercing blood, with its initial velocity, can even reach Sukuna. Sukuna has already left and has disappeared before Choso's eyes, and Sukuna takes 2 of his fists through his fucking stomach and chest and rams Choso down. Itadori cries out for his brother as Choso is thrown to the ground. But if you look, something had hit Sukuna before he was able to bring his final fist down onto Choso. And it seems to be Nanami's cursed tool in the hands of the shiesty sorcerer. Ino brings down the tool, and we see the activation of the 7-3 technique, which forces Sukuna to get forced into a crater in the ground. A more powerful blow than I expected. Oh, I get it. That blunt blade. It's the 7-3 style hairstyle sorcerer's curse technique in a materialized form. Ino uses the curse tool to defend against Sukuna's kick, but he even states that it's a really powerful kick and it sends him several kilometers away. Itadori, trying to get close, can't get close while managing the slashes that Sukuna is throwing out between them. Kusakabe deflecting the slashes before Sukuna so that Higuruma can roll off his back and try to hit him with a cursed freaking executioner sword, but Sukuna dodges it, only losing the hairs off his head. He takes Higuruma and grabs him by his clothes and arm, wails on him with his other arm, and then looks at Itadori and asks him, "Can you keep up?" On the next page, we have a double-page spread of Higuruma getting launched through the air at max speed through different buildings and rubble. We hear Kusakabe cry out to Itadori, "Go on ahead! Do not leave Higuruma alone!" But Itadori even states that Sukuna is fast and he can't keep up with the speed. Higuruma, getting up on his feet, is immediately crashed into, meeting the King of Curses head on. We see that Higuruma's curse technique may be effective in saving Fushiguro. Will you tell us about your curse technique? It's personal info, but yes, of course. Without exception, the Executioner's sword kills anyone it cuts, but only if they have the death sentence, and Itadori has demonstrated that judgment can distinguish between multiple souls within a single, fully fleshed curse. Not gonna lie, Kusakabe, asshole for making Yuji chase Sukuna, like what? A hoe? Oh yeah. If Sukuna gets the death penalty, and the sword cuts through him, we should be able to recover Fushiguro's unharmed soul from him. That sounds good, right? And then we finally see what Higuruma thought about, was Yuji talking to him. "Higuruma, do you want to die?" "Why are you asking that?" You can't use reverse curse technique, but you're gonna willingly go up against Sukuna? I've given up on the law, and it's given up on me. So I want to deliver my own punishment. So I guess you're right. I'm intent on fulfilling my role and dying. I get it. I'm not much different, but I kind of think you should come back from this. Impossible. I'm already someone who can't look you in the eye. Higuruma stands up with a smile on his face, and with amplification around him, Sukuna even thinks to himself, domain amplification. Did he neutralize my technique? Less than 2 months have passed since Higuruma had awakened as a sorcerer, and since then his growth had been extraordinary, so Sukuna was fascinated by the executioner's sword shining brightly again, guaranteed to kill, and by the man with talent equal to Satoru Gojo's. So the reason this is a big deal is if you remember Gojo saying you can't release a technique and amplification at the same time. But this motherfucker, this goat,
Insane. Yeah, I was like, how's he gonna rewrite it all? How's he gonna just break the fucking system? Like,
exactly. Recreating domain amplification. But what caught Sukuna's eye more than that was the interruption and resumption of curse technique due to amplification. When I activated my amplification during my fight against Gojo, I was careful that Malevolent Shrine's adaptation to that point was interrupted and not nullified. That man's sword also resumed its curse technique effect after amplification. In other words, he wields his curse technique almost as effectively as I wield mine. Hiromi Higuruma, that was your name, wasn't it? We see Sukuna having his hand seals performed before him, and the whole building crashes beneath them as Sukuna uses dismantle, but Higuruma does not care. He runs forward against the rubble, charging towards Sukuna at breakneck speed. But the curse technique of the slashes are coming towards him. But Itadori Yuji is there to bash both of them away and stop him. But Sukuna is not interested in Itadori right now, and he grabs his side while disarming him and says, while cutting him open and ripping a hole through the side of his chest, says, "Get it through your head already? You're boring. You don't thrill me at all." Crashing to the ground, we see Higuruma is trying to chase Sukuna, trying to pierce him multiple times. Just one swing of the sword is all he needs to get this man. Sukuna, though, just toying with him, punches, laying multiple blows into him. Higuruma tries to throw the sword behind him as he sees Sukuna make his way behind him, as Sukuna starts the chant, "Dragon scales, repulsion, paired falling stars, cleave," or dismantle. He throws a world-cutting slash at Higuruma, and as Sukuna walks up on him, he tells him, "Heal that. Go on and heal yourself," as Higuruma has lost an arm. Higuruma starts thinking to himself, how funny. No matter how cold my heart, no matter how prepared I was, pain still hurts. "Is that all you've got? Next I'll take off your head. Reverse curse technique, you've heard of it, right? Come on, some effort, please. Heal or die. I'm intent on fulfilling my role and dying. My role." But from across the way, we see a big fucking amount of piercing blood come to Sukuna, and he blocks it with one hand. Sukuna remarks to himself and say, "This must be from that death painting wound, the older brother. How persistent." And Higuruma does it. Barely being able to construct an arm, the muscle still forming around, no skin on his arm. He takes the executioner sword and goes to stab Sukuna, and it hits his hand. But On the next page, we see that Sukuna lobbed his own hand off before the sword had connected. He states to him, "Not bad." He separated his hand before I could strike him. You know, curses don't always weaken after death. Yeah, the general idea is that they get stronger. And Higuruma throws the sword of the executioner to Itadori Yuji, who is behind him. As Higuruma is being pieced up in front of him, Itadori takes it in his hand and looks at Higuruma and is reminded of Nanami. "You've got it from here." Higuruma states, "That's what you should do." And Yuji reminds himself that he is a sorcerer as he goes to take what little energy that's left in Higuruma's body to stab it into Sukuna. We go right to the next page and we see he stabbed him twice, but the sword is already broken. No. It only gets worse.
Bro. They had to throw Nanami in there too.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was like really surprised you didn't like Higuruma. He's like the next Nanami.
I liked it. I liked him. I never said I didn't. I thought he was really cool. I just like, I don't know. That we didn't get with his backstory and stuff like that. I didn't quite know how to feel about him and how he would play into all of this, because after like, I don't know, like it all the way up until like the moment where Yuji confessed and he like basically called off his technique, I was assuming this guy was probably gonna be like a villain, but then like I started to like him a lot more.
Yeah, Torimori. I thought like Higuruma's character archetype was very similar of Nanami, and I thought that if he were to come back from the brink, he was not a reincarnated player, but an awakened one, and he could come to Jujutsu and even teach at a first grade level. Like, I definitely think he could have been like Nanami. Absolutely. He, not just in the fact they both wore suits. That's not. I just the way they both like had their own perception on the world, the way Higuruma's was like destroyed because of the false justice system, the same way Nanami like had that prejudice about the world and leaving Jujutsu sorcery the first time. Like I really saw like Higuruma as like, I wanted him to be the, this sucks. Oh, all right. But there's no time to rest because Sukuna's already trying to fucking lay out Yuji onto the ground, and he takes his fist and freaking throttles him. Yuji is already met with more slashing techniques and knocked several kilometers away again. Sukuna thinks to himself, "He died, but I lost." I'm just gonna say Kametoke. It's the, I don't know why they call it this. I've only known it as Kametoke. I have no clue what Supreme Martial Solution is. And the boy's stomach is fully healed, but Sukuna realizes two silhouettes behind him. Grabbing Higuruma's body, it's Wee Wee and Kirara, the fucking goats! And they disappear. I'm not surprised. I bet that brat's curse technique is teleportation. They're probably the reason Satoru Gojo's body vanished. Look. Oh
no.
Are they transporting wounded sorcerers to that woman with reverse curse technique? No. Healing another person with reverse curse technique is less than half effective than healing oneself. And compared to me and Gojo, her reverse curse technique isn't that strong. Which means that in the past month, as Yuji stands up, the boy has acquired reverse curse technique itself. And Yuji starts healing the slashes from... Yes, that's my MC, baby!
Get the fuck out of here. Oh my god.
I love this pouting fucking panel of Sukuna on the next page. He's like, like he's crossing his arms and his hands are on his hips. That is the ultimate fucking sass. He's improved. He's improved more in cursed energy to physically strengthen himself, which means the main dish is the possessed brat. This should be fun. But why am I irritated? Huh? Is Sukuna lost in thought? Am I feeling down because that sorcerer died? I've never needed anyone to satisfy me. That's true. I eat when I want to eat, and I play when I want to play, and I kill whoever stands in my way. That's me. I haven't changed. Which makes devouring them the perfect way to pass time until death. Passing time until death. To me, that's all other people are good for. And we see Sukuna having a flashback to Jogo. And like, this is the nicest Jogo's ever looked, which it also leads me to believe that these chapters were coming out at the same time as season 2. But you lack the hunger to take a hold of your desires. I live as it benefits my nature. If no one can grasp it, then that's their problem. I've never held any ideals. I never strove for more than what benefited my nature. But their pursuit of the ideal of killing me. Why does it irritate me to see others dedicated to an ideal? They remind me of someone I knew 1,000 years ago. Have I changed during that time? The boy. That's right. You. 1,000 years ago, the people I fought were strangers. To me, their reasons and ideals aren't all dying words, added later words, whose truths I can't ascertain. They may have been bluffing or had an overly high opinion of themselves, but this is different. Two souls were inhabiting the same flesh. I come back, no matter how many times his spirit breaks. I know his ideal to be unbreakable. Unfortunately, I have learned that someone far weaker can go toe-to-toe with me and achieve his ideal through strength of will, and that really irritates me. In other words, I was so great in stature that I held no ideals, even despised them. You've given me a clear reason to destroy you here and now by crushing all your hopes. And above Sukuna forms something that nobody else could have predicted. Kusakabe asks, "What's he doing?" And Kogane appears. "A player has added a new rule to the culling game. Rule 15. Megumi Fushiguro has the authority to activate the merger between humankind and Tengen." Fushiguro? In other words, Sukuna, could it be that he's Kenjaku's backup plan?
What the fuck, dude?
Sukuna eats the little Tengen. Okotsu's surprise attack appears to have succeeded in triggering this failsafe. Sukuna isn't the type to annihilate humankind at any cost. I thought he would be better than Kenjaku because he wouldn't commit perverse acts of jujutsu out of terrorism out of mere curiosity. I thought that if we lost to Sukuna but defeated Kenjaku, we'd live in a country with a wild beast, which would be bad enough, but this, Kusakabe, first, I'm going to kill all of you. Then, I'm going to kill all the culling game players. Then, I'll have Tengen and the masses merge, and after that, depending on how things turn out, I'll have some fun with Tengen. But, as fucking Sukuna lets this plan out, crashing before him is the Go Yuta Kotsu, which
go, dude.
I want you to know how fast this happened, because if Kenjaku died,
I literally almost just broke my fucking chair's armrest, dude. Oh my god, I'm so hyped right now.
Kotsu, sorry I'm late. Yeah, you gotta imagine how fast this was, because he killed Kenjaku, Kenjaku did that, and then Sukuna got it, and through that monologue was enough time for him to get to Lake Goshino colony, all the way to fucking Shinjuku. But
Dude.
Sukuna, wrapping his fist in cursed energy, sends it towards Yuta. Yuta parries with the blow of his blade. Struggle all you like, but unless you kill me, everyone you care for will die. And on the next page, we get a double page spread of the Queen of Curses crushing Sukuna into the freaking building. Who are you talking to? Ah, the Queen is here.
Holy shit. Oh, holy fucking shit, bro.
This is so fucking cool. My will shall be carried on. Boom. Rika! I knew it. Kenjaku losing control is causing curse manipulation to go on a rampage, just as Toji stated back in Hidden Inventory. The death of a curse manipulation user will have all the cursed spirits inside of them go crazy. So Akotsu and Rika take care of the amalgamation of curses. And Akotsu chases Kenjaku down. Kogane, add a rule. Make it so Megumi Fushiguro has the authority to activate the merger between humankind and Tengen. As you wish. Rule 15. Fushiguro has the authority. I need a backup plan. Sukuna has undergone the ritual of succession. Now if I use the culling games as a basis for overriding the originator of the ritual for merging, and we look below and we see the cursed womb that is Tengen being shrunken down into the star that Sukuna consumed. And it bursts forward towards Sukuna, as you remember. Kenjaku, we hear now. I know that it says shunk on that thing, but that's actually it's a mistranslation of the onomatopoeia. It's actually supposed to be like a. It wasn't 1,000 years worth of fun, but I'm glad I fooled around with that guy at the end. And Takaba states, you guys are nuts. I'm sure it'll be amusing. As we see Akotsu looking dejectedly at Sukuna with almost solemnness in his stare. He thinks Sukuna's reverse curse technique output is returning. It's only a matter of time before he can use domain again. Even worse, he defeated Higuruma because I didn't stay. Should I have stayed and lent my full support to the plan involving Executioner's Sword? Would Maki have been better for sneaking up on Kenjaku? No. Rika's strength would have been indispensable for reducing human fatalities if the out-of-control cursed spirit manipulation technique had caused a cursed spirit discharge on a maximum scale, like Shibuya. And so we see, before Sukuna, Rika is already ready to move to try to attack him. Akotsu stabs through the freaking blind spot that Rika has made for him, and Sukuna grabs the blade effortlessly. While hearing a grinding noise, Yuta already knows. He's surrounding himself with minuscule cutting attacks, like a chainsaw to seize the katana without touching the blade. But that doesn't matter. He lets go of the katana and punches Sukuna in his belly mouth. Then he grabs the katana again to go and get another slash while in Sukuna's blind spot. Sukuna raises his hands towards Rika to send out a slashing attack, while Yuta still monologues to himself. I've been making excuses. I wanted to defeat Kenjaku with my own hands. I created this situation and this is all my fault, so... Domain expansion.
Oh my god.
Authentic mutual love. A double page spread of Yuta's domain expansion. What do you think?
What the fuck?
I made a TikTok when this came out. But I remember Gojo saying, the one who will teach you about true love will be, and the fact that Yuta's domain expansion has to deal with love is just so thematically poetic. I think.
Oh my god, dude.
The next page, sorry. Got Gojo on the brain. Sukuna activates Reggie's #1 technique, Hollow Wicker Basket, which I told you to remember. But it doesn't matter. Yuta picks up one of the many katanas from the battlefield and goes to swing it at Sukuna and uses Thin Icebreaker, Uro's technique. And Yuta monologues to himself, I will finish everything within this domain. And Sukuna thinks to himself, I see. This is their second plan. Thanks to Megumi Fushiguro's memory, I know that he possesses curse technique copy. They want to keep half my arms and mouths busy by making me keep using Hollow Wicker Basket as a means of countering the can't miss attack, probably the Angel's Curse technique that comes within the domain, and to attack with unlimited curse technique copy, which appears to only activate within the domain. So Sukuna's thinking that the can't miss attack has to be Angel's, Jacob's Ladder. That's what Yuta has designated for this domain's conditions, right? Then he realizes that he can also use all of the other curse techniques that he's copied within the domain. And then nextly, we get a flashback to when Sukuna got punched by Yuji, and he states, then the boy will deliver a blow that captures the soul and tear Megumi Fushiguro's body from my body. And he laughs. How nice. Everyone has a role. Chapter 250. The narrator explains. Yuta Akotsu's domain is authenticity and mutual love. It selects one curse technique from among those he has copied and stockpiled and grants it to the barrier as a can't miss attack. The other curse techniques inhabit the katana within the domain are at random, so Akotsu can... Okay. The other curse techniques inhabit the katana within his domain at random, so only Akotsu can draw upon their effect. Even Akotsu doesn't know which curse technique is in a particular katana until he takes it in hand. Each katana disappears after it releases its curse technique, but the number of swords is unlimited. Next page, we see him send out multiple Shikigamis with another freaking curse technique that he's copied while flooring around Sukuna. Yuji is immediately trying to punch him and laying blows into him. Rika, coming from the top, tries to land a blow into Sukuna, but he dodges out of the way while keeping up Hollow Wicker Basket. But it doesn't matter. He's slashed among the back, and he says, was that a curse technique that places an inviolable barrier on a Shikigami's trajectory? Yuta, already grabbing another katana floating through the air, grabs the sky before him. Sukuna smiles and thinks, thanks to my fight against Satoru Gojo, I can't use my domain, and the effects of my reverse curse technique are weakened. My overall amount of curse energy is about the same as the possessed brats, and I can't fire Dismantle, which has a broad strike and cuts the world, while also maintaining Hollow Wicker Basket. On top of that, Rika picks up Itadori Yuji and throws him as fast as he can for the fastest dropkick in history.
Jesus. What the fuck, dude?
Sukuna blocks it. Well, Yuta throws another katana into him. And Sukuna mentions, there's another problem. They're applying the same principle that allowed the boy's attacks to have an effect on the patch face curse. They're targeting the boundary between my soul and Megumi Fushiguro's. In an effect to awaken Fushiguro's soul, which I submerged in the bath,
and to disrupt the attunement of our physical forms. Every time I take an attack from the boy, my cursed energy output drops and my physical control decreases. Despite the risk, they intend to chip away until I can't maintain hollow wicker basket, then use the cursed angel technique, Jacob's ladder, to remove the cursed object from inside Fushiguro. But Sukuna grabs Itadori's chest and unleashes a cleave at point blank. But Yuta with this katana says, "Don't move," and uses the Inumaki special clan to stop freaking Sukuna from launching the technique. And Yuta immediately picks up another katana and uses Thin Icebreaker, launching him right into Rika, where Rika double fist punches him right into the fucking ground. Boom, boom, boom. We see all of our contestants are keeping up with Sukuna, trying to match up to him. On the next page, we see Sukuna take a Gojo pose. You are not him. You are not him. Stop standing where he stood, fucker. Sorry.
Bruh.
I fucking hate Gege. He is the... Launching a flurry of slash attacks at the both of them. It doesn't matter as Rika is immediately kicked into the face. He goes to launch slashing attacks at her and slashes her. It doesn't need to be harder than that, but unless it makes contact and cuts equal to that guy's attack, it'll never deliver a fatal wound. My cursed energy output isn't just low because of fighting Gojo. It's also because of Jujutsu High's defenses coming out in great numbers. And then there's the boy's curse technique. And this domain. The can't miss attack is only focused on me. Wait, was he always able to do that? That's a high barrier level technique. What did you do in the past month? We worked hard and persevered. Cheat. Huh? So, Yuji was like, yeah, we worked hard this last month. That's how we're gonna do this. Akotsu says they cheated.
Wild.
I love it. It's funny. If it weren't for the first fight against Gojo Sensei, Sukuna would have already healed up and wiped us out in an instant. I hate to admit it, but we're fighting against the strongest sorcerer. If we don't settle this right now in the domain, I'm afraid of what'll happen next. Rika again going to launch a punch at Sukuna, also while maintaining Itadori's flurry of blows. Sukuna is trying to parry all of them. Yuta gets the katana for precognition, which is Charles's ability, which you remember, that was the man that fought Hikari. We see that Yuta states, I filled the condition for ink. Was that precognition? Charles, watching on his iPad, states what's going on inside that barrier, showing that Mei's crows cannot show what happens inside of domain expansions, as we also, well, I don't know if we saw it, because we had a first-hand view of Gojo and Sukuna's fight, but that little panel right there is pretty big, because nobody else knows what's happening except these three. So Sukuna thinks to himself, 1. Jacob's ladder. 2. Curse technique treating space as a surface. 3. Curse technique placing an invulnerable barrier on Shikigami's trajectory. 4. Curse speech. 5. Precognition. I can't believe how much you guys are getting to. You might even get to some shit that is... We're finishing it all tonight, Torimori. You better get real.
Oh yeah, we're getting caught up, brother.
Limitless technique? No, 6 eyes is necessary to control that. So, is that it? Even Sukuna leaves an opening when encountering a cursed technique. Oh, what? I told everyone. I posted TikToks and told everyone. Today is the day. We are catching up. So is that it? Even Sukuna leaves an opening when encountering a cursed technique for the first time. So that should do even more. And as he picks up the katana, Kochu finally realizes this is it. He goes up to Sukuna, uses the freaking thin icebreaker again to distort the sky before him, throws his katana into him, and as Sukuna grabs it, Yuta states, cleave, and uses Sukuna's own technique against him.
Fucking what? Oh my god. shit, dude.
This is getting pretty crazy. Next chapter, 251. The Inhuman Makio Shinjuku Showdown, part 23. This is my win. Sukuna's finger. You never recovered. The last one. And Yuji fucking decks him in the face. And he says, oh, I get it. You ate it. And fucking Kotsu keeps hitting that fucking belly mouth. He does not like that shit.
I don't either. It's gross.
I have some girly pops that have made some pretty interesting claims about it. Yo, shout out to Derpington McGee, who said they'd ride that till the morning comes. And then I said, would the morning come or you? Ayo, ayo. She didn't think that was funny. I thought it was hilarious. Yuji grabs the back of Sukuna's head and forces his fucking knee into it. And then Sukuna gives you a big old noogie. Just kidding. He forces his hand on his chest and uses his cleave attack again. But Yuji, without missing a beat, takes his blood and spits it into Sukuna's eye. And Yuta punches him in the chin, delivering a fierce fucking uppercut. Yuji thinking to himself, now, this is our last chance to defeat Sukuna and get back Fushiguro. Don't stop. Heal, 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 heal! His cursed energy, output, and physical control have plummeted. But that doesn't matter. Yuji gets up while Rika grabs a hold of Sukuna and throws him to the ground into Yuji's freaking front flip of a kick into his face. But Yuji and Itadori realize the hand signs that Sukuna is about to weave, ending Hollow Wicker Basket and bearing the effects of Angel's Curse technique while relying on Dismantle, the slash that cuts the world. We were all waiting for it. From Sukuna! And he punches him in the mouth again and rips out his belly tongue's tongue. Yeah, Yuta reached in there and grabbed and ripped so that he couldn't use the chant, which is big brain. We see Dismantle has a broad strike zone, so he couldn't use it with Hollow Wicker Basket, and even a single technique requires hand signs or chanting. A curse, sometimes both. And we see that they also tore open Sukuna's real mouth at the top so he couldn't use the chant. And I won't let him to either. His slash attacks are weakening, so I don't need to fear getting in close. He goes in and goes to cut. And we see that... We see that Sukuna has his face explode. And he says, what's this? The boy's blood erupted? What? How did that happen? Sukuna loses an arm, and we go back to a flashback. According to Sukuna's notes, rest in peace to the GOAT. I love you, Yuki. Souls may mix to some degree, but they usually don't become one. Which I think Yuki was, like, a lot of people are like, why was Yuki researching this? Why does she know about this? And I think Yuki, as a former star plasma vessel, was trying to work on a way to separate the other star plasma vessels from Tengen forcibly. And that's why I think she has.
That makes a lot of sense.
But nothing's been confirmed yet, but that's my big brain theory. Aren't you and Sukuna special? I've never sensed the person whose flesh became my foundation. Well, in the case that a cursed object in a non-source center, that can happen due to the big difference in cursed energy. Even then, it's deep inside and it doesn't disappear or completely merge. Well, you said usually. It's a problem if Megumi's the exception. I added that on my own. The cursed spirit Baito was able to combine other souls to transmogrify into different life forms. As long as a curse technique like that isn't involved, two souls won't become one. I think. I trust Sukuna, so I think I can knock Fushiguro's soul awake. Well, that approach should work well with our curse technique. The Angel's curse technique is destruction of a target's curse technique. In a fully fleshed curse, the cursed technique or cursed object are in direct contact with the personality, meaning it's possible to remove Sukuna. But the cursed technique is enmeshed with the brain, so the target's chances of survival aren't good. If we could pull the two souls apart to weaken the harmonization between cursed object and flesh, the chances of survival would drastically improve. And we see, as all of his arms are restricted, Yuta Kotsu lets out a maximum output, which we haven't seen a maximum output of this technique. Jacob's Ladder, which
Oh, fuck.
it hits Sukuna point blank. Yuta takes his other fucking sword, slashes it into Sukuna, and slices it wide open so he can't maintain the freaking hand signs for Hollow Wicker Basket. And Itadori states, "Wake up, Ushiguro," and he punches into him. Itadori and Akotsu's calculations weren't wrong regarding the structure of the soul, but enough already. It's enough. When it came to the will to live, Megumi Fushiguro's soul had already dragon scales, repulsion, third falling stars. And Akotsu is sliced in half by the slash that slashes the world. And his barrier is shattered. On the next page, the narrator says, it's a conventional move for a sorcerer that Sukuna should have been able to dodge, and silhouetted behind Sukuna the same way Gojo let his guard down. A surprise attack against an opponent, certain of victory. Maki has entered the battlefield.
Holy shit, bro.
I gotta pee.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. There's no way, though. Like, I mean, you can cope all you want for Gojo, and I hear that. I'm here for that. I love that for you. Yuta's gonna be all right, right? He's fine. He's gotta be fine. I told myself like 100 fucking chapters ago, like, just don't have a favorite character. Like, just don't do it. It's a bad idea. Only terrible things are gonna happen to them. Oh. Holy shit, bro. This is wild. I gotta do this for Cody. He's been through a lot tonight.
今でも青がですどれなりの時もでも近づけるの時もなかった生まれた小さな苦のような頬をつだならずのような二の根中君もとこと爆発徒歩の愛掴んでるまた洗うよえって Do you know that that song is like perceived as a love letter from Gojo to his brother Gato? I know a lot of people are like, oh, they're super gay, and I don't care if they are or not. They are really close, and they were like BFFs for surezies. And I think you can look good smell, flavor. But yeah.
Oh my god.
I don't care if they're gay or not. Like. I really like if you look at the translation from Where Our Blue Is, it's literally talking about like one day we'll meet again, right? I love this freaking panel where Sukuna's getting stabbed from behind, cause it's literally Toji stabbing Gojo. Like it's literally like the references are crazy.
Yeah, this is wild. I'm I need Maki to fuck shit up right now. Like, I need it.
All right, 252. You are 10 chapters away. I feel like their bond transcends romance and brotherhood. Exactly. Dude, Torimori, you get it. There's just... Listen, Pat, if I let you in, do not try to jump in the window. The curtain's there for a reason. No, don't try to fuck with my hands either. I'm busy. Go lay down. Go lay down. Go lay down. Go
Come
lay
on,
down.
Pat, we got shit to do.
Here, I even made you a little bed. On my bed. Yeah. You are wild. Here. Okay. You're in my lap now. Okotsu did a good job at shifting the barrier's coordinates. Everyone will scatter up. Well, now you don't want to be near me? What the fuck? You're such a fickle bitch. Everyone will scatter up and take up positions. So, there are no blind spots? Then, when Okotsu lets down the barrier, Zenin rushes in. Don't miss the signal. Kusakabe, a few more people should go in the domain. After all, the plan called for Choso to go too. You're bringing that up now? If someone penetrates Okotsu's domain now, Sukuna will direct his attention outside the domain, and the last thing we want to do is spoil Zenin's surprise attack. Besides, how many of us can operate around a special grade sorcerer? Well, I bet you could, thinks to himself. Zenin! A lot rests on you. As she breathes in and out, assuming her stance to run towards it. You see that on her person right now, she does not have Soul Katana. Split Soul Katana. Ugh. Oh my gosh, that split moment in Shibuya where Gato takes control and sees Gojo, it breaks me to think of it. Gato is pretty fucking cool. It's tragic. Oh. So Maki takes her sign. Okotsu will signal when Sukuna lets his guard down. We expected a scene like this, and on the next page we have a double page spread. Now the artwork here is it's kind of rough. What happened was Gege got sick, and they still told him to release, and he's like, no, I'm sick, and they're like, no, drop the chapter. So he dropped this. This is only for like 2 or 3 pages. I think it'll be updated once the Tankobon comes out. I think it's been confirmed that he has finished the drawings, but these were just like the rough sketches that we got while he was dropping week to week. Which is why I'm hoping that he's getting another week instead of just the 2-week break he got, because if he's actually sick, I want him to actually get rested up and not rush the story. Alright, you need to go. Goodbye. I've had fun. Have a good day, Pat. Holy smoke. So, it's the best case and the worst case scenario. Rika taking Okotsu's fallen dead body away. Kusakabe screaming for Wiwi. We see Wiwi appear out of the air and towards Okotsu's body. Maki grabbing Soul Katana slices again at Sukuna, and we see, damn that possessed brat. He burst the domain on purpose, probably to signal his allies outside. They planned to use the barrier rupturing to distract me when I was certain of victory so the woman with heavenly restriction could strike. It must be possible to pass through an ordinary barrier if you have no curse energy. They must have planted the curse tool ahead of time. And Sukuna notices that this wound, its healing slower than the others. And then we go back to normal freaking drawings. But when someone who can observe the soul wields split soul katana, reverse curse technique doesn't usually heal the wound. Repairing the soul shape requires comprehending the soul's contours. 2 souls inhabit Sukuna's body, so he was aware of the contours of his own soul. Like with Itadori, but he couldn't perfectly adapt to reverse curse technique, functioning differently than usual while suffering the after effects of his fight against Satoru Gojo. Fushiguro! Not yet! But Yuji immediately starts spitting up blood, and he thinks, what? No! You know why this happened. Reverse curse technique is a big move you just learned, and you healed 4 wounds that should have been fatal. You haven't fully healed. There must be some place you haven't fixed. But where? Hurry! Find it! Calm yourself. Remember and envision. Send blood to every part of your body as if extending roots. Imagine shaping your body through your blood vessels. So Choso's okay. Whew! And we see Sukuna and Maki dashing their way through the city. Maki jumping off of the poles as Sukuna is cut to try to launch at her at his feet, slicing him up. But Sukuna, grabbing Split Soul Katana, tries to freaking throw Maki, but Maki, realizing that she is just that much more physically powerful, flips him on his fucking head with just turning it like a screwdriver. And then launches Sukuna through several different buildings. Sukuna, elated by this reality, takes the building behind him and cleaves it and launches the multitude of rubble at her. But it doesn't matter to Maki, as she deflects all of the freaking rubble coming at her with her Split Soul Katana. She hears the words, "Air falling stars," and a slash is sent her way. She dodged out of the way immediately out of the world-cutting slash with ease, and on the next page, Sukuna says, "She reads my techniques better than other sorcerers, much like when I battled Mahoraga and Shibuya. He's using cursed energy simultaneously to heal and keep that heart beating. So what Megumi said about their encounter at the juvenile detention center must be true. Your heart, can you keep that up while battling me? Well, at the moment, I'm having no trouble at all." Oh, and we cut back over to the frozen freaking tree that is Arame's technique, and Hikari states, "I doubt he's trying to hide, but Sukuna's presence is easy to spot." What are you trying to say? That form of his looks pretty dangerous. We're doing alright. Sukuna's cursed energy, it's withering away, and we're gonna win this. You can bet on it. Your cursed technique and optimism, they're both absurd. Thanks, but Akotsu's even more so. Lord Sukuna is capricious in his cursed energy. His cursed energy wavers like this when he isn't even interested in his opponent. You should be ashamed of yourselves for not presenting a fight better than Satoru Gojo. Even considering the effects of barely fighting, I can see that Lord Sukuna still isn't taking this fight seriously. With one of the most menacing fucking drawings of Sukuna we've ever gotten. Ooh.
Yeah, this shit go hard. That's crazy.
Another-
Holy fuck.
Oh. Oh yeah, this double page spread. Seeing Sukuna get stabbed from behind. Who's the strongest Breed 1 sorcerer? Huh? Kusakabe. It depends. Probably Kusakabe. That's my personal opinion. I guess Kusakabe. No, maybe if not, we were to include the big 3 families. And Kusakabe responds, "Someone besides me and Usami."
That dance picture.
Yeah, you finally got the reference.
Oh my god.
As we cut
Holy
back to the battle, we see that slashes are being flown towards Maki, but she immediately jumps over them with ease, meeting Sukuna's blows with her freaking split soul katana. Bang, 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 bang! As Sukuna shows that he slashed that building to bring it on top of both of them. The building comes down, but it doesn't matter. Maki makes her way down below, and behind her is a car being flung towards her. Sukuna on the other side of that car is already launching a slash technique through the freaking car. And I really like this paneling on this page specifically because you can see the little light peering between both of them. It's kind of cool. Like you can see where the slash was designated to hit and where it was started.
Yeah.
And as he launches that, Maki blocks it with her split soul katana and is launched through a building. Sukuna, already making his way around, goes to grab her from behind and launch his curse technique into her stomach. But from behind him is the Shiesty Sorcerer, launching his fucking technique and is blown away with a slashing attack. He throws his foot into him and kicks him away. As he kicks him through the window, he looks at him and says, "Did he not have his usual curse tool?" And above him is the Goku Sakabe in the fucking elevator, bringing down the 7-3 Sorcerer's technique. Oh, Sukuna noticed, he thinks to himself, while Sukuna freaking pushes Kusakabe off of him. As Kusakabe gets up, Maki is already freaking making towards him at top speed, flinging him down the elevator as hard as she can to the bottom floor, which this is really cool paneling too, because you can see like on the right.
Huge.
Yeah, on the right is like how the elevator and shit connects, and you can see how it connects to Sukuna. And then on the left, you have Sukuna's POV from his back, almost like as he's looking up. Really, really cool. But Maki makes her way down next to Sukuna, trying to get behind him to get another attack. If this fight drags on, another problem will come up even if Yuta survives. I've got to stay here and stand firm. After Satoru Gojo's death, Hajime Kashimo, Hiromi Higuruma, and Yuta Okotsu each fought Sukuna with exceptional talent. But what piqued Sukuna's interest the most was the one who had forsaken Jujutsu, Maki Zenin, in her heavenly restriction. The King of Curses was elated by this reality. Seeing the slashes that Sukuna had already put into the freaking structures around him, she uses that to her advantage and kicks the freaking rubble towards Sukuna. But he dodges out of the way effortlessly, grabbing Maki by the face and throwing her outside of the building with him. She isn't some punk like the boy. She carved away everything to become a true void. In the end, Jujutsu is about nothing but skin and blood. But your body is bone and marrow, right? Do you know what that means? Your very existence denies Jujutsu. Which is we're turning into strength, Jujutsu or flesh? Let's settle that question with this fight. He stopped using reverse curse technique to heal? This is the first time that anyone has given me something to prove. As he grabs Split Soul Katana and with cursed energy in his fist, he hits Maki Zenin with a black flash.
Holy shit. Get the fuck out of here. Oh my god, dude.
As he knocks Maki away, Kusakabe looks down at the monster before him saying, "Huh? No way. By the last one? No, Yujidori, Choso. I doubt Meme will show up, but come on! If we had no chance of victory, I could have retreated earlier. But at this point, I have to fight, right? Am I really going to fight Sukuna?" It's Kusakabe's face here is like everything.
Oh my god. Holy shit, bro.
So if you remember, it was stated earlier that simple domain couldn't deflect against the technique or completely neutralize it. And so Kusakabe activates new shadow style, simple domain, evening moon sword, EI. Sword drawing against my flying slashing attacks. Simple domain can cancel out the guaranteed hit as it's an anti-domain or anti-barrier tactic, but it can't neutralize the curse technique itself. It's basic, but a domain is a domain. Good God, I love Kusakabe the GOAT! Sukuna goes to launch out a multitude of flying slashes. Inside this domain, my cursed energy output rises even as Sukuna's technique slightly weakens. But best of all, Kusakabe deflects all of the slashes coming towards him. I can incorporate my own original program, automatically intercepting anything that intrudes into my domain. He's got good reflexes. So far, I've mostly handled Sukuna's slashes by relying on guesswork based on the source of the cursed energy and motion, but this should be better. As the slash nearly fucking hits Kusakabe's face, he deflects another giant slash and thinks to himself, "That was scary." Curse technique activation without motion. I'll hit you next time. Here it comes, the slash that cuts the world. Dismantle. And we get a flashback to the question that was asked to the three sorcerers beforehand. To be honest, in terms of horsepower, Nanami and I are more powerful. It's more that I can't imagine Kusakabe losing than I can imagine him winning. He's an excellent swordsman with a wide variety of moves. He can also use barrier techniques, and he has strong analytical and decision-making skills based on his immense knowledge of Jujutsu. He's a versatile and useful sorcerer. I'd want him with me on a deserted island. Plus, he's got a couple of trump cards. He's got simple domain. Beginners need binding vows to do that. And Miwa states that her binding vow vanishes if both her feet leave the ground. With Chibi Miwa again. Next page. But Kusakabe does it without a binding vow and a super wide range. And then Gojo starts deep throating his freaking ice cream.
Okay.
And we see Sukuna is actually surprised as the range of freaking Kusakabe's domain is expanded. Aiming for a change to broaden the curse technique. Target, he's expanded his simple domain. New Shadow Style's drawing technique is basically a counter that lures the opponent in. But Kusakabe expands his simple domain later to draw in his opponent. And his simple domain has a program that intercepts anything that invades inside the domain. When attacking sorcerers who have risen to grade 1 without a curse technique, they don't think with their mind, but with their backbone. Those they strike don't stand a chance. And Kusakabe, with a multitude of fucking slashes, starts immediately piecing up Sukuna.
Yo.
Yo!
These slashes look dope.
Yeah!
Holy shit, dude.
I don't know anyone who can withstand that, but a certain someone doesn't need to. Yay! Little chibi Gojo. But as we're brought back to the fight, Kusakabe's katana breaks. As he's realized upon this, he whips his coat off and tries to blind Sukuna, say he can even use his simple domain by fucking punching him, kicking him, going all out. Kusakabe is fighting with tooth and nail, throwing Sukuna through different buildings, chasing after him, and he's laying into him. He really is. This is why he's the GOAT. And we see him thinking to himself, this isn't like me. Why am I fighting so hard? It's Yaga's fault. It's because I owe him. Yaga's already gone, so maybe that's why. They say the dead don't speak, so we can only imagine what they'd say if they were alive. Even if I don't risk my life in a fight, Yaga wouldn't have criticized me, or refused to let me see my younger sister in Takeru. But he might look a little sad. Not because I didn't risk my life, but because he couldn't fight alongside me. But the biggest reason that I support Kusakabe is that while he often complains, he's always rational and reliable. In other words, and at the same time, all three of the sorcerers, he's kind-hearted. And as he's going through like Neo from the Matrix, dodging all the fucking Sukuna slashes, enough thinking, Neo and the others have become players in the coming game, so if I pull out now, Sukuna will kill them. These kids have risked their lives in this fight.
And as an adult, I should do the same. Welling up his cursed energy in the blade of his katana, he says new shadow style. Hazy Moon, reforming his katana with just cursed energy, he goes to stab Sukuna. And he stops it with just 2 fingers. You were aiming at my injured heart. That was an easy read. Damn. And as Kusakabe thuds to the floor, Wee Wee appears to try to save him. Kusakabe! And fucking Sukuna's like, alright, I'm spawn camping now because this is annoying. And he appears behind Wee Wee, and at the last second, Wee Wee is saved, and Sukuna says, I don't recognize you. Huh. If you don't recognize me, then you don't belong here. That's why we say island folk have antenna with poor reception. Do you recognize this figure, Vax?
No?
This is Miguel from Jujutsu Kaisen 0, the one who fought Gojo with the rope.
Oh wow.
All the way.
What a fucking callback. Okay. Never in a million years would I have guessed that that this dude was gonna show up. What
Dude,
the fuck?
he's popping off in chat. Fuck yeah, fuck yeah, fuck yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
True, go to territory now. Let's fucking go. He saved the teleportation boy with his cursed technique. And we see LaRue has also come with Miguel to enter the battlefield. I remember reading this at work. I had to walk away and get coffee. I was so hyped. 255. 5 plus 2 is what? You're 7 chapters away. We're getting in a flashback to Miguel, and he says, no thank you. An opponent who can beat Satoru Gojo? He's on a whole other level, so why would I want to fight him? Well, the beast that is bound to get tired, and that's when you'll help finish him up. What, like a status bar in a video game? Your Japanese is getting better. Nice vocabulary. We expect the damage from Tengen merging with the people of Japan to spread outside the country. Even if a giant cursed spear like Godzilla came to my homeland, it'd be better than fighting Sukuna. Why do you think Japanese people think this fearful black guy can survive everything? I have to refuse this request for the sake of my brothers as well. That's just older people who watched way too many movies. And you've never been cheerful. Gojo himself should come here to ask. If you're Japanese, then you should be polite. Do you want me to beg you to do it? Now you're angry with me? Ooh, I'm scared. Yuta, but I'm not angry. Let me talk to Miguel alone. So as Yuta leaves, LaRue and Miguel are talking to each other. LaRue being another one of the cursed users from Gato's Night of 100 Demons. What would you do, LaRue? I'm with you. I just wanted Suguru to be the king. That's right. It was all for Gato. Taking care of Akotsu paid them back for overlooking me in Shinjuku. I'm done with this country. You and I, as well as Mimiko and Nanako, Manami, and Toshiyashi, all love Suguru. Shibuya, huh? Are you suggesting I get payback or reclaim Gato's body from Kinjuku? No. What I'm saying is let's mourn him together. But instead of going to the grave and to lay flowers and reminisce, we'll fight, look to the heavens, and pray for his soul. Yeah, but it'll actually be hell. I have a condition. I don't want to fight in a group against an opponent who can use domain. We'll only join after Gojo and Akotsu lose, and Sukuna can't use his domain anymore. Us? Including me? The more the merrier. He doesn't seem to have his domain, as we cut back to the battlefield. Gojo left a nice souvenir. You mean a parting gift. Furthermore, his reverse curse technique is weak, and of his 4 arms, the lower left one is incomplete, and the lower right one isn't combat functional, and his heart hasn't fully healed. I almost feel bad, coming in and stealing the glory.
But Sukuna makes his way to LaRue as LaRue uses his freaking curse technique, Lovely Palm, and forces Sukuna into the wall. But he cuts open that hand with ease, and Miguel makes his way, dodging the slashes effortlessly, in between them, above them, below them. He's dodging them like freaking crazy. And he gets into Sukuna's face, and LaRue says, huh? LaRue's curse technique is heart catch. It grabs the target of the curse techniques. He can restore the virtual hand after it's destroyed multiple times, but 1/10 of the damage returns to the main body, which is LaRue. Not a very interesting curse technique. The one with real appeal is Miguel Lador's curse technique, Prayer Song. The beat he keeps with his body drives away curses and strengthens his physical abilities as he starts doing the like the big Chungus walk. You know what I'm talking about. He's literally he is. You can't tell me he's not doing the freaking.
Homies kicked the fuck up too. Look at this.
Yeah, he is. That's Miguel. Miguel's curse technique has no domain and basically buffs and debuffs himself and his opponent. It's convenient, but not very scary. Hey, why do you know my curse technique? Seeing it gave me the basic idea. What's really frightening is your physique. That's because 99% of sorcerers are Japanese. On top of your different bone structure and musculature, you have cursed energy reinforcement, and that alone makes you a threat. That's a racist stereotype. Not all black men are athletic. I'm not special because I'm black. I'm just me. Sorry, I forgive you. Would he be a threat to you, Gojo-sensei? I don't know if I can explain it well, but if Miguel and I competed physically, without curse technique, but with cursed energy reinforcement, I'd probably win the... I could probably win the long race, but I'd lose in the sprint. I don't know what this fucking linear movement and point movement shit is, but essentially in layman's terms, it's he would win the long run, but he wouldn't be able to beat Miguel in a sprint, he thinks. And Miguel immediately using his technique restricts all of Sukuna's arms and hits him right in his fucking belly again and keeps laying in them with that technique. And from above him, Choso lands a fucking piercing blood. Just kidding, Sukuna fucking dodges it. And Sukuna sends a slash towards Choso. But it doesn't matter because from the rooftop, Itadori Yuji comes down with a double fist. Looking at Sukuna, he still states, "You're still here." Dismantle is a slash that cuts the world and has a broadened curse technique, so activating it requires the Enma palm sign like when activating Malevolent Shrine. However, before transforming when he had half his arm, Sukuna imposed a binding vow on the activation condition so he could cut Gojo. Now he must satisfy both palm sign and chant conditions for the slash that cuts the world and direct the curse techniques with the hand signs. So if you're wondering, if you were wondering why every time he threw out a world-cutting slash, but he didn't cut out chant or anything for Gojo, that's why. It was a binding vow. He said, "Give me this one attack to kill Gojo right away, and I promise I'll always chant whenever I use it again."
He said, "I promise."
I fucking hate this bitch. But if you look, Sukuna's missing an arm. And this is a really cool panel, because even after hit with a black flash, Maki Senpai returns and cuts one of his arms off. This is it. He can't complete the palm sign.
Goat, dude.
That's right. With just the top and bottom right hands, his reverse curse technique still isn't functioning. We all work together to last this long, so we can win this. And amidst the sparks of flash, Sukuna lands another black flash. Satoru Gojo regained reverse curse technique after 2 black flashes. As for the King of Curses, chapter 256.
Bruh.
Gojo! I miss you. Do you really need me to explain why I can't use Black Flash? Well, to break things down for you, it's because of the Six Eyes. Black Flash is a distortion in space that arises when a sorcerer applies cursed energy within a trillionth of a second of a physical blow. I feel like this is lacking as an explanation. If that's all there is to it, then I should be able to do it at will. Imagine I throw a straight punch with cursed energy. There are 3 types of cursed energy it possesses. 1. The cursed energy reinforcing my fist. 2. Cursed energy striking my opponent. And 3. Cursed energy bearing those 2. Also, timing isn't the only thing. Blending these 3 can also cause a Black Flash to arise or not arise. No one except me can adjust accordingly. Furthermore, this blend changes according to the environment at the time, which includes the opponent's cursed energy and the condition of your own body. It may sound funny, but I even think the air temperature and humidity have an impact after all. Black Flash is about the space itself. In other words, there's no single right answers to the condition for using Black Flash. Besides, when I fight seriously, cursed techniques intertwine with physical blows in a situation like that. Black Flash is practically up to luck, even for me. The truth is, Nanami's done it more times consecutively than I have, but I'm above in the total number. Plus, my fights end so fast, I don't get many chances to use it. And if you look, you can see that Itadori does overtake Nanami in consecutive uses of Black Flashes.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and he also, this is also like Itadori has more total uses of Black Flashes than Gojo, which is, that's huge.
Insane.
Yeah, because,
It's absolutely insane.
Oh. Including the one used against me, Sukuna used Black Flash twice. The guy and the other one hit, and the guy with him must be the helpers Yuta said might come. This is bad. His condition is likely to improve, so we should get out of here. Who are they? Sukuna might recover from curse technique like Sensei did. Choso thinks, Yuji and the others must not be saying anything because those 2 are on Jujutsu High side. We need to cooperate with them and finish off Sukuna before he's replenished reverse curse technique. Choso kicks up a freaking guardrail to Yuji, which Yuji, I love this freaking panel too, because he kicks this freaking thing up to Yuji, and Yuji, taking it above both panels, freaking goes towards Gojo, as we realize Choso has gotten above Sukuna to launch a point-blank piercing blood, and Yuji has stapled him to the wall. But somehow, Sukuna gets out of the way. Maki, matching his speed though, freaking clashes out from the left side of him, trying to stab into him with Soul Katana again, but is met with a flurry of slashes against her. They both jump off the air, the same way she did during her fight with Naoya, and Choso even states, what kind of movement is that? Is he using the air as footing himself? And with a devilish grin on his face, he launches another Black Flash at Maki. That's the 3rd time. And she's met with even more slashes. And she states, the output of his normal slashes is also increasing. But as Sukuna goes to let out more freaking slashes towards her, Choso has already been the GOAT and has launched several different blood balls around Sukuna. Supernova! As he lets out the supernova, freaking he launches out his flying slashes as a countermeasure to Gojo, and Sukuna already got behind him, and he states, he got behind me faster than his flying slashes? As he throws Choso through the wall, he realizes what's coming, and Sukuna lands another Black Flash at him. But Choso uses the blood from his gut to freaking use it as armor to decrease the damage that he takes. And Yuji immediately comes in to hit Sukuna in the right side of his face with an amazing fucking hook. That's it. Uh-oh. Hello?
Hello.
Hello! Alright, we're back?
Yes.
Okay, it said I went offline for a second, so I didn't know. That's it. No matter how much he tries to improve his condition through Black Flash, if he keeps taking attacks from Yuji, his cursed energy output and body control will go down again. Yuji, do it! Got it! Yo, we're live. Welcome back. LaRue, that's enough. LaRue, that's enough. We should pull out. No, Miguel. There's more left to do. Yuji and Sukuna meet in a flurry of fucking blows, hitting each other repeatedly. He tries to force Yuji to the ground, but Yuji claps his hands in front of his face. Yuji still can't use convergence very well, so he can really be such a handful. Piercing blood! And Yuji launches his own freaking curse technique at freaking Sukuna. But that's not all. As Sukuna slashes Yuji's face open, Yuji gets ready to punch him, and the narrator states, in Shibuya, Mahito had a feeling that Itadori would use Black Flash, and now Sukuna is experiencing a similar feeling. However, what? I can't take my eyes off that sorcerer! My attention is shifting away from the boy. Our catch doesn't just grab the bodies. Once I've grabbed an opponent, I can even grab his heart. And if you saw Sukuna's eyes, actually has little heart eyes, which, cute-a. Cutie, honey, look this way. And as Sukuna is looking away from the fucking Black Flash, hit dead square into the fucking hole in his chest. The narrator states, Black Flash releases Yuji's potential amidst a shower of black spark. Uh-oh.
Oh, we're good now. Like it was like literally just like while you're saying Black Flash, you cut out.
Okay, good. Black Flash releases Yuji's potential amidst a shower of black sparks. Yuji Itadori has awakened. Next chapter. 257. Who exactly is Yuji Itadori? Kenjaku's child, but I don't know from which body. I once sensed the same thing in him as you, though his face made me laugh. Your residuals in that vessel aren't enough to explain it. He's too powerful for an empty shell. Well, Kenjaku wouldn't have a child for no reason. Perhaps his mate was my other half reincarnated, and thus possess the same soul. Your other half? I was almost born twins. Maybe my mother was starving, and rather than starve myself, I ate my other half. Then that soul wandered and mated with Kenjaku. So a lot of people get this wrong, and they think that Itadori's dad is Sukuna's brother. That is not what has happened. Jin is still Jin. I think you'll be able to grasp this concept a lot easier, but it's almost, I think, in the same way that Ashura and Indra were reincarnated throughout Naruto. And so after Sukuna ate his other half in the womb, it had went searching out for another body to reincarnate into later on in life. And that is what Jin Itadori is. Jin is still Jin, not other Sukuna. They are related though. So, jot that down. Next page. The cursed object that are Sukuna's fingers were sealed inside Yuji Itadori, even though he was born as a player in the culling game. I suppose that was necessary to strengthen the vessel. Oh, is that so? Does that mean that Yuji Itadori has potential equal to Sukuna? As we look at the newly awakened sorcerer before us, both of them, oh my gosh, almost reminiscent of Itadori versus Choso, inch towards each other with their stances up, ready to meet hand-to-hand combat. Yuji immediately deflecting Sukuna's first blow and hitting him with a Black Flash. We go to the next page and we see Itadori Yuji land another Black Flash. And on to the next page.
Both of them are meeting each other's gaze with hatefulness, and Yuji meets the fucking pillar behind him, and we see snip, 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 snip. And he throws the fucking pillar, and Sukuna states, I knew it. He can use it. At present, Yuji Itadori has 2 curse techniques. Integration with Death Womb paintings 4 through 9, engraved blood manipulation on him. And the awakened state gained from Black Flash has drawn out Malevolent Shrine, which was engraved on him as Ryomen Sukuna's fully cursed. What? Not Malevolent Shrine. Malevolent Shrine is the domain expansion. See how John Weary's fucking translations suck ass? Yuji can use Dismantle, though. Yes. He just did. Didn't you see it? He snipped the pillar and then threw it.
No, yeah, I thought he was about to literally bust out a domain expansion. My bad.
Yo, you're good. It's John Weary's fault, not yours. Hey, John. I know you're probably watching this. Quit your job.
Oh my god.
Be crazy because they've had Lightning translate a chapter for us before. Who's like, after I read a chapter, I go to her fucking Twitter page all the time because she doesn't post spoilers. And she does her own freaking translation. She's been hired by Viz multiple times. I don't know why she isn't the fucking main translator. It really upsets me. So, as Yuji throws the cut-up pillar into Sukuna, Sukuna also uses his curse technique to freaking dismantle it in front of him, but Yuji doesn't care. He grabs his ankle and brings him closer to him, and he takes the freaking hit from Sukuna across the face. But if it's just pain, Itadori Yuji won't stop, and he throws another black flash into him. The same curse technique may manifest somewhat differently depending on the era and sorcerer, but this is subnormal. He just awakened and his output is low. The real problem is his punching accuracy. We see a flashback to Gojo talking to Ino and all of the others in the hospital room. You want to use Nanami's curse tool? I don't mind, but why ask us? You're Nanami's old friends. You knew him longer than I did. I mean, you saw him more than we did after we graduated, you know? Because he came back. He's surprisingly cool with it. The school was already on the 3-year system, even though it's vocational. I agree that Ino should have it, but I'm serious, man. Nanami trusted you more than anyone, and for the first time we see Ino bringing out his 4th auspicious beast summon, Ryu the Scaled Dragon, and it fucking crashes into Sukuna as he's trying to get to Itadori. Crashing through there, Ino already meets him and he tries to swing upward on Sukuna's foot as he reaches the ground, but Sukuna steps on the fucking cursed tool like it's nothing. Ino saying, damn it, but Sukuna is yet to realize Itadori Yuji behind him, landing another Black Flash. He keeps striking with Black Flash. Does he think he can equal me? As Sukuna is sent flying with that Black Flash, Ino states, I ran out of Kirin too. Sorry, Nanami. I totally failed. Sukuna takes this freaking curse technique to the ground to ruin the ground before Itadori, making him lose his footing. Sukuna lands a freaking blow on Itadori, but it doesn't matter. Yuji freaking punches back, and Sukuna thinks, even an attack that combines blunt force with a slash didn't phase him. And as we remember, if it's just pain with all the slashes coming across Itadori Yuji's face, it will not stop. And he lands another Black Flash. Sukuna grabs Yuji's face and fucking throws him through the freaking floor. But it doesn't matter, because Yuji lands another Black Flash on Sukuna. And Sukuna starts squeaking, saying, damn you, Barry! But as he goes to let off a freaking slash, Ino has thrown the cursed tool that Nanami left him and says, well, maybe I didn't do so bad after all. Kick his ass, Yuji. And Yuji lands another Black Flash, totaling at 8 Black Flashes into Sukuna.
Jesus, dude. Oh my god.
Oh, oh. Satoru
Part
Gojo.
30. Oh, sorry, I'm just looking at part 30.
30 on 30 on 30. Satoru Gojo constructed a unique reverse curse technique circuit while in an awakened state resulting from 2 black flashes. He distributed the function and its burden to a part of his brain in a different way than usual, thereby recovering lost curse technique output. In the same way, the King of Curses regenerated his arms to thrash the sorcerers of Jujutsu High. At least, that's what he intended. But Yuji Itadori drove seven black flashes into the boundary between Megumi Fushiguro's soul and Ryumen Sukuna's soul, causing Ryumen Sukuna to miss his chance at recovering curse technique. LaRue, you did well. Take care. The heavens are that way. But, hey, wait! And on the next page, domain expansion, low level enshrine. The king's domain returned to its master in a shower of black sparks. Yeah, this is gross.
Oh, wow.
A change in palm signs, a curse technique with a part of the brain unaffected by limited void, and the operation of a barrier technique. Having survived the black flashes, Ryumen Sukuna generates Malevolent Shrine without a decrease in effective area or output through imprecise elements and an impromptu binding vow. And we see the crows that Mei's been broadcasting with just get turned into fucking mincemeat before them. We see Hikaru, we get another flashback. Uh-oh. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, for some reason my bitrate red. No, my bitrate good. Just making sure we're still good on stream. We are. Alright. A change in palm signs, curse technique unaffected. Having survived the black flashes, impromptu binding vow, we see the birds getting turned into mincemeat. And on the next page, Hikari states that this will require reverse curse technique or domain countermeasures. Maki immediately says, well, that rules me out. And I'm not talking about you. Yuji and I can manage reverse curse technique. Huh? Me? Eerie. Hikari and Akotsu. I've wondered something. When using reverse curse technique to regenerate flesh, how do you compensate for lost blood? I do it automatically, so I don't really know. I do it on instinct too. Well, you convert the cursed energy into blood. Many sorcerers can use reverse curse technique on themselves, but can't heal others. One reason is the different application. Another is because the receiver rejects it. This may be rejecting the healer's cursed energy, or the cursed energy may fail to respond to conversion. That's why my treatment is more effective on some people than others. I suspect as much. My body can convert cursed energy into blood. Integrating my little brother should also allow Yuji to do this with some kind of curse technique. And that's not all. I think we can cover the technical parts with our constitution so we don't experience the same massive cursed energy consumption, which is a problem in reverse curse technique. That means you two have a lower hurdle to clear in acquiring reverse curse technique. And that's why I want to include someone who can use reverse curse technique and replacement training. Yuji has a question that says, replacement training? And Wee Wee stands up and says, my curse technique is spatial transference of targets. If you're with me, I can jump us from place to place and people that I've marked. Think of my target as a soul and body, or a box with something inside. The box is like someone else's birthday present. You can't take out what's inside just because you feel like it. You're already lost. But if you have that person's permission, that's how I switched the souls of people I marked. Which, if you remember Kusakabe and Itadori at the beginning, the mastered already, Itadori. We see Wee say, huh, why are you so surprised? Well, I once fought a cursed spirit named Mahito, and apparently, when he used his curse technique to change the shape of the soul, the flesh also changed. So won't switching souls affect the body? Don't worry. I can switch boxes without opening them, and unless you open them, no one knows they've changed. Itadori, you're developing rapidly as a sorcerer. Do you know why that is? Because I got tapped because of Sukuna. And fucking Itadori's face right there.
He's like,
When people engage in sports, they repeat the same motions until their body remembers. Sukuna possessed your body and used jujutsu. Your body remembers super special great curse techniques, so you pick them up and develop incredibly fast. We're going to do the same thing through replacement training. First with me, I'm going to teach you the basics of my cursed energy manipulation and barrier techniques, my simple domain. Which now everything should make a little bit more sense to you. Huh?
yeah.
Isn't there a binding vow limiting it to new shadow style? No problem. I handled it. Why are you so happy? For 1 month, there's a limit of 2 times per person. So, give the combinations some serious thought. And Itadori activates new shadow style. Simple domain.
Get the fuck out of here.
Because he trained with
my God.
Kusakame.
I get it, but this is so insane, bro.
I know, and if you look at fucking swirling massive slashes and everything above the freaking city, Itadori says, it looks like an incomplete domain. There's gotta be some kind of hole. I've gotta withstand this. And the next page, we have a double page spread of Sukuna wrongfully taking his fucking place using the one-hand seal. Hate him, hate him. That was Gojo's, you stupid cuck. Copy my goat. Yuji Itadori is right. Even with his back against the wall, Ryumen Sukuna isn't lowering the difficulty of barrier techniques as in Shibuya. He isn't using a barrier to divide his effective range and outside the world. Covering the domain with a barrier's external shell provides an escape route. The binding vow disappears and the effective range shrinks. The domain's specifications change and the guaranteed hit activates within the manifested landscape of mental imagery. That makes it impossible to notice Maki Zenin, who has no cursed energy. And Sukuna is currently incapable of maintaining this high-level domain. So, even with his back against the wall, he's not lowering the difficulty of his barrier technique like he did in Shibuya. He's covering the domain with a barrier. Yeah. He has no more binding vow on it, and he's able to use the one-handed hand seal. Okay. 99 seconds. And the next page, a tornado. A fucking slam. Okay. Hear me out, right? After 99 seconds, Malevolent Shrine will crumble. We see Yuji, we see Maki with someone in front of her, we see Ino, we see Choso. A lot of people are like, oh my god, that's Miwa using Simple Domain to defend Maki. Do you know who I thought it was? I thought it was Uro, making her come back. Because we saw Ishigori die.
In front of, you're talking about in front of
In front of Maki, yeah.
I don't think that's Zero, but
Well, how is Miwa deflecting it then?
it could be Mei Mei. Does that not look like Mei Mei? Like with her hair like up, kind of like fluttering in the slashes, or am I tripping?
I don't think it looks like Mei Mei, but that is a possibility because they just need something to hold out against the barrier.
And like Mei Mei was literally just talking about like she was, I don't know. I mean, I'm just not used to seeing if that is Uro, her
with clothes on.
Not upside down and also not naked. Yeah.
I get that. I just want Uro to come back. I want Uro to get her get back on Sukuna. Because she mentioned back in her fight with Yuta that he had already met she had met the monster.
I am also a fan of Sky Mommy. I like her.
I love Sky Mommy. Hang in there. Hang in there. Hang in there. And on the next page, we see a freaking multitude of slashes entering Itadori Yuji's body. And on the page after that, we see he loses his foot. But Yuji, being the goat that he is, uses his blood manipulation technique to slap the foot back on him and uses reverse curse technique to heal it. What a goat. What a goat. What a goat! Sukuna's slashes have stopped. We hung in there until the end. Divine Flame, open. And the Fuga is finally being used since Shibuya. Remember this one?
Oh man.
259. The trick to convergence? I'm gonna do replacement training with Kusakabe sensei and Akotsu senpai, but I also need to figure out blood manipulation on my own. And I've only got 1 month, so I need a lot of help. Well, convergence sort of goes like, you know, you do a little this and that, and it, yeah. Itadori's like, are you serious? And then we see Noritoshi Kamo state. It feels a lot like when you soak in hot water and the warmth gradually spreads throughout your body. Imagine extending your blood vessels like that to the contortions of your body. That's the basis of blood manipulation. Oh, kind of like peeing your pants. Sure, why not? Convergence is a technique that compresses blood, so you need to be familiar with the feeling of squeezing something large between your hands, like a sponge, or rolling up some piece of paper, or an aluminum can, or clay would also work. Choso, this is how to teach. Supernova! Ask me about Supernova! No. Itadori is learning blood manipulation and doesn't have the time. He should first learn the hemostasis and stitching wounds. Choso looks so fucking like... whatever. And on the next page, we see Gege Akutami simping hard as ever for Gojo. Sukuna. This is a really I can't even lie. It's a really cool fucking panel. This is
wild. I have to like scoot back from my computer to see like what's going on here. This is insane.
Opening the doors for Divine Flame. First require doing dismantle, then cleave. Sukuna can't use Divine Flame when he's outnumbered, except when his domain's open. Due to this binding vow, he can expand the curse technique of Malevolent Shrine and all pulverized substances gain explosive cursed energy. It has firepower, but the flames aren't fast and effective, and the range is short. To solve these problems, Sukuna entered a binding vow. Furthermore, Sukuna temporarily altered the barrier specifications, controlled its access to everything except living things, and created a seal within the effective range without lowering Malevolent Shrine's output. And on the next page, you see the iconic Arame, "We've won." That's one of my Twitch emotes with the glasses on it. Hate that. Hikari looks puzzled over at what's happening, and Yuji sees the flames go down, and the narrator explains that the particles that have become thermobaric explosives scatter to every corner of the domain. The heat from Divine Flame causes detonation instantaneously, high temperature, shock waves, decompression, and intense pressurization, which in turn kill all living things within the domain. In Shibuya, Ryumen Sukuna used his ultimate secret art to defeat Maharaga in one blow. In his fight against Satoru Gojo, he changed the conditions for his barrier technique and continually restricted the effective range, resulting in inefficient firepower. So, he had been sealing Divine Flame. Yuji. Choso! And on the next page, we see Choso has formed a whole entire blood barrier to save Itadori. And starts fading away. No! No! Sorry, I wasn't a good teacher. I'm more the instinctive type. The instinctive type. That's an exaggeration. And they're brought to the table where Choso had the first freaking realization that him and Yuji were siblings. Yuji, you picked up reverse curse technique quickly. That's because Sukuna used it in my body, not because of talent. Don't be modest. Little brothers eventually surpass their big brothers. That doesn't mean the big brother has to disappear. Yeah, I should go apologize to Tsukumo too. I'm sorry, Yuji. I'm leaving you alone again. Is that what you think? You've stood by me in the hardest of times, and that's enough. Oh, right. Big brother, are you there? I'm here. Big brother, I'm cold. It's alright, let's talk. If we talk, you won't notice the cold. 150 years to us was those few days to Yuji. Thank you, Yuji, for being my little brother. Thank you, Choso. Big brother. As the blood barrier crumbles before him, Choso has perished. It was supposed to be a double-page spread, but the site split it up, but I hate it. On the next page, as the barrier freaking fades away, Yuji calls out, guys? Anybody? I said that I was a cog, and that no matter what happened, I would fulfill my role. I'm supposed to get retribution for my big brother who risked his life to protect me. But when faced with the scorched earth before my eyes and the receding heat, I'm starting to waver. But out from the freaking smoke steps Sukuna. Yuji, meeting that gaze, is immediately calling out to him. Also, you realize Yuji hasn't healed his eyeball yet. That Sukuna slashed. Like, he's locked in. And on the next page, we see from the smoke emerges Yuji's other brother.
Oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
I understand, Mr. Toto. With my crows and your curse technique, you want to help the people inside Sukuna's domain escape. That domain practically means instant death, so there's no guarantee of survival, but it's better than doing nothing. You'll be outside the domain, so you'll really have to spread the effective range of Boogie Woogie. There'll likely be 4 or more curse technique targets. Can you do it with your arm like that? I'm not sure, but I can feel the beat of Boogie Woogie. Do not let Brother Itadori know about this plan. Do you know why, Miss Meimei? Is it because of resonance? Yeah. Ryomen Sukuna and Yuji Itadori were joined as one. Even though they've been separated, their connection is still strong. I heard the Yasuhochi bridge assignment was triggered because of resonance between the finger and the one that Itadori had consumed with another finger. You're saying that there's a possibility Itadori's subconsciously leaking the plan to Ryomen Sukuna. Is that right? Yes. So deliver a message to also carry out Okotsu's plan right beforehand. And don't reveal these plans to Itadori. My lips are sealed. I keep my mouth as tight as my purse strings. Toto's plan with Meimei involved accompanying Yuta Okotsu to adjust the curse techniques. Toto himself didn't know whether his allies were safe, since he couldn't sense Itadori and Choso in the heart of the domain. Now there's no time to tell these things to Itadori because... I'm sorry, brother, but... Toto, it'll probably be alright! Itadori says, so it's going to be alright? I've gotta believe him. That's all I can do right now because... Ryomen Sukuna's domain has just ended, and as both of them reach to the freaking King of Curses, they realize that it's difficult for him to use curse technique. On the next chapter,
This is insane right now, bro.
when you were complaining about Toto and Shibuya, you're like, yeah, he's never gonna come back to the story, that's stupid. And Dylan's like, yeah, man, it's really sad we'll never see Toto again. And I'm like, Dylan, you need to stop, I can't fucking do this. Like, I was going crazy. Okay, shit, I'm officially in new territory, let's fucking go. We see that Boogie Woogie has been revised, and we see Ryoma Sukuna and Yuji react to it. It is a virus slap, a percussion instrument consisting of a ball connected to a wooden box with the metal pieces inside. The player taps the ball to rattle the metal, therefore generating a unique sound. Have you ever heard Crazy Train by Ozzy Osbourne?
Yes.
So at the beginning when it does that little thing, that's a virus slap. So, just so you can imagine the speed at which they're switching, because on the next page, Toto hits it, and we see Toto has replaced his left arm with a virus slap and changed the condition for activating Boogie Woogie from a clap to a metal piece hitting a wooden box. That way, he may be able to perform approximately 50 position swaps per second. Sukuna, Toto and I are continually switching places, as if on a roulette wheel.
What the fuck, dude?
So, yeah, you realize how fast that, because it's going, right?
That's insane.
Yes! Toto's a fucking goat! Yes, Torimori!
Oh my god, dude. What the hell?
I'm behind. I'm so hyped for my boy Toto. What? Toto immediately hits the Viper Slap again and lays out Sukuna with a freaking kick while Yuji punches into him. Ugh. Furthermore, by entering a binding vow, limiting the number of swaps per strike on the Viper Slap, Toto can select multiple curse technique targets and expand the effective range. With the Kotsu's help, he adjusted his curse technique in late Gojo colony and helped his peers inside Malevolent Shrine escape the domain and get away from the center of destruction. So, when Kenjiku went to go activate anti-gravity reverse technique, right? Toto was there, and he swapped freaking Yuta's place. That's why Kenjiku, when he looked behind him, Yuta was still behind him at that other panel. And that's why I'm so mad at the mistranslation of the onomatopoeia, because it's supposed to be the onomatopoeia for Toto hitting his arm. So,
Wow.
yeah.
That's crazy. Holy shit.
Gege's cooking! Among sorcerers, this one goes about things at his own pace, which makes things difficult to beat down. To be honest, he showed up at the worst time. We see that Yuji and Toto do not give fucking Sukuna a minute to escape, and they are running after him. Sukuna goes to try to freaking plow his freaking feet into Toto after Toto has switched his spots with him, but he's already swapped spots again after countering the attack. But Sukuna, before landing, jumps mid-air over freaking Toto. Toto on the next page says, he just jumped in mid-air. It doesn't matter that I don't know how, I just need to know that he can. Yuji, grabbing a rock and loading it full of cursed energy, throws it towards the freaking fight, and Toto uses his Boogie Woogie to swatch the freaking places of the rock with Yuji, and Yuji lands a fucking diving kick into Sukuna. Freaking Yuji driving Sukuna through the ground, gets freaking countered, and Sukuna grabs his face, but Toto activates the technique again, swapping them, and freaking matching them with freaking different freaking positions. Yuji is not missing a beat and landing these blows into Ryoma and Sukuna. And on the next page, we get a freaking amazing panel of these three standing amidst each other. If you can freely adjust the maximum and minimum number of swaps per time, then it's practically impossible to get used to Boogie Woogie. But there is just one point when I can accurately read the timing and shifting of positions. Toto goes to swap it again, and Yuji lands Ryoma Sukuna into the freaking pillar. Toto swapping places again with him. Now we see that Yuji is at the pillar's freaking place and going to hit him. And Ryumen Sukuna states, and now, that point is now, when the boy is at maximum concentration, when he's locked in. He'll faint without swapping, even if he taps that instrument, and that's when I'll strike. We see Yuji immediately going to punch Sukuna. Swapped places with a crow. Swapping places with one of that woman's crows. I misread the situation. As he goes to hit the crow, Toto hits the vibra slap again, and he thinks that he's gonna switch places with the freaking crow, so he hits the crow automatically. But Toto doesn't activate the technique, thus keeping Yuji in the same position that he's in. And Sukuna states there was no swap. And Toto states, a trick within a trick within a trick. And Yuji lands another black flash into freaking Sukuna.
God fucking damn, bro.
And then inside of Sukuna's chest, Yuji grabs his heart and starts squeezing, screaming out. Sukuna raises his one freaking arm, throws up the freaking hand sign. Sukuna is highly efficient with cursed energy, so even with cursed energy reduced to Yuta Okotsu's level, it's possible for him to open a domain countless times, as long as he restores the burnt out curse technique. Domain expand. But then Sukuna saw a ghost of immense strength, who he buried with his own hands.
What? I'm sorry, what?
Next chapter. We see Yuji trying to crush his heart again, thinking about his brother that he lost. He says, I'm gonna crush his heart. And after that, domain expand. It can't be. That's impossible. As he's met with the face of Satoru Gojo, and in this double page spread, the next page will explain all. We see that Gojo's forehead has been stitched up, and Ryumen Sukuna meets this gaze with laughing, and he says, I get it now. I'm sorry I took you so lightly. I didn't think you were capable of that. You Tonkotsu. Now we're flashing back to the freaking side squad. No, out of the question. No, because of the conditions. No, but if we're all dead, I mean, and the world's screwed, then just do what you want. I mean, if Satoru loses and dies, Rika will consume Kenjaku, copy his curse technique for transplanting blades, and then Yuta will use Satoru's body to fight? I mean, that would improve our chances, but can't we just copy the Limitless technique from Gojo's corpse? Using Limitless requires 6 eyes. Then we copy the 6 eyes. 6 eyes isn't a curse technique. It's an inborn ability, so we can't copy it. What do you mean, wait, what? They're explaining it right now, y'all. Chill. Let Gege cook. I hate this, but you gotta let him cook. Copy will only last 5 minutes that Rika's fully manifested. So after that, what happens to you, Yuta? I don't know. Here's my best guess. 1. If Kenjaku's curse technique functions constantly or at regular intervals, you'll be unable to sustain your body or soul, and you'll die. 2. If the curse technique functions irregularly, you won't die right away, but you'll die eventually. And 3. If the curse technique activates only once, then you'll be able to use Limitless even after 5 minutes. Another possibility is that after changing bodies, you'll lose your curse technique, and you'll be forced to live inside Gojo's body. I won't deny, it's a last resort. Even if Copy doesn't fully manifest it, I can use it in my domain. First, we'll fight in my domain, and if we don't win, then I'll take Gojo Sensei's body. Don't act like this has been decided. I'm pretty pissed off right now. Whoa. And everyone's shocked to hear the normally calm and soft-spoken Akotsu say that. Tactically, there's no way around it. Sure, tactically, but is it... What does that even mean? Cutting off Kusakabe, he says, we're taking on Ryumen Sukuna, the greatest sorcerer in history, and we shouldn't hesitate to abandon our humanity to win. Is becoming a monster really that scary? everyone trying to tell Yuta that Yuta is important to all of them, he only gets more upset, and on the next page he screams, "What about Gojo-sensei? Wasn't he important? We always let him be the monster. With Gojo-sensei gone, someone has to do it, and if no one has the guts to do it, then I'll become the monster." Referring to Hikari stating about Yuta's humanity and talking about humanity. This is why I wanted you to remember that. On the next page, Yuta's talking to Gojo as they're walking through a dark corridor, and he states, "So if you die, I'm taking your body. Why do you look so angry about it? Is something wrong?" Is something wrong? Nah, I don't plan on losing. But who cares what happens to your body after you die? Just bugs me that Shoko didn't object. Okay by me. By the way, I heard I have Fujiwara blood. Didn't you say Sugawara? Well, yeah, you and I are distant relatives. Weren't the Sugawara and Fujiwara at each other's throats? Well, then maybe Ura was mistaken. Who knows? Maybe both of us are right. What I'm saying
Oh shit.
is that you may have been born from a higher family than me. So if you don't succeed spectacularly, it'll look bad. Like I always say, step by getting precise control over your cursed energy. Ugh. Alright everyone, scram. No, fish flakes, I'm coming too. Come on now, I know we're all sorcerers, but I'd rather not expose students to a scene with excessive gore. Especially since I don't think this is the right way to handle this, but even if I lose to Sukuna, as long as everyone in this room bites the dust, Old Man Gakuganji stands at the top of Jujutsu headquarters. So there won't be a mess like what happened after Shibuya. Get going, would ya? No, I'm staying! Gojo glares at them all, and Yuta states it again. Stop trying to be the monster, all on your own. And Gojo, while going into the corridor, thinks to himself, I can't do that. That day, I was left behind, so I have to catch up.
Oh my god, dude.
On the next page, we see Rinamai giving an explanation on how his curse technique works, and he says, honestly, I don't even fully understand my curse technique. Huh? It's like I increase my sugar level and transform it into physical form. And then I get hypoglycemic and lightheaded. It's sweet. How can you eat that? Wait, can you infuse another person with that sugar content? Yeah, I bet I can. Amai, you'll be assisting me and Nita on the medical team. You'll help compensate for the brain expending all of its sugar when the curse technique is in use. Got it. But don't overdo it. Collapsing from an elevated glucose level would defeat the purpose. Guys, I have a theory, and you all aren't gonna like it. But we'll wait. Rinamai looking disgusted before the cut-up corpse of Yuta Kotsu brought to him. We see Nita has already applied his technique to Yuta, saying, due to my curse technique, his condition won't worsen, but I haven't healed him. Like Gojo, his body has been split in half. This has surpassed the capacity of my curse technique, even Akotsu's reverse curse technique. Thanks, Tarika. I'm still unconscious, but I'm at my limit. Ieri, I'll do it. Or rather, there's no choice. I finished suturing Gojo's body. Once you transfer yourself, use reverse curse technique at maximum to finish applying the finishing touches. Amai, you'll assist. I'm sorry, Rika, that it's with my right hand. And we come back to the current day battle, domain expansion. Satoru Gojo had already found the answer to Ryomen Sukuna's barrierless domain, as unlimited void and malevolent shrine have once again clashed.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Now we have, this is it. This is the last chapter. It's only 7 pages. So here's Sukuna. There's a Yutaro Gojo.
Stop. Oh my god.
Domain expansion. And we see that Yuta Kotsu has opened unlimited void, shrinking it to the size smaller than a basketball again. The small barrier that Satoru Gojo deployed as a countermeasure to Sukuna's domain can withstand the curse technique effects of Malevolent Shrine from the outside of the domain towards the barrier's outer shell for approximately 3 minutes. My barrier technique's improved thanks to replacement training with Gojo Sensei, and since Sukuna's exhausted, I should be able to hold the domain for 3 minutes, just like Gojo Sensei. To counteract that, Ryomen Sukuna removes the 99 seconds from the time limit by shrinking the effective range of Malevolent Shrine until it surrounds the outer shell of Akotsu's domain. 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, or less, I need to inflict enough damage to Sukuna so he's unable to maintain Malevolent Shrine. In less than 3 minutes, I need to destroy Unlimited Void and widen the domain to kill them all. As Yuta goes to ready up the curse technique of blue, Sukuna immediately meets his freaking gaze and starts taking his hand and punching him repeatedly. Limitless was penetrated. Was that domain amplification? He can use that while opening a domain? Of course it is. Impossible for them to communicate. Of course, it isn't possible for them to communicate what's happening on the inside since crows can't enter. And we see the tears of Rika hitting the ground as she clutches Yuta's lifeless corpse, calling his name. Yuta! And with that, we're caught up. So,
What the fuck, dude?
my theory is I don't think Sukuna's dead, even if they beat him.
Torimori, no.
So my theory is that I think Yuta is gonna end up having to live in Gojo's body, and because Yuta ate a Sukuna finger, Sukuna's just gonna take over Yuta's lifeless corpse. And the other big theory I have is that if Yuta dies while inside of Gojo's body, it's going to the same way Gato's body, like Torimori was bringing up way back earlier in Shibuya, the same way the soul and the body are one, Gojo is going to come back to fight once more after Yuta's passed, and he's going to finish everything. I truly don't know where it could go from here, but Gege Akutami is sick, so there is no chapter this week, but yeah. Want to give some thoughts on what you've read?
My brain hurt. I don't know how to feel. Holy shit.
How do you think I felt?
feel you. I feel you, Torimori. I'm like 6,000 places all at once right now, mentally thinking about like so much shit. Like, this is insane. Wow. I mean, the brain switching thing is like, he could still use his own domain, right?
No.
Because
After 5 minutes, Rika's fully manifested. If he's in Gojo's body, he won't be able to use his own thing. It only happens when Rika's fully manifested, and he can't manifest it while he's outside of his own body. That's why Gojo's not wearing the ring. Like, this is a do or die. Yuta has...
Yeah, this is... I think, like, literally, it's like, they've already started the countdown. This is 3 minutes, and this fight will be over.
Yeah, and, like, Yuta ate that finger, and I'm, like, trying to think what's stopping him from taking Yuta's body over and then having the curse technique copy with his own slash integrated to it. We already lost Megumi. Yeah.
I have so much to process before I can like speak confidently on all of this shit that I just saw. But like,
we'll have to get Dan and Dylan on, and we'll have to do like a huge JJK like talk through stream and review it. I'm always down.
Oh my god, dude. I like I just and like part of me was saying like there's no way like Yuta has to still be cool. Like he's got to still be good, but like I don't know if I'm okay with this. Like oh my god, but he's
Okay,
a
not okay
fucking
with
goat.
this.
Yeah, he's a fucking goat for like saying what he said, but like holy shit, dude, this is insane.
Well, and you know what's crazy about this is Toto told everyone not to tell Yuji about the plan. So what if Yuji saw those fucking stitches and thought that was Kenjaku in Gojo's body?
Yeah.
But like Yuta
Oh
being like, I'm getting pretty pissed off because you guys are just putting it all on Gojo and you won't accept the reality that he's doing this alone. And now you know why Yuta was sweating so hard during the battle with Gojo and Sukuna. Like,
Yeah, Tori Moore. I was thinking, I was like as soon as I saw the stitches, I was like, there's no fucking way. There's absolutely no way. Like, I just want to I want to focus on like one thing at a time because that's how my brain likes to work when shit's still fresh for me. So the original fight with Gojo and Sukuna just like set up so much and was extremely important. I'm so ridiculously fucking happy with the whole Takaba shit and then Yuta killing Kenjaku fucking finally, and with
Toto's help.
return. Yeah, with Toto's return, that this is so huge. Rip Kashimo, that was crazy. Rip Choso, that actually hurt a lot more than I thought it would. Yeah, that was crazy.
I was typing that message in your server today about how like Choso felt so guilty for leaving Yuji alone for so long, and I was like, I'm not ready to do this. I fucking love Choso.
Yeah, that really fucking hurt, and like they just literally flashbacked to all of the people that we've lost, except for one, and I'm still coping. I'm still coping.
You know, me too. That I think that's like why they keep bringing up the soul.
Nobara lives. Nobara will. She will live. She's coming back.
No, she's gonna be in the fight, dude. They have to have a way to strike at the soul. I'm telling you, soul resonance. That's her thing.
Oh my god. I need it. Yeah, I literally need Nobara to return, and I honestly don't think there's any saving Fushiguro right now, like at all. Like not at all. Like none.
I want you to know that if Fushiguro had taken control back when they hit him with Jacob's ladder, none of this would have needed to happen, and that's why I'm like really upset with him.
I get that, but I also get where he's at.
I get where he's at, but he's also the same guy who told Itadori he can't be sad and wanting to die. So I mean, stand on business. Lock in.
Oh my god, dude.
I'm just. I hate to say it's hypocritical, but it's like, dog. Ugh. Ugh.
So Kusakabe is still up. He's alive.
Yeah, ain't that crazy?
That's amazing. That is amazing. Like I'm just trying to focus on the positive shit because there's only so much of it. But I understand that, like, yes, it is hypocritical, but it's also
I understand. They're 15 though. You got to remember that too.
Yeah, and it's also plot convenience. Like so I mean, this is a story, and if it all ended right then and there, then we wouldn't have gotten like the Toto reveal or what we're getting right now. And like you said, maybe I don't like it, but like Gege Cook, this is insane. This is absolutely insane. Yeah, absolutely needs the props, and like I am so fucking upset that I've been getting so much Nanami like flashbacks and like edit because I'm just like I fucking hate. Oh, dude, that was like
Nanami is Gege's
still
favorite character, right?
Yeah, same. Same. Like it's not even fair, bro. It's like that's still probably the one thing that hurt me the absolute most because I just mentally prepared myself for all of this after that happened.
Yeah, there was no
And
preparing for this.
I tried. I attempted at the very least. But before like the Nanami stuff happened, I was just like, hey, this is really cool. I can't wait to see this guy in the end game and like maybe he becomes special. Great. Oh no. And I just this is wild, and it's absolutely crazy how many fucking goats there are in this fucking series and how many of them are just dropping like flies. But like,
I've
fuck,
always said
dude.
though that like Sukuna has to be that final hurdle. I want them to need to throw everything in the kitchen sink at him, or else I feel like it'd be a letdown of the big bad being built up since the beginning of the series. And like, as much as I hate how much we're losing left and right, I respect that like this is a true showing of strength. Like, there was no easy way to take care of Sukuna, even with Gojo there. And
I mean, with what we just left off on, like this, it's truly about to be over. I feel like.
uh, I think Gojo's still coming back. Like I said, I'm the Copen one. I think the Body and Solar one was brought back up in Shibuya. I also like how this is a callback to Kenjaku talking to Gojo before he got sealed, and he says, I don't know what you see in that boy, but Yuta Okotsu could never become the next Satoru Gojo. And through Kenjaku's own technique, Yuta has quite literally become the next Gojo. It's been set up for so long that like I'm like, how long did you plan this, Gege? And why? But then also in that same vein, that was also the same part where Gato had his soul come back and freaking stop. So I mean, what's really worrying to me though,
Go ahead.
on this next page with Yuta with crying with Rika, he doesn't have like, I see a cut on his forehead, but I don't see like how they could have removed his brain without taking off his whole top of his head. So like, how'd they do that? Did they use Wee Wee's technique to just transfer the brain from one part to another? And like,
He said he
You
can
just-
he can move shit without
opening the box.
without opening the box. Yeah. So I don't know. Like the thing is like specifically because of the bond that having two souls in the same vessel, like we saw that Yuji was able to get cleave and stuff like that. Like I just feel like this is going to, like the way that I see it is something that's really fucking penultimate, but actually extremely tragic as well, because it means that we will lose both Yuta and Gojo. But before that happens, we will end up getting like the peak of both of them culminating into one like pinnacle fighter, in that it will have the copy ability and like the limitless and the six eyes, and it'll like this dude's gonna just be able to be like throwing out hollow purples like, and you know, like effortless like reverse it's actually insane to think about. But like Yuji was able to, because of the connection that he had with Sukuna, like actually pull from Sukuna's bag and stuff like that. And I just think that like that's what we're probably going to be seeing here, is that Yuta is going to be able to like not just the domain expansion, but like I think, I don't know, I think that there's like, it's so crazy because this is like a combination of so many different abilities, like curse techniques and things like that, that are all like coming into this. So there's so many factors for me to assess that I'm still not entirely familiar on. So like I still feel like anything can happen. But Gege is obviously somebody who likes to put tragedy down in front of us. And I think that if we are going to take down the threat of Ryum and Sukuna finally, it's gonna, like I don't know if I want the fake out deaths. You know what I mean?
I get that. I want everyone to be alive and happy. I want him to fucking Edo Tensei everyone back or whatever. What Rene Rebirth? Sukuna activates the Rinnegan. And he's like, "I'm sorry, nephew. I was wanting to make sure you were ready for this world." Like,
No, man. I think that's just not the story we're reading.
I know it's not. I know. I know.
But I feel like we're going to lose Yuta forever. We're going to, like, I don't think, I know you think so and you want so, but I just don't think that Gojo's like truly coming back. I think that I don't know. I still have to like sleep on it some more and like process. And I haven't like done like the One Piece like tinfoil like deep dive on all of this shit. It's still like super fresh to me. But
Listen, I'm throughout heaven and earth. I alone am the coping one. I've held out hope for 9 months. I refuse to throw in the towel. Kege's wife will leave them if they don't bring back Gojo.
so I mean, technically Gojo has been brought back, like in a sense.
In a sense, but yeah, I get you.
And now it makes sense how like Gojo's corpse wasn't there in that panel you were talking about. Like, makes sense entirely.
Yep. So,
oh my.
What are your thoughts on Jujutsu Kaisen now that you're caught up?
There are definitely parts of it, specifically going in between arcs. It doesn't fucking exist in this like it's still like it is the only time it ever existed was hidden inventory, which in my opinion is still peak JJK. I really have enjoyed so much of the action and like the fleshing out of the system, and like there's just so many goats in this story. Just like a ridiculous amount of really fantastic characters and really crazy powers and things like that. But like my biggest beef is that there are no, like, other than the one, I feel like going from like the events of like season 1 to season 2 in the anime and stuff, like hidden inventory into Shibuya, there are no arc transitions in this fucking shit. It's just like we're doing all of it. And like, I don't know, the pacing was so many events like overlayered on top of each other all at once. We got to see like all of these fights happening simultaneously in different like parts of different territories or whatever, colonies in the Culling games. And then after it stopped being like so condensed and like it was all like stacked on top of each other and everything was happening like all together, it all just felt like it went so fast and like we skipped so much time. And I know we got a little bit of like a flashbacking to that, and that kind of made me feel a little bit better about some of the things that I didn't see before, like, they got to the back half of the prison realm. And like, it's like Gege picks up on so many of the small details and things like that, and I just like feel like while reading it, and it might just be the binge experience, but I feel like my brain is going 99 miles a fucking minute, or like whatever I'm like experiencing this. And it's wild though, like, because like at some points I feel like I just have a little bit of whiplash. So I think that it's a really, really, really well thought out story. I just think that the pacing wise, specifically, the execution is not always perfect, which is fine. But that's my biggest like gripe, I would say.
I like the choice to skip the month ahead to go right into it, so that we don't have the like. I think it makes the reread, like I said, a lot better. I understand. Yeah, like I understand the critique. I like the pacing because it makes the reread even more enjoyable. Like when I was rereading, seeing the sweat marks on Yuta and everything, I was like, oh, I know why you sweating, boy. I know why you worried. Like, yeah. And why Yuta was so ready to go out there talking about the insurance plan. It's all like, it's the little details, like you said, that he plants in there, and it makes me wonder, like, how far out or what house has he planned forward for this story?
I mean, I think it's evident that ever since Shibuya, at least this far, has been at the very least like halfway planned, and then they kind of just like I think it's that's the thing too, is that like I know that sometimes it's just because you're sick and like your manga studio is like rushing you and telling you put out the chapter and shit like that. And then I feel like also sometimes it's like, because if I'm correct, I remember hearing all last year in 2023 JJK is going to end by the end of the year.
Mhm.
And so I feel like parts of this were condensed because maybe Gege was pushing themselves and rushing themselves. And so that's where I feel like there was a bit of like dilation in events where like the pacing got a little. I enjoy the pacing of this, I would say 80% of the time, but there are just like fumbles for me where I feel like whiplash. And so I think that maybe that's part of it. And then Gege said, fuck it, I'm just gonna pull in Oda and write this story for as long as I need to get it done and do it right. I don't know. I just that's kind of like what I could kind of assume, just basically like taking from what I have heard about JJK before getting caught up, and then now knowing what I know, just kind of smashing those two things together. Because I didn't always feel like I didn't enjoy the pacing. I really liked the pacing in certain bits. And I just feel like right about at the end of the Culling games and moving into like the Shinjuku stuff, there was a lot of events. And like I understand like doing some things in a different order and doing flashbacks to kind of make the reveals hit harder. If it only matters whenever it matters, and not wasting time on it and just getting straight to, like, I think it's very well thought out. Again, it's just like some of the pacing, I feel like that's the only issue I really have.
Yeah, I can understand that entirely.
But the way that it's layered is really interesting because we get into the fight and all hope seems lost, and then boom, out of nowhere. Except it wasn't out of nowhere because it happened within the month, and like that was like interesting. It became a bit of a formula, but it wasn't something that I could be ahead of or predict, because this power system's just so fucking crazy and there's so many moving parts and things like that. So like, of course I want Toto back in the story. Did I ever predict that that was going to happen? No. Like, I thought they literally wrote this guy out and it would be a fucking death wish for him to be on this battlefield.
And it turns out he's like the actual goat.
Yeah.
Fun fact, Sukuna's open flame can also be read as a kitchen hearth, which feeds into the
Malevolent kitchen.
yes, yes. And I really fucking love that because he uses knives and shit to prepare stuff. Like when he first fought Gojo, he's like, "You're still a fish on the chopping block. I'll start with removing your scales." Like all of Sukuna's like things are all related to cooking, and I was just like, man, that's kind of cool. Fuck Sukuna,
It's
but
really interesting. My thing is, the boy Takuba is gonna walk up to the battlefield and he's gonna start cracking jokes with Sukuna, and it'll all be okay after that.
I wish.
I need Hikari to fucking pack up Urame now. I need this to fucking, I'm like, get this bitch out of here so Hikari can come in and be goated and be in this fight as well. Like I just like I am so done with that being like kind of an off-screen thing right now, because like I need him in this fight. You know what I mean?
I can get that. I understand that entirely. A large portion of the fan base believes Takuba's dead, so jot that down.
Wild.
Yeah.
How?
They think when they said the rest is up to you guys, it wasn't Takuba talking or anything. They thought Takuba laying himself to piece right there was him coming to terms with being fulfilled and having nothing left to give. So that was him like dying, being at peace.
Like maybe like curse technique separation.
I don't think
that led to
Takaba's
death.
dead. Fuck that.
I don't
Takaba's
think so
not
either.
dead.
Like, no, I need him to walk up.
No, because if
I
Takaba was
need him to
dead,
walk
and
up, like,
Takaba was
right
dead,
now.
and Yuta didn't eat a fucking finger or an arm off of Funny Man, so he could use Funny Man and win this fucking shit, I'm gonna be pissed. Alright? Oh, I'm
Yeah.
gonna take Gojo's corpse instead of being a funny little guy. Fuck you! Sorry.
Well, I mean, there are multiple other dead bodies as well. Like
Hazunoki's?
Higuruma.
Higuruma's not dead. They saved him. Weeby and Kirara got him.
I mean, his curse technique didn't work. I'm pretty sure he's dead, and they just carried his body off for the same reason they carried Gojo's and Yuta's body off.
Curse techniques don't normally stop after death though, and even Kusakabe and Higuruma were talking about that, and they said yeah, they typically get stronger after death. So
It was a barrier. If his barrier fell, then like wouldn't hit, because that was a part of his domain expansion, wasn't it? Like the
No.
sword.
him and Kusakabe were talking about it right before he died. What chapter is that?
So why did the sword not work when Sukuna stabbed twice if it wasn't for?
It would have been stronger if he
Higuruma.
died, is what I think they were hinting at. I don't know. I don't think he's dead though. I think he was just too weak to keep up his curse technique. 246.
I think that like specifically, I see what you're saying. Like, we're not getting every single like dead character back into the story or anything like that in the form of like Yuta's copy, but I think that specifically the individuals that died in this fight, absolutely, like, why not? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think if anyone has a shot to live through this, Higuruma's got to be up there. The general idea is that they get stronger. Curses don't always weaken after death.
So it could go either way.
Yeah.
Like,
Because
I
if
think
Gege
he's
really
actually
pulled off a
dead.
second Nanami, I think that's too fucking cruel. Like,
I think he's actually dead. Like, I don't want him to be. Trust me, I don't want him to be. I just think he is, based off of like the way that I kind of experienced it, you know?
Yuji will find a way to give his life to resurrect him. I hope not. Resurrect Fushiguro first. Bring back Gojo. Oh,
I get it that like Yuji's carrying around a lot of grief and a lot of guilt and things like that, and he has kind of made a habit of having self-sacrificing tendencies and things like that, but like I really need him to like the whole cog thing. Like, I get it, and that kind of goes hard, but at the same time I need this guy to actually like give a shit about, like, I don't know, like, I love the direction that we've gone with Yuji. I think it's absolutely crazy. Homie has the fucking like the blood shit. Homie has like Sukuna's cleave. He has reverse curse technique.
simple
He's
domain.
just like simple domain. He's just slanging black flashes like they're fucking free. Like, it's actually wild. Like, because on the rooftop, whenever Sukuna was pulled from him, like, and we got him put into Megumi, I was just like, okay, well, this dude's never gonna be useful again. Like that's the first thing I thought. I was like, how are they gonna make this work? And like, as much as I wanted it, I didn't see it, but now
And
I'm
Yuji is
just
the
like, that's
only
crazy.
one that can damage Sukuna and stop him from being able to heal and shit. Because after having the soul hit with Soul Katana, Yuji has constantly been smashing that barrier with black flashes between the souls. And also, the other thing that I'm wondering about is why Yuji's hands haven't been explained yet. Like, he has red hands with claws now instead of hands. I'm just like, what's up? What's up with that? So, I think there's still something more cooking there. I don't know what, but
Yeah, I think that what's really interesting is that like you were saying before, that like, yes, if Fushiguro had just like taken back over control whenever the Jacob's Ladder thing happened. This all could have been over, and like it is hypocritical, but like I think it would be perfect if after like this slog and after like the all of the final like tricks have been pulled and trap cards have been like after everything is said and done, and we're finally at the point where Yuji like is able to fully separate the two souls and things like that. If he is the one who says that to Fushiguro to get him to snap out of it, because I mean it would feel really shitty if he were to just die and Yuji were to just be sad about that and have more survivor's guilt, you know, again caused by Sukuna, like it has been the whole time. But that is also something I can see Gege doing because pain. But like I think it would be really, 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 really if it got, you know, to that point and it still wasn't enough, and then eventually Yuji just punches this shit out of like separating their souls with constant black flashes, and he is the one who says the exact words that Megumi said to him back at him and gets him to snap out of it. I don't know. I think that would hit really fucking hard.
Only time will tell, but yeah. This has been insane, though. Oof.
Absolutely wild. Yeah, I'm gonna write a book on this tomorrow, and then yeah, we gotta do a stream, you know, with all the boys kind of going over everything. Like holy shit. Torimori, you're obviously invited whenever we do that. I'll post in my Discord and keep y'all updated, but that's absolutely gonna happen. I can finally look at all of the like the JJK community now. I don't gotta like just like hide away and be afraid of spoilers. So,
Oh my
like,
goodness. Oh my goodness. There's another video I need to show you.
oh shit.
I forgot about this.
Fuck, dude. What a wild ride.
Oh, thank you, HBO Max. I love your ads. They're so loud and great. Alright. Let's pull this up. And then we make myself
Hashtag
small
not
again.
sponsored.
And then I will. Why can I not make. Oh, yeah, it's locked. It's like, why can't I make this smaller? That's not me. That's something else. That's something else entirely. I would like to make myself smaller. Whoa! And then if we go to manga, we go to. Alright. Let's just go to Discord and share it for you. So you can actually. Whoa. Oh. Wait.
Yeah, I mean I can see it. There's just gonna be a delay if you have it. Oh, there we
No,
go.
it's not gonna be full screen because I have it cut off for manga. I have it cropped.
All right, I'm ready. No.
I feel happy and fine, ha-ha! Living in the sunlight, loving in the moonlight, having a wonderful time. Having got a lot, I don't need a lot, coffee's only a dime. Living in the sunlight, loving in the moonlight, having a wonderful time.
I hate it. Oh my god. That is so wild. Oh my god, dude.
Oh.
So this is the question here, and then after this, we probably want to close it out because we've been on stream for like 6 hours, and I actually have to stream tomorrow as well, and my dog needs to pee. But like, just real quick, if you had to pick what, maybe don't even answer it. Maybe we'll just like leave it open ended until we do our like full cook off stream, you know. But like, if you had to pick one character who got done the dirtiest, knowing everything that we know right now, just one, who are you picking?
Yuji. That's not even a question.
You put Yuji over Gato?
Yeah. Yeah, 100 times, yeah. Gato made his own, back during hidden inventory, Gato killed his own parents and like went crazy with power. I mean, I understand like the fall from isolation and Tsukumo posing the question of eradicating all other sorcerers from it, but uh, Yuji Yuji was literally just doing this to try to save people, and he's only gotten more and more fucked the more he's tried to help people. It, it's Yuji every day. If anyone has suffered the most in this story, it's Yuji. If anyone has got done dirty the most, like, it's Yuji. That's just my opinion.
I can definitely see. Yeah, no, I can definitely see the argument. I just think there's
I could see an argument made for other characters. It's just like me personally, I feel really bad for him, especially like he's 15.
Yeah, but I mean, so Gato was like he got to the point where he was because of being done dirty by the system and by like what like the much like Yuji, like the circumstances of his birth and the way that like his shit manifested and stuff like that. He was seen differently, treated differently, had to act differently the entire time, and that bled into the frustrations that would and the hatred that would form later on in his life by a series of like events. But it was systemic more than it was something that was just inside of him. He was a good person.
I always have these like what if scenarios, like what if Gato reached out? What if Gato told Gojo he was like feeling depressed? What if like even Gojo said, maybe I would have been satisfied if you were there patting me on the back. Like it hurts. It hurts. I love this series though. It's cracked in my top 3 for sure. Like there's no doubt in my mind. I don't know where you would put it if you had to rank it. Maybe we'll save that for the big discussion later and we can end stream if you want. Because I'm sure you still have a lot to process about the series and everything.
Yeah, I mean, off rip, just getting like all of what I've got down. I mean, like I'm not much of a manga reader, so like like the number of manga that I have read, I could still count like on my hands and feet, like fingers and toes. I have not read a whole lot, but I would definitely say this has, as far as long running shonen go, top 3. Like Hunter x Hunter, One Piece, JJK, like in my opinion, but I don't know where I would place it in the grander scheme. You know what I mean? But as far as long running shonen go, that's my top 3. Yeah. As of right now. But I don't know. It's crazy to think about. I would definitely love to figure out a time and date that works for all of the boys and we can get on and just spit. Finally I'm caught up and we can make that happen. I'm going to be spitting about the most recent One Piece chapter that Cody has not read, and I mean I'm definitely down if you want. I can be there on your Sunday stream depending on what time it is, but definitely whenever the new JJK chapters are coming out, I will probably be I'll probably stay official only. Like so, so I'll be with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I'm not so ingrained into the JJK community like I am with One Piece. Like otherwise, I would be officials only for One Piece as well if I wasn't like such a big fan of all these creators that read the scans and I didn't want to be but like I'm not like into the JJK community, so I think it'd be pretty easy for me to stay officials only. So that way, you won't be all alone, brother. You know.
Well, I've been SSJ Cody. This has been Vexus the Lurking Legend. Thank you, Tori Mori. Thank you, chat, for tuning in. Thank you, everyone who's watching this on the VOD right now, because that's crazy. Y'all are the goats. This has literally been one of the highlights of my whole streaming career, is getting to read this manga and share the experience with all of you. I can't wait to start Kagurabachi next for y'all. I'll look forward to that, and have a great night. Peace.
Peace.